absorbing and intriguing county championship match between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Match situation is that Gloucestershire resuming on 326 for 6 in their second innings. That's a lead so far of 261, with Ryan Higgins 134 not out, Zafar Gohar 36 not out. The ball still fairly new, just 16 overs old, taken as soon as it was due last night, but with very little result as far as Northamptonshire were concerned. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton, and delighted to welcome once again Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and also Dan Whiting, who's joining us for this match as well. And, well, it's been a fascinating match so far, and no reason to suggest that today won't be as absorbing.
No, and even if it does turn out to be a draw, which is still definitely a possibility, I think we're going to see some really good cricket before potentially it does go into the pattern of perhaps Northamptonshire blocking out. But who knows? There's so many possibilities from this position. It could barely be better poised. And I think from Gloucestershire's point of view, speaking to Tom Lace last night, 300 seemed to be the number, and I get the impression that if they were still batting when they'd got 300, that they probably would continue to bat. Yes. But they're going to have to bat well this morning in order to get to 300.
Well, they'd obviously got their stories straight, because I had a chat last night with Chris Liddle, Northamptonshires bowling coach, well known, of course, to Gloucestershire listeners as well. And he said that was exactly the figure that he said. He said we wouldn't want to be chasing too many more than 300. Well, that's just, what, 40-odd runs away.
All four results possible today.
All four results possible, yeah.
The much maligned county championship, what a cracking advert this really has been for the game. It's been a wonderful game of cricket, and fortunes have ebbed and flowed.
It certainly has, and it's going to be seeing the start of the fourth day's play, and we have a little bit of Nathan Buck to start us off, and the first ball of the day is turned down for the first run of the morning by Ryan Higgins. Picks up one down to deep backward square, and he goes up to 135, and Gloucestershire to 327 for 6.
We certainly saw that a few times yesterday, didn't we?
Yes.
Ryan Higgins turning the ball out to deep square leg for a single, and it was kind of the mark of his innings almost, really. Even you look at the strike rate around about 70, and you think he must have been crashing the ball to the boundary an awful lot, but a lot of it was ones and twos.
It was a very clever innings. His Buck in again, bowls to Gohar this time, who plays it out into the covers, fielded there by Gareth Berg, and there's no run. I think the talking point, certainly that interested me, the back end of yesterday's play, was just how little the second new ball did. And I was asking Chris Liddle about that last night, and he said, you know, he was slightly at a loss to explain it. He said, yes, there's tired bodies, tired legs in the as far as the Northamptonshire bowlers were concerned, particularly Gareth Berg and Ben Sanderson, who've got through a lot of work in this match already. We'll come back to that in a second as Nathan Buck comes in again, bowls short to Gohar, who ducks underneath it and goes through to Lewis McManus. But I sort of said, well, does it mean maybe that the pitch has lost a little bit of the spice it had in the first couple of days? And you know, that's a possibility, and it has happened here before at Northampton. Thinking about that game against Glamorgan last year when Northamptonshire chased down 350 plus on the last day, it just went very, very flat. So we shall see. I think Northamptonshire obviously still feel they're very much in this game, but they do need to wrap up this innings quickly. Here's Buck in again, bowls to Gohar, drives handsomely through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs. First boundary of the morning. Absolutely no chance for Josh Cobb, and Gareth Berg in the covers races away over the outfield, which has certainly got a bit quicker, I think, since the start of this match. Obviously, we had a little bit of rain on the first day and just a brief shower yesterday, but other than that, plenty of sunshine, and the outfield a little bit quicker than it was, and that races away down to the scoreboard for 4, and that's 331 for 6. Scoreboard hasn't quite caught up.
From a Gloucestershire point of view, I think they need to take the first hour out of the game this morning. I think it's hugely important, and I'm expecting them to set maybe 330, 340 off 70 odd roughly, but I know you two guys disagree with me, but I think that would be what they're looking at roughly.
Here's Buck in again, bowls to Gohar, just plays that down calmly down towards third man. There's a man there at deep backward point. There's a third man as well, but it's Josh Cobb at deep backward point who gets to the ball first, sends in his return, and that's another run to Zafar Gohar, who goes up to 41, and the total to 332 for 6. The scoreboard hasn't actually registered anything that's happened today so far. We still have Rob Keogh bowling from last night, and obviously there's a gremlin in the system somewhere, but we'll do our best to keep up.
I think the point there being that they're going to have to bat for a long time and bat very well, and otherwise that point's going to be moot, really.
Here's Buchan again, bowls to Higgins, drives that up to Rob Keogh at mid-off, and that's the end of the first over of the morning. 332 for 6. Higgins is 135. Zafar Gohar is 41.
So, you know, Zafar Gohar and Ryan Higgins are going to have to score the majority of those 80 runs anyway. Not all of them, but the majority of them, you'd think. And I don't know. They were batting so well last night, but can they start again this morning? I don't know. And if they lose one wicket early, then I think that takes that probably out of the equation, and it's just Gloucestershire are going to be setting Northamptonshire whatever they get bowled out for.
It's so difficult, I think, for teams at this time of the season to really think about doing anything particularly. I mean, you know, Dan's keen on a declaration. I don't know. I just can't see it. I mean, if they do, good on them, and that's, you know, admirably enterprising. But at this stage of the season, I just can't see it.
Ben Sanderson from the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre end, and Zafar Gohar plays that to backward point, looking to open the face. There is no third man in place, so there are runs to be had in that region, but he just couldn't find the gap.
Well, possibly the best thing that can happen for the game this morning is Gloucestershire to get bowled out this morning, and because what we don't want to see it go dead this afternoon by 2 o'clock and shake hands at 5 o'clock. We want, you know, win, lose, tie. We want those scenarios. We don't want the fourth scenario here.
So Sanderson, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 58, his figures in the innings so far, as he's in now and bowls to Zafar, who defends out towards cover this time, and it's fielded there by Gareth Berg, no run.
But with 8 points for the draw, I get where you're coming from, Radders, and you, Ed. You know, especially at this time of the season. 8 points for the draw, plus your bonus points, would mean Northamptonshire come out of this with 13 points, Gloucestershire with 12, and I think both sides would probably take that as well.
We were talking off air, weren't we? And I think you quoted Graham Gooch, and I think that was absolutely right, that you don't tend to give anything to teams that you're likely to be competing against at whichever end of the table, and I think that's probably fair enough.
Yep, to credit Ian Randall for
Ian Randall. Thanks, Ian.
Here comes Sanderson in, and once more Zafar playing watchfully into the offside, and it's fielded at point.
Ian Randall, friend of the famous.
Yes, I think it was probably told to Ian over a few beers in a pub somewhere near the ground at Chelmsford.
Did you say he was going to be on duty today? He might be on the ground. It'd be very nice to see him if it is.
Yes, well, I don't see him huddled out there at the moment, but perhaps he's just giving it a look to see how Gloucestershire start the day potentially. Sanderson over the wicket to the left-handed Zafar Gohar, and that's carved through backward point in flamboyant fashion by Zafar Gohar, and it's flying out towards the long, deep backward point boundary, and it goes for 4. So Zafar seems to be rather confident with things out there this morning. He's already hit 2 boundaries, and it's 336 for 6. Pleased to say that the scoreboard has now kicked into life, and Zafar on to 45. And the other thing is that, you know, taking an hour out of the game, the way that these two go about things, it's not going to be a case they're not going to be scoring runs.
No, absolutely.
They're going to be adding runs, you'd think, at least 3.5, maybe even more than that per over. They've got a kind of wide third man now, right where that ball went, and Sanderson beats the edge of Zafar Gohar for the first time this morning.
And again, Ben Sanderson having a rare bowl from this Wilson Indoor Centre end, bowled most of his overs in this match from the David Capel end.
The other thing to take into the equation is there's some potential injury news, isn't there?
Well, yes, we had a bomb dropped on us proverbially this morning, in that Naseem Shah may not bowl. Sanderson is in, and bowls full, and Zafar plays that back to Ben Sanderson, and that ends Sanderson's first over of the morning. 336 for 6. The lead sits at 271, but we have been told that Naseem Shah has potentially got some shoulder trouble. Now, it's not the case that at the moment it's a kind of a definite long-term thing, where we've been told that there is certainly a chance that he may play and bowl in the Yorkshire match, but at the same time, we have been told that it's probably unlikely that he would bowl today.
Which does, of course, slightly impact on, again, what I'm sure Gloucestershire's thinking will be if that is the case. Well, it's going to be Nathan Buck to continue from the David Capel end. Buck's bowled so far 19 overs, no wicket for 71 in this innings, so it's a little bit expensive. Here's Buchan again, 2 slips in place outside the off stump, and Higgins shoulders arms, lets it go through to Lewis McManus. And there's no run there. The weather absolutely glorious at the moment. A little bit of very high hazy cloud. I suspect it's probably a degree or two warmer than it was yesterday. And that seems to be the trend looking at the forecast for the next few days. And it's going to be nice, of course, because Northamptonshire aren't playing in the next round of matches. So you can absolutely guarantee it'll be cracking the flags by Thursday. And there we go. Never mind. Here's Buchan again. Bowls to Higgins. Drives nicely away up through extra cover. He's going to get certainly a single there. Good sliding stop there at mid-off, but they're able to come through for a single. Rob Keogh, the fielder. Higgins up to 136, and Gloucestershire to 337 for 6, lead of 272.
Which, if Naseem Shah is out, then it's these two guys out in the middle there with their pads on at the moment who they'll be looking to do the damage with the ball. Ryan Higgins and Zafar Gahar, who will be crucial to Gloucestershire's chances of victory.
Here's Buck. This long, straight approach with the Spencer Pavilion behind him, and bowls to Zafar Gahar. Just rides the bounce, plays it out calmly off the back foot, just behind square on the offside. Josh Cobb has to come round a field, and they're through for another run. 338 for 6, and Gahar up to 46.
Over 8 is another thing to mention.
Yes.
And particularly from a Gloucestershire point of view, that it was, I think, -3 when they ended their innings. Now, Zafar Gahar will probably be doing a lot of bowling. Well, they'd hope, I think, that he'd be doing a lot of bowling in their second innings, but that's just something extra that Graham van Buren doesn't really need in his first game as skipper to watch out for. And I've actually just noticed as well that the Northamptonshire's over rate has just ticked from -1 to -2.
-2. Here's Buchan again, bowls to Higgins, plays it out into the covers. And there's no run there, fielded by Berg.
Northants were a little bit slow last night, weren't they? They'd had a long day toiling away in the field, and I think they might have slowed it down. I think they were quite happy to go off last night.
Well, yes, I think they almost, probably understandably, Ricardo Vasconcelos forced the issue, didn't he? I think he presumably the implication that we drew from up here was that he'd been told you've got to bowl your spinners, because he had Keogh on and got Josh Cobb as well. Here's Buck in again, bowling to Higgins, defensively back down the pitch. Buck fields off his own bowling, and at that point he decided to put Nathan Buck on, and at that point obviously the umpires then said no, we're off, which I think absolutely was what Northamptonshire wanted. I just felt it was a long hard day, and it was a long day as well, because of course the last 2 days we've been making up overs from the rain stoppages on the first day. I just felt that last hour it did go very, very flat out there, didn't it? In every respect. So the ball was a bit soft, the pitch was flat, and the body language was a wee bit flat as well. Here's Buck in again, bowls to Higgins, who picks up another run, just steering that down to deep backward point. Ben Curran, who spent most of yesterday in front of the West Stand sweeping on the boundary, is doing so again today. Sends in his return, end of the over, 137 to Higgins. Zafar Gahar on 46, 339 for 6 at the end of the over. The lead is 274.
Never mind the players, I think all three of us were pretty knackered.
Yes, yeah, a couple of long days.
We don't matter, though.
No, we don't matter.
We don't matter.
We don't matter. But it's, and it is an issue. Obviously, Northamptonshire, I'm sure, will be mindful of, as we said yesterday, not wanting to bowl Gareth Berg and Ben Sanderson into the ground. They do have Matt Kelly, of course, the Western Australian, coming hopefully in time for the start of the next match against Yorkshire, starting on the 21st of April. but they won't really want to bowl these two into the ground at this stage of the season, or indeed any stage of the season, I suppose.
No, quite. It's an important thing for them. Sanderson in and bowls full, and Higgins in behind that one, playing out towards the bowler again. You know, I think is it too far to go to say that if Ben Sanderson were to go down, that might also be Northamptonshire going down? It might be a bit of a stretch, but at the same time, it's pretty important. He
is a very, very important figure in the side. He has been for the last 6 or 7 seasons. He's been so consistent, and his fitness has been so good as well.
Here he comes. He bowls, and that's on middle and leg, and can be easily worked out towards deep square leg for a single by Ryan Higgins, and 138. He moves on to 340 for 6.
Yeah, I think Sanderson and Berg are both vital cogs in the Northamptonshire wheel. You know, I think you've got Taylor and Buck behind them, who are very fine bowlers on their day, but it's Sanderson and Berg who've really been the ones who've looked threatening in this game.
And then I guess Kelly coming in potentially gives them the opportunity to rest one of the two main bowlers. No respect to the others, of course, as that's a full delivery, and Zafar pushes it up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, if Gareth Berg's going to carry on batting the way that he did in the first innings here, you could almost play him as a batsman, couldn't you? Very impressive innings.
Yeah, but can you imagine being Vasconcelos out in the middle saying, Gareth, you're not bowling. No, we've agreed this. You're not bowling.
Yes, he would always want to be in the thick of it. And he's had a terrific game. No bat and ball. No question of that.
Here's Sanderson staying over the wicket to the left-handed Zafar, who push drives up to mid-off. And there's no run. There's just been that one ball that has done something. That play and a miss. Just had a little look at it on replay. And it did move away from Zafar off the pitch. But it's still, this new ball is, I mean, it is getting towards the stage where it has actually started to wear off. But yeah, I suppose there's still the hint of something out there. But, well, I think we may only find out how much there is still when Gloucestershire bowl, potentially, as Zafar gets another full delivery and meets it with stout defence.
Yeah, I think what happened yesterday, we saw one or two little bit of inconsistencies with the bounce, didn't we? And one or two little bit of inconsistencies with the pace. A couple were sticking in the pitch a little bit and others were flying through. And we've seen less and less of that. And it's been unusual. You expect the pitch to wear and get worse as the game goes on. This looks like it's getting better. It's like Gareth Berg getting better with age.
Sanderson is in, and Zafar looking for a single as he pokes it out into the covers, but he's picked out Gareth Berg there. And that ends the over. So 92 overs left in the day. Can't make up time on the last day, of course, so it's 92 more left. And the lead sits at 275 for Gloucestershire. Of course, we're doing the calculations and taking off the 2 overs for the innings change. But of course, now that this next one will start, you can take off 3 overs. So we're already down to 89 for the potential chase.
Yeah, you see, my view on the declaration is, because it's red ball cricket, you can put men out on the fence as many men as you want. You can chuck it down the leg side if you want, you know, and it's not like white ball where 5 and over is you know, imminently gettable.
Nathan Buck from the David Capel end bowling to Ryan Higgins, who forces that off the back foot. Very sharp bit of fielding by the aforementioned Gareth Berg, and Zafar Gohar had come a long way down, thinking there might be a single there, but he reckoned without the 41-year-old, who dived away, stopped the ball, and was able to get the throw in. And for his part, Zafar Gohar managed to regain his ground.
There were times yesterday when the run out did look to be the most likely way that particularly that Higgins-Lace partnership, they ran so well between the sticks, and it seemed so bizarre the couple of times when it broke down, and there were a couple of near misses there.
2 slips of the close field as Buck comes in, drives the Higgins back down the ground, up to mid-on, in fact, and there's no run. Yes, that partnership between Tom Lace and Ryan Higgins yesterday added 165 in 43 overs for the 6th wicket, and really completely changed the complexion of the match. Coming together as they did at 98 for 5, with Gloucestershire in effect 33 for 5, and broken in possibly equally surprising fashion with a very, very good return catch by Emilio Gay, who was filling in a few overs until the new ball. Here's Buchan again, bowls to Higgins, who drives, doesn't time it at all, just runs up to mid-on. And there's no run. Talking to Chris Liddle about Emilio Gay last night, and he's just saying what a great character he is to have in the side. So enthusiastic, just always wants to be in the game. And well, who knows? You may see a bit more of him bowling this. If you do have somebody like that who can just fill in a few overs, whether it's just to give the bowlers a rest or fill in the overs before the second new ball or whatever, very, very handy. Here's Buck in again and bowls, and that's short of a length and cracked away off the back foot through point by Higgins, who's going to pick up a single as it goes out to Curran. Fielding in front of the West Stand, one more to Higgins, 139 to him, 341 for 6. You think of the likes in Northamptonshire context, certainly of Wayne Larkin, somebody like that, who obviously was in the side predominantly as a batsman, but could bowl some handy medium pace. Picked up a hat-trick in a B&H qualifier, which we were talking about earlier in the week, and was bowled in a World Cup final in 1979. Probably the least said about that, the better, but he did it. Here's Buchan again, bowls very short, high, looping, ballooning bouncer that Zafar Gohar ducks underneath. Lewis McManus behind the stumps has to jump up to take it.
Did Collis King collar him in that game?
I fear he did, and well, he wasn't alone, Ned, in that respect. Collared a few, but yeah, it's a handy medium pacer. Took a number of first-class wickets. But as we say, it's just useful, and especially, what do they call it now? Multi-dimensional cricketers is what they're after.
Three-dimensional,
yeah,
almost,
indeed,
or something
yes.
like that, anyway. Yeah.
Here's Buchan again, bowls to Gohar, plays that to backward point, and there's no run. Yes, is that like three-dimensional batting? Yes, or 360-degree batting.
360, yes,
360-degree
that's the
batting.
trendy
That's
term,
the
isn't
thing.
it?
Yes, that's
Mr.
the one.
360, A.B. de Villiers,
Dear
that sort of
oh
thing.
Lord.
Well, there's Joss Butler as well. I mean, those two both seem to get that nickname.
I think I've even read it about Ben Duckett as well. But,
And Owen Morgan.
Oh yeah, well there we go. There's a few of them. 341 for 6 at the end of the over. 276 is Gloucestershire's lead. Higgins is 139, and Zafar is 46.
Well, so far, a fairly, well, I'm not going to say quite sedate because of the two boundaries that Zafar Gohar hit, but Northamptonshire has certainly gone a little more on the defensive, even against Zafar since then, looking to keep the runs down. Sanderson in, and that's a nice delivery, which Higgins, well, he sort of had the shallow angle of the bat as if he was going to try to maybe even run that down towards third man, or at least he was going to try and play it softly, whatever happened. But Sanderson's able to beat him on the outside edge. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery, actually. I think looking at it on the replay, it's almost acted like a leg cutter, just not moving a massive amount, but moving just enough to draw Higgins into the shot and then leave him. This time he drives without too much timing, and it's fielded by Berg at cover, and there's no run. And you'd have to imagine, going back to the Naseem Shah point as well, that again, going back to the discussion about would Gloucestershire set something up, I think that makes it even less likely that there's going to be a massive amount of urgency shown this morning. So at the moment, you can see that it's mostly defence first here from Higgins in particular. As Sanderson moves in and bowls, and having said that, he's just gone for a flashing drive off a ball that was nowhere near a half volley, and he's lucky not to have edged that one. And through to McManus it goes without harm for Higgins.
Yeah, we were talking on air earlier, or off air earlier, sorry, and paradoxically, Vasconcelos is both sides' best chance of victory, I think, because as long as he's at the crease, Northamptonshire will think they've got a chance of victory. And I think that is Gloucestershire's best hope of victory themselves, if there's a chance of bowling them out.
Sanderson moves in. Higgins taking a couple of steps down the pitch there and succeeds in making it into quite an awkward length for him, and close to wrapping him on the gloves there, if it didn't actually wrap him on the gloves. And in fact, looking at it, it may well have done, as he's just taken his glove off. That's the last thing that Gloucestershire need, is Ryan Higgins to have an issue with the bowling hand. It seems to be all right. Yeah. Yes, it was his bowling hand as well. So anyway, he's back and now banging his bat into the ground, I suspect, to see how much pain he's in when he potentially makes contact with the ball. Here comes Sanderson. He's there and he bowls. And on the similar length there, but Higgins hadn't quite come charging down the pitch in the same way, and plays it comfortably off the back foot up to mid-on, and there's no run. Saw so few loose shots from Higgins as well. He didn't offer up a chance yesterday, and it was just such an impressive innings because, you know, I was giving the statistic actually in the first innings even that I can actually, I'll read out his scores to finish off last season, and that'll probably make the point best. Sanderson is in, and that's a shout for leg before wicket and given. That's the end of Higgins. It looked pretty good from up here, and Sanderson gets his 3rd wicket. And Higgins, 139, he's going to have to drag himself off. He's looking as disappointed as Rob Keogh did when he was dismissed for his century. But that ends a magnificent innings from Ryan Higgins. And you could argue, actually, his best in Gloucestershire colours. It's not his highest, but I think probably his most valuable. And certainly from a personal point of view, he'll be so thrilled to have got those runs. He'll be disappointed to have got out now, of course. I hate to use the word disappointed to go out. He'll probably be livid, actually. But either way, he's more than done his job for Gloucestershire here. He's given himself something to bowl at, apart from anything else, and rightfully so, receiving a warm round of applause from those that are here at Wantage Road as he makes his way off.
Yeah, the curse of the commentator there, I thought that kept a little low, actually. Just having just said that not much was keeping low as the game was going on, I thought that one didn't bounce as much possibly as Ryan Higgins might have thought. I think it might have hit him just about on the knee roll, and I think he thought that the bounce was going to be slightly higher. But fantastic knock. I mean, Ryan Higgins, you think of him generally as a bowling all-rounder. You're going to go through his scores and you think of him as a bowling all-rounder. But his batting was really impressive. And without him, this game would be over now, and Northamptonshire would have 20-odd points in the bag.
Batted just under 6 hours, 4 minutes short of 6 hours, 356 minutes, 213 balls, 1610 fours.
Yeah, well, that mean, just in brief, his last score over 40 was the Middlesex game last year, which was in I think late May, well, mid-May time actually it was.
Nathan Buck starting a fresh over to Zafar Gohar, who immediately turns that away for a single out to deep mid-wicket, fielded by Ben Curran. Sends in his return, 47 to Gohar, 342 for 7.
And I think you're absolutely right, Dan. It did keep ever so slightly low. It was kind of, well, probably full of a good length, but it certainly didn't get up very much, and I think it hit him below the knee roll, and Higgins is not a tall chap, so I think possibly you could say encouraging signs for Gloucestershire, but at the same time, I think they would have liked Higgins, well, I know they would have liked Higgins to have been there for a bit longer.
Buck again, in from the David Capel end, bowls to the new batsman Matt Taylor, who's run that away down towards third man. Long chase for Emilio Gay, who does really well, scoops it back with his left hand, diving away down in front of us. Super bit of fielding, saved 2 runs certainly. They're able to come through for a couple to get Matt Taylor off the mark. 2 to him, 344 for 7. And the lead up to 279. He's
a wonderful fielder, Emilio Gay, he really is, and he's got bucket hands in the slips, and down there at third man, really athletic. His catch yesterday to dismiss Tom Lace, caught and bowled, was absolutely fantastic in his follow through down by his bootlaces, and
yeah, watched
he's
it
got
again.
His fingers under the ball. Really good.
It was terrific, wasn't it? It was a great bit of fielding. Here's Buck again, bowling to Taylor, who's just playing that back down the pitch to be fielded by Buck and his follow through, and there's no run. Yes, he's a natural athlete, I think. Emilio Gay, big boxing fan, loves his boxing.
Did you see Colin Milburn here?
Just about. Well, I was too young to see him in his pomp, as it were. I've obviously seen footage of him, but yeah, I saw him when he came back just for a few one-day games in 73 and 74 after he lost his eye. Here's Buck in again, bowls to Taylor, who comes across his stumps to Buck's frustration, but manages to get enough bat on it to send it down to fine leg, where it's fielded by safe Zabe, and they're through for a single, 3 to Taylor, 3:45 for 7. But you talk to players that played with and against him, and my goodness, what a talent he was. David Steele saying about hitting sixes over extra cover, that he was able to do it. It makes you wonder what sort of career he would have had with that sort of ability now, with white ball cricket around the world and franchise cricket. He would have made an absolute fortune, wouldn't he?
And Gloucestershire fans listening in will remember Jim Fote, who was an absolutely wonderful fielder.
Great fielder, wasn't he? Yeah, I mean, and Colin Milburn obviously was a brilliant close catcher, still holds the county record for most catches in a season by a fielder. His buck in again, bowling short to the left-handed Zafar Gohar, and once again, batter just ducks underneath it, sails harmlessly over his head. Yeah, great reflexes, Colin Milburn. The bar at the back of the new pavilion, named after him. His club still has some memorabilia of his Northamptonshire blazer, his England blazer, various other bits and pieces from his career.
There are a lot of links with Northamptonshire in the North East, aren't there?
Well, there were very strong ones for many years. Here's Buck again round the wicket to Gohara, plays it up to mid-wicket, fielded by Buck. No run, end of the over, 3:45 for 7. Taylor is 3, Gohar 47. Gloucestershire's lead 280. Yes, largely thanks to a gentleman named Doug Ferguson, who was Northamptonshire's scout up in the North East for many years. And yeah, around about that time, you had the likes of Malcolm Scott a bit before that, of course, came down from there, and Jeff Cook from the North East, Peter Willey, Alan Hodgson, any number of George Sharp, any number of very fine cricketers from the North East. And before Durham were a first-class county,
at that stage it was an untapped resource,
and
I suppose, wasn't it?
And then Simon Brown here as well.
Chubby, yes, born in Clevedon. Gareth Smith from Bolden, still playing.
Here's Sanderson continuing to Matt Taylor, and Matt Taylor turns that straight to square leg and won't pick up a run for that one.
I had to laugh yesterday. I think it was when Lewis McManus was standing up, and I think Ben Sanderson decided to slip the bouncer in, and to the surprise of the keeper. I remember seeing Simon Brown do that in a club match. He was playing for a sort of a guest on tour for my club, and he got the keeper to stand up and then bounce the batsman. It didn't go down very well.
Here comes Sanderson. He is in and bowls, and Matt Taylor once more working leg side. Thought he had kind of split the gap, but the fielders are in quite close there at mid-on and square leg, and there's no run. And of course, it's not just the seamers bowling bounces with the keeper up. Nowadays, you see the occasional spinner do it. Qais Ahmed, the Afghan spinner, who was actually going to play for Gloucestershire in 2020, but didn't come, obvious reasons. And then ended up going to Kent last year, and I think he's going to be back there this year as well. As here comes Sanderson now, bowls to Matt Taylor, who's forward and playing back to the bowler. But he bounced Andre Russell in I can't remember which league it was. I mean, probably the Caribbean Premier League or something like that. Andre Russell had, in typical kind of stylish bravado, had not even worn a cap. He was. Never mind a helmet, no cap either, in case Ahmed decided to bounce him. So I can imagine the look on Andre Russell's face when he did that. Here comes Sanderson. He bowls short. Matt Taylor sees it early and ducks under it.
Am I imagining things, or did Phil Edmonds used to do that occasionally?
He did 2 in a row to Bruce Edgar once, about 86.
Yeah. Seem to remember Phil Edmonds. He was very much his own man, wasn't he, in so many ways.
And I've got a feeling the second one might have been a no ball, because I think there was a 1 bouncer and over rule in that series, or regulation.
Well, you like to see that kind of thing, though.
Yeah.
It's always makes for good fun. Sanderson now to Matt Taylor, who, has he got a nick on that? Yes, he has. He's gone. I think he was actually walking even before the umpire raised the finger. So Sanderson has his 4th victim. I guess 2 wickets against Gloucestershire for an innings just wasn't enough for him. So he's got 2 wickets in 2 overs now. And Matt Taylor trudges back, having made 3. And Gloucestershire's chief hope for getting to 300 now very much Zafar Gohar. They'd have been hoping for a bit of a partnership there. Matt Taylor, as I said, his batting has really come on of late, and he had a pretty good season with the bat last season, not just the maiden 50s in first-class cricket and List A cricket, but several other important contributions as well, but he's only made 3 in this innings, and the lead sits at 280. I wonder also if Naseem Shah has got shoulder issues, is he going to come out to bat? And I think that is actually him.
I think it is him, yes, it looks like it. Yeah, 2 in 2 overs for Ben Sanderson, 8 in the match now, so normal service has been resumed, it's probably fair to say.
Yeah, and with every wicket, the chance of the draw diminishes, doesn't it? And a chance for a positive result. And this is really moving the game on. And this game that's gripped us for 3 days is continuing to intrigue us, isn't it, gents?
Yep, certainly. And I think, you know, going back to the potential shoulder issues for Naseem Shah, and you asked yesterday who is the key man for Gloucestershire. And whilst it still, I think, remains Higgins with the new ball, I'm actually going to say now that for me, Matt Taylor might be the key man, because Matt Taylor has been known to have a dream spell,
yeah.
and when he takes a wicket, he tends to take them in clusters. And if he could do that this time, then perhaps that does put Gloucestershire into pole position. Sanderson now into Naseem, and he guides that down towards third man, and Zafar says, nope. You're not going to get off the mark and have the strike. So I suspect we might see Zafar potentially open his shoulders here, not because necessarily the fact that Gloucestershire want to set anything up, but just because that's his best chance of adding the 20 runs that Gloucestershire need to get to that magic round number of 300.
You could just almost see Naseem Shah say, not you as well, because he had that that long, long and productive partnership with James Bracey, where he did a noble job in just keeping an end going, and Bracey was looking to shield him as far as possible, but it was... we were adding up the runs that he could have scored if he'd actually been allowed to.
Good 4 or 5 he got done out. So it was back-to-back wicket maidens for Ben Sanderson.
Here's Nathan Buck again, starting his 23rd over from the David Capel end, and bowls to Gohar. Plays it up to Rob Keogh at mid-on. There was probably a single there, but obviously they weren't going to take it off the first ball of the over. There
seems to be some real trust issues going on, doesn't there? And if Shah's sort of worried about them, think how Singh Dale feels at number 11.
Well, he's did get his first-class average up to bang on 6 with his innings in the first innings, which was absolutely crucial.
Added 80, didn't he, with Bracey? That's a magnificent stroke by Zafar Gohar. Straight drive back past the bowler, 4 runs to bring him his half-century. Well, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that stroke. It was as good as anything we've seen in this innings. 51 to Gohar, and Gloucestershire up to 349 for 8. He acknowledges the applause from around the ground, and well, that really was absolutely out of the top draw. Beautiful stroke.
He seems to be a wonderful stroke maker, Zafar. I mean, occasionally the defensive technique looks a little bit odd, but when he times a ball, it really rattles to the boundary, and he's got seemingly all the shots in the book.
Here's Buck in again to bowl to Gohar. Is in behind that, playing defensively back down the pitch, fielded by Buck off his own bowling, and there's no run.
With regards to Singh Dale at number 11, we did have a chat at our cricket club last year about the worst number 11s in living history, and obviously the names of Chris Martin and Pommy and Bangor come up. But for me, the worst one I saw, I think, was Brendan Bracewell over here in the 78 New Zealand tourists, who got 4 runs all series, and they were edged through the slips, I think, of Bob Willis. And yeah, he was pretty poor.
BP Bracewell, remember him. Here's Zafar Gohar picking up a run this time. They might think about 2 here. It's gone a long way out there to that longish boundary on the west side of the ground. But Ben Curran very quick to the ball, and I think alert to the possibility of the batsman trying to think about 2. So he keeps it down to 1, brings the 350 up for Gloucestershire. 350 for 8, so the lead is 285. And Gohar goes up to 52.
Stephen Bock in that side as well at number 10 wasn't too clever with the bat himself, so...
Yeah, I mean, sort of say the days of the genuine 10 and 11 have gone, but the Indian Test team has a few.
Buck in bowling to Naseem Shah, who fishes for that outside the off stump, beats the outside edge, goes through into the gloves of McManus, and he just holds up a hand of apology to Zafar Gohar, and now comes down the pitch to tell him where he's going wrong.
But it's just small matter of the 7 or 8 that come before them with
Yes.
the Indian Test team.
Doesn't really matter if you've no, absolutely. If you've got that weight at the top of the order.
And of course, they can still score runs as they showed against England at Lord's.
Yes, indeed. Here's Bucking again, bowling to Sarah, who he's caught behind, I think. They've all gone up for that. Not out, says the umpire. It certainly beat the outside edge. There was a concerted appeal from behind the stumps, not from Nathan Buck, I think it's probably fair to say. Not out, says the umpire. He survives. Shah yet to get off the mark. Gohar 52, 350 for 8 at the end of the over. Buck 23 overs, no wicket for 84. Must just mention, we were talking about Wayne Larkins. I've just got his figures up as a bowler. We're talking about the value of having a top order batsman who can bowl a few overs. Took 40 first class wickets at 42, but in one-day cricket, 77 wickets at 31, including a fifer. So handy performer.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you can have somebody with those sorts of numbers in one-day cricket, especially. Sanderson now to Zafar, and he's in, and that's angled down to third man, and it'll dribble down there with the batsman not moving a jot. So they've got a third man, a deep point, a long leg, and a deep square leg with 2 slips, and 3 fielders. Well, I say 3 fielders saving the single, but mid-off and mid-on would probably be on the edge of the 30-yard circle if there were one. And they've got that fielder at extra cover who actually he's kind of in a catching position there, I suspect, because there is a chance of a loose drive in the air through that region from Zafar. That's gone into the leg side this time, and it was a bit of a... Well, he's making it seem as if it was an extraordinarily long run to the ball, Rob Keogh there from mid-on. But I think had they really decided to put their heads down and sprint for it, that there might well actually have been 2 there, despite the play acting from Keogh to suggest, why on earth did you not take me on? There's another dot ball, and no sense in risking anything for the extra run. At this stage, Zafar Gohar drives, can't find the gap. It's stopped by Gareth Berg at extra cover, and there's no run. That's seemingly a favourite shot of Zafar's, and there is still some room there on that offside for him to try and find, but just couldn't do so that time.
I haven't given you a weather update yet after Radha's described me as Barnett's answer to Thomas Schaffernacker yesterday, but I'll come on to it after this ball.
Sanderson, head bowed slightly as he starts his run, and now moves in, and there's a flashing shot from Zafar off the inner half of the bat, out to deep backward square leg for a single. I think he may have felt that one through the hands as it kind of, well, I'm sure anyone who's batted at any level, unless maybe Sir Donald Bradman has experienced that awful vibration through the bat at some point in their careers. I think that may have happened there. But he got a single for it off the 4th ball of the over. And Naseem Shah now back on strike. Sanderson in and bowls down the leg side. Nothing on it. Goes through to McManus, who takes in tumbling fashion to prevent byes.
It's going to be a lovely day here at Northampton. Some wispy cotton wool type clouds in the sky, and the flags on the flagpole over the groundsman's hut over there, just gently swaying in a westerly breeze by the look of it, and it's going to be an absolutely wonderful day and a wonderful day's cricket as well.
Sanderson to complete the over, and he's there and bowls to Naseem, and that's down the leg side. There's a shout for leg before wicket here as well, and it's going to go for 4 leg byes. So the bat was not involved, but it's well, he just about played a shot at it, I think, then Naseem.
Just
about. It was a half-hearted attempt at a leg glance, and obviously in the umpire's mind going down the leg side, but it's 4 more vital runs to Gloucestershire. 355 for 8, and the lead sits at 290.
I tell you what surprised me about those last 2 deliveries. It's so unusual with Ben Sanderson with 4 wickets in an innings, bowling to a tail ender, to see him push 2 down the leg side. It's almost unheard of.
And he'd been right on the money so far today as well.
It's an affront to the laws of nature almost to see that sort of thing happening. Very odd.
I wouldn't say that Nassim Shah didn't look like he was playing a shot at that. I thought he actually played about 3 or 4 different shots at it, but there you go.
Well, Sam Batten's back on the field, our substitute fielder from yesterday, one of the sort of keenest subs you could ever imagine from the Northamptonshire talent pathway. Plays for St Crispin's Rylands Cricket Club in Northampton, just on the edge of Northampton. Lovely ground, quite high up, where Rob Bailey once famously scored a century for Northamptonshire County Colts in 1983. And if I remember rightly, he was first out for 100 at 105 for 1. And
Wow.
my old chum David Heathfield was opening the batting with him, so if Heathers is listening, he'll remember that well, I'm sure. Because Rob Bailey scoring 3 successive hundreds for the Northamptonshire County Colts, he, even at that sort of age, was a tough proposition, and of course became a fantastic player for Northamptonshire, England player as well, now highly respected first-class umpire, very popular figure around the county circuit.
Yes, he was the umpire in the Royal London final that Gloucestershire won, and he gave out that extraordinary LBW decision to complete Jade Dernbach's hat-trick at the end of the first innings, that it was a bouncer that David Payne ducked, and I think it was probably missing another set down the leg side and hit him on the full outside leg stump. Most extraordinary. Anyway,
it's not that you remember these
well,
things.
no, but of course it didn't matter. Didn't matter at all.
Here's Buck in again, starts a fresh over, and that's gone past the outside edge of Gohar's bat. It's taken way down low, or stopped way down low by Lewis McManus, and there's no question of a bye. Just one slip in now. There's Northamptonshire looking to try and just keep Gohar. We'll give him the single basically and have a go at Nassim Shah.
But I would say though, I'm pretty sure he returned the favour in the second innings, and I forget who it was.
Oh.
He used to love a white helmet, didn't he, Rob Bailey? There was no
Yes.
uniformity with helmets back then. Alex Stewart used to wear a white one for England, didn't he?
That's
and
right,
Wayne
yes, he
Larkins,
did.
I think, did as well.
Yes, he did. Here's Buckin again. Bowls big appeal for LBW. Looked a bit high, but he's given him out. Well, Gohar goes, and a slightly half-hearted appeal by Nathan Buck for LBW, but he had the umpire's finger up, so Zafar Gohar goes for 53. LBW for Nathan Buck, first wicket of the innings for him. And Gloucestershire 9 down, 355 for 9. The lead is 290, and that 300 that we were talking about, well, it may become duly relevant. What's your thoughts on that one? You've had a chance to have a look at the replay. My first thought was
it's pitched even further outside leg stump than Chris
Yeah.
Dent's, and yes, there's every chance it may well have gone over the top. I mean, it's hit him. He is right back on the crease, and it's hit him about level with sort of the top of the bails. So maybe it would have clipped, but as I say, it's pitched even further outside leg stump than Chris Dent's. And you know, you don't. It's not an easy job umpiring at the best of times. The half-hearted nature of the appeal, and you know, it wasn't as though the time wasn't taken over the decision, but I'm afraid, well, you can use your own words at home to describe that decision if you've been able to see it.
I'm sure Nathan Buck will feel all contributions gratefully received.
Yes, exactly.
If the umpires are in a profligate mood, though, it's not the end of the world, is it, for Gloucestershire? If, you know, they won't mind that.
Well, it looks though Nassim Shah having a chat with Nathan Buck and one or two of the Northamptonshire fielders. Looks so he's having a very nice natter out there as Ajit Singh Dale comes out to the crease as Gloucestershire's number 11. So the lead 290. And all the talk before the start of the play with Tom Lace from the Gloucestershire camp, Chris Liddle from the Northamptonshire camp, and here in the commentary box as well, 300 is the sort of the golden number almost that Northamptonshire didn't want to be chasing any more than, and Gloucestershire didn't want to be setting any less than. Well, let's see what the last pair can do. At least Nassim Shah won't have to worry now about having his runs turned down, I wouldn't have thought. As Buck comes in, bowls the first ball to Dale, who flashes that away off an outside edge down to third man. There's 2 slips in place, but it was well wide of the slip cordon. Fielded down there in front of us by Emilio Gay. Sends in his return to Lewis McManus, and Dale is off the mark straight away with a single. And Gloucestershire up to 356 for 9.
So his first Gloucestershire run, he was not out in the first innings. So
a great moment
for Gloucestershire.
Great moment for him.
291 the lead.
Yeah, lead 291. Buck running in from the David Capel end to bowl to Nassim Shah, who's gone aerial over the top of mid-on. And they will be running this, but they won't have to because I think he's going to go for 4. No, it has gone for 4. Ben Sanderson was chasing back there towards the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective. And he's almost like, I would imagine Nassim Shah feeling somewhat liberated, the fact that his runs are actually going to count now.
Well, I was thinking it was one thing to do it against Keogh, but to do it against
Nathan Buck,
Buck, I don't think that would have gone down well. But the hoist down the ground seems to be the Nassim Shah shot.
I wonder if this will be in his half. Here's Buck in again. Bowls to Shah. Yes, it is. And Nassim Shah playing that slightly idiosyncratic defensive stroke, pushed up towards Keogh at mid-off, didn't get anywhere near him.
For a man with a shoulder injury, that was spectacularly cavalier, wasn't it?
It was one of those where if you're fielding at mid-on as Ben Sanderson was, you think that's coming to me, and then you suddenly realise it's just going to clear you. And then he had to sprint back towards the boundary and try and pull it back, but didn't manage to do so. It crossed the rope.
On another day, that might have plugged as well, but hard outfield, it kicked on.
Here's Buck in again, bowls to Shah, guides that away beautifully down to...
Flamboyant.
Down to third man. There's only a slip in place, and it's more work for Emilio Gay on the third man boundary down in front of us, in front of the indoor school. And Nassim Shah keeps the bowling as well counted. He's up to 5, Dale is 1, 361 for 9, Gloucestershire, and that's a lead of 296 with the last pair in.
Well, same as for the first innings, really, with Nassim Shah at the crease. This is the kind of time when everyone's entertained except for Northamptonshire, and they're certainly not going to remove Ben Sanderson from the attack, sitting on 4 wickets at the moment.
I'm not saying these two are untrustworthy with the bat, but the groundsman's just started up his mower. Started up the heavy roller over there.
Here comes Sanderson, he bowls, and there's another huge hoist down the ground. This is going to be a good catch if it's taken. No, he can't get there. He's lobbed it over the head of Rob Keogh running back from mid-off, and they've come through for 2 more. So the lead to 298, once again looking to launch down the ground in spectacular fashion. It is the swing of that blade. It comes from so high and then comes down, and then the flourish goes all the way through. It was good to the vertical as well.
Good club selection as well. If he took an 8, if he'd taken a 9, I think it would have gone straight to mid-off.
Yes, and it was Zorro.
You know, it was exactly what you're saying, golf, isn't it? You've got the driver swing, same swing power, just with a lower club. Sanderson in, and there's another flourishing shot attempted down the ground. This is surely going to be taken and is very comfortably by Saif Zaib to end the innings. So Gloucestershire don't quite reach that 300 mark. They have, however, batted for 50 minutes, which means that by the change of innings, they will have seen off the first hour of the morning. Nassim Shah, the last man to go, caught by Zaib off Sanderson, who gets his 5-wicket haul. Another 5 against Gloucestershire, another 5 for him in his career. And the equation is set. 299 runs to win for Northamptonshire from 82 overs.
Game on. Game on. It's going to be a fantastic, fantastic 4th day here at Wantage Road. It's been a wonderful game of cricket all round. It's ebbed and flowed, and the fortunes of each side have swung and oscillated from one side to the other, and it continues to do that. And it's been a brilliant morning for Northants. It's just what the doctor ordered, with the 4 wickets falling reasonably cheaply, and they've put themselves back into this game.
For those interested, the required run rate for Northamptonshire would be 3.65 per over, 299 from 82.
Well, that's definitely going to be possible. And Ben Sanderson, as you say, there are, to paraphrase Benjamin Franklin, there are 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Ben Sanderson taking wickets in county championship cricket for Northamptonshire. And there we are again, 24.2 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 66. Ben Sanderson, which gives him match figures of 9 for 132. He took 4 for 66 from... His figures are remarkably similar. The first innings, 25 overs, 4 for 66, 24.2 overs, 5 for 66 in the second innings. So pleasing symmetry, 9 for 132 in the match for Ben Sanderson to open his season. Give you the rest of the Northamptonshire bowling figures. If you'd like to keep your scorecard filled in, Gareth Berg, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 52. Excellent from him again. 5 wickets in the match for Berg. Tom Taylor, 20 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 70. Nathan Buck, 24 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 90. Rob Keogh, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 30. Did a very important and valuable holding job for Northamptonshire yesterday. Saif Zaid, 2 overs, no wicket for 11. Emilio Gay, 4 overs, 1 for 12. That brilliant low return catch to dismiss Tom Lace yesterday. And Josh Cobb bowled 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. His first championship bowl since June 2019. So Gloucestershire then all out for 363. The extras count, for those that are interested in these things, was 19, comprising 13 leg byes, 4 byes and 2 no balls. 363 all out. Northamptonshire need 299 to win.
And an extraordinary scorecard in that every batsman that made double figures made a 50. So 4 batsmen reached double figures. They all got 50s and everybody else single figures. But Chris Dent started off the recovery with 54. They were 21 for 4 after 13.5 overs yesterday, Gloucestershire. Dent got it started, and Higgins and Lace with that enormous partnership, which was worth 165, and that was the linchpin of the innings. But Zafar Gohar's contribution with the bat certainly could prove vital with his 53. But now for Zafar in particular, and Ryan Higgins, of course, who made the 139, their contributions are required with ball as well as bat. So still was the odd thing happening out there, but, well, a rested attack potentially, although perhaps not quite so rested, given that Higgins has been out there for, well, the best part of, what, 6 hours with the bat, right. Not so long ago, and Zafar himself spent 2 hours at the crease, so maybe not quite as rested as they might have been. But it'll be so interesting to see what happens with the new ball. Is it going to be like the other new balls we've had in this match, or is it going to be more like the second new ball last night? And if it is, then probably it's going to have to be Zafar Gohar that is the main threat for Gloucestershire. And again, it's been so difficult to judge whether there has been any turnout there. You'd imagine that Zafar would manage to get more turn than the likes of Keogh and Cobb, but at the same time, whether it's there or not in this pitch, I'm not really sure. At the moment, I'd be inclined to say that I suspect probably not.
It was interesting talking to, mentioned the contribution of Rob Keogh yesterday, bowling those 13 overs for 30 and doing a useful holding operation. I was talking to Chris Little about that last night, and he was saying that they were particularly pleased with that performance, in that they've always known that Rob Keogh is a turner. He can spin the ball. He's an attacking off-spinner. But particularly if Simon Kerrigan is not in the side, which he's obviously not playing in this match, and Rob Keogh is, if you like, the senior spinner, the job that they would often need him to do is just the one he did yesterday, and to keep an end tight. And he did that very well. I mean, he went. I think there were a couple of boundaries in his last over, wasn't it, which slightly spoiled his figures. But he was going up to then at around about 2 and over, and was blocking an end up, and did create 1 or 2 chances. And I have to say, if I was being, hypercritical of Ricardo Vasconcelos in the field yesterday, maybe there was a case for bowling him a little bit more. But he did a useful job, I think. But as you say, Zafar Gohar is much more of an attacking option, I would imagine, and he's going to be a key man in what follows. Yeah,
I think if Gloucestershire want to win this game, he's got to bowl. He's got to be much more than just a holding bowler. And I think there are some footmarks there that the right-handers, the right-arm bowlers have made. And with the left-handers in Northamptonshire's top order, he'll be looking to exploit those footholds.
One thing also, looking back at the run rate, looking back to that first innings, Northamptonshire's innings run rate was 3.73, so even that would be enough to get the runs. So Northamptonshire do not have to do anything out of the ordinary. I'm sure Vasconcelos will play his natural game and will play his shots at the top of the order, but there's every chance that, and Gloucestershire will attest to this because it happened to them when they chased the 3-4-8 against Leicestershire. They lost a couple of early wickets even, and Cobain and Lace, who put on an enormous partnership to help win them that game, they were not quite blocking throughout the afternoon session, but they left it until close to tea, arguably after tea, before really going for it. And Northamptonshire don't have to make a call until tea time, even potentially.
No, and that was very much the case also in the run chase, the long run chase against Glamorgan here last year in what was the second home match of the season. After the draw against Kent, when again Glamorgan set Northamptonshire 357 to win, and Northamptonshire did chase those down thanks to big 100 from Ricardo Vasconcelos, career best 185 not out. Rob Keogh also made a century, and those two put on a long partnership to win the match and win it in the end pretty comfortably. But on that occasion, and this is no disrespect to Glamorgan's bowlers, they didn't turn up really. They bowled well in the first innings. For some reason, and even Matthew Maynard afterwards was at a loss to explain it, they just didn't turn up, didn't bowl the right lines, didn't bowl the right length, and they got hammered.
I think the other thing to consider here as well is the outfield's been unseasonably fast, hasn't it? It's been very quick for an April outfield.
It's quickened up, I think, in the last couple of days, hasn't it? There was a little bit the first day when we were having those frequent showers. It was a little bit stodgy, particularly down at this end, but it certainly seems to have quickened up in the last 2 days.
And it's a short boundary down there towards third, down at the David Capel end, and it runs away quickly. I don't know if that's slightly down the hill there, but it has run away quickly. We've seen a number of boundaries in that area.
Yeah, and if there has been an area that's been a bit slower, it has actually also been out towards the longer boundary. So
yes,
you'd guess from a boundary point of view, would you say, I mean, it's a bit difficult to tell almost because being up here, it will seem shorter towards the David Capel end, but probably it looks, at least from up here, as if it's longer towards this Lynn Wilson end, Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre end, sorry. I'm going to get the indoor centre in.
Oh, yes.
And maybe that will be the end which Zafar Gohard chooses. But Ryan Higgins will start off from the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre end. That's where he picked up his wickets with the new ball day before yesterday. And no surprise that he's going to have exactly the same end. And I suspect, especially given that Naseem Shah may not bowl due to this shoulder problem, that Matt Taylor will get the new ball from the David Capel end.
Northamptonshire's highest fourth innings total for any result is against Gloucestershire, 411, and that was to lose at Gloucester in 2007.
Vasconcelos twirling his bat there like a gunslinger coming into bat.
So here we go, Vasconcelos facing Higgins. And Higgins is in and bowls, and that's driven wide of mid-off. Van Buren will go into the dive to prevent further runs and just a single, and then Bracey has to get up high to ensure that the throw doesn't get past him. Would have been backing up anyway. So Vasconcelos off the mark. First ball of this chase of 299, so immediately down to 298. To win for Northamptonshire. Notice the board's still saying trail by 297, so you always have to just mentally add that extra run on in terms of the runs to win. I suspect that will probably catch me out at some point during the afternoon, so apologies in advance for that.
You and me both, Ed, don't worry.
Emilio Gay facing up then. 3 slips in place, quite tight together as Higgins is in and left alone by Gay through to James Bracey.
Intriguing hour before lunch here with a new ball. It'll be interesting to see whether this one does move around and sings and dances, as they say.
It's quite hazy overhead, isn't it? It's it's fine enough, and such cloud as there is very high, but there's a little bit hazy. It ought to, you'd think, swing a little bit.
Here comes Higgins. He's there and bowls. Once more left alone by Emilio Gay. Bracey's taking that around about ankle height, really.
That said, it's still quite chilly, isn't it? So whether that might just mean it doesn't swing as much as it would have done otherwise, but I think it's around about, what, 12, 13 degrees out there at the moment, or 11 according to my thermometer on my laptop. Probably warmer than that in here, I suspect.
I suspect also, come back to that, as Higgins is now in and bowls full and defended out towards point. And there's no run there. Ben Charlesworth with the fielding. I suspect it's probably a case, and you'd imagine, given how early both sides, or particularly Gloucestershire, tried to get that ball change in the first innings.
Yes, that's right.
It's getting scuffed up quite early, I suspect. So that will negate swing. Higgins bowls, and once more, Gay watches that go through to James Bracey behind the stumps. 3 slips, Hammond, Dent, and Lace, and already, yes, no balls were a problem for Ryan Higgins in the first innings, and who knows, if the foot had been behind the line for Gareth Berg's dismissal, we may not even be sitting here at the moment.
I suspect I might have been in my back garden now.
But Higgins, in total 7 no balls, and the update coming.
Yep, just going to update BBC Radio Northampton. As Higgins comes in, bowls the last ball of the over to Emilio. Okay, beats him outside the off stump. Fascinating final day in prospect here, with Gloucestershire bowled out this morning for 363. They lost the last 4 wickets for 37 runs in about 50 minutes, with Ben Sanderson finishing with 5 for 66 for match figures of 9 for 132. It means Northamptonshire need 299 to win the opening county championship match of the season. They have 82 overs in which to do it. 1 over gone, and Northamptonshire 1 for no wicket. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton into the midday news.
Nice gentle start for Ryan Higgins there. Must be feeling rather stiff, mustn't he, after his exertions over the last few days?
And again, we've said it many times, but it's worth saying again what a magnificent innings that was of his. 139 in just under 6 hours. It's terrific application, great judgment, and, well, whatever happens in this innings and whatever the result, we've been lucky enough to see some top draw performances from both sides. Individual players on both sides have really given us a feast here, and spectators around the ground. It's not a big crowd, but watching intently as Matt Taylor runs in to bowl his first over of the innings from the David Capel end. Left arm over, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives a little bit uppishly, but it's beaten Van Buren at mid-off, and it's gone away for 4. So any doubts about how Ricardo Vasconcelos will play this, I think, have just been knocked on the head. He plays his shots, and he's certainly going to do so there. For one moment, I wonder, has he just picked out the man at mid-off? But it went past him, and he goes to 5, and Northamptonshire 5 for no wicket. Battle joined, well and truly.
Yes, if there were any doubts about how Vasconcelos would play it, 2 balls have certainly shown how he's going to go about it.
2 slips in the gully in places. Taylor comes in, bowls to Vasconcelos, square drives this time, goes on the bounce to backward point, and there's no run.
He's a dangerous customer, isn't he? And at the top of the order, he often gets the Northamptonshire batting line-up off to a flyer, and I had absolutely no doubts in what way that he'd come out here. Yeah. He's going to come out cavalier, and he's going to give his side every chance of victory.
Yeah, he doesn't play any other way, and when he's flowing, he's very, very good to watch. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, comes across his stumps, just jabs down on it, with a mixture of bat and pad, I think. There was almost Matt Taylor thinking about going up for the LBW. I think there was a bit of bat on it, just rolled out into the onside. And there's no run.
Well, Naseem Shah is out in the field,
yes,
and he's also out in the field at long leg, which is an interesting one. So you would have thought if there were shoulder
If there was a shoulder problem, that wouldn't be the place to put him, would it?
If he were even out there at all. So who knows?
Unless he's going to do the Peter Willey underarm throw in from the boundary. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Vasconcelos. In behind that, pushes it out on the offside. And there's no run.
Hallam Mosley at Somerset was also an exponent of the underarm 90-yard throw, straight over the top of the stumps into the gloves of either Derek Taylor or Trevor Gard back in the day.
Well, Hashim Amla nowadays is pretty much, well, it's submarine, I think you'd call it, perhaps necessarily rather than definitely underarm, but it's a rather unique throwing action that he's developed nowadays.
Here's Taylor, in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who's solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch off the back foot, fielded by Taylor in his follow-through, and there's no run. And Ricardo Vasconcelos, we were joking last year, he was opening the batting, well, certainly batting top order in all competitions. He was having to keep wicket on occasions, he was captain on occasions. The only thing he didn't do was make the tee, I think. There was certainly a certain amount of concern about his overall workload. Now he finds himself as Northamptonshire's red ball captain, as Taylor bowls to, and he straight drives nicely, but that's fielded by Graham Van Buren at mid-off, moving smartly away to his left, and that's the end of the over. 5 to Vasconcelos. Gay yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire needing 299 to win, are 5 without loss.
It's not quite been a shot at ball there from Vasconcelos,
No,
but
there's been a few.
Yes, I think out of the 7, it's been a good 5 at least. Arguably 6 out of the 7 that he's had some sort of a go at.
He's looking at anything full. He's looking to pump Taylor back down the ground, isn't he? And he looks very strong through extra cover, mid-off regions. And anything that's just slightly too full, he's going to take full advantage. Let his hands go through the ball and give it some welly.
Higgins going to come round the wicket to Emilio Gay. So a new guard is being scraped out by Emilio Gay, who himself is looking for his first run. And here comes Higgins then round the wicket and bowls. And another leave from Emilio Gay. So certainly he's going to compliment Vasconcelos by providing some solidity at the other end by the looks of things, and not playing anything that he doesn't have to play at. Gloucestershire don't have a third man at the moment. So you can argue it's almost a tempter for Emilio Gay to try and score runs through that region and possibly bring the slips into play. They do have a cover in place, though, rather than that 4th slip that they had in the first innings. Higgins bowls, and that's edged but down into the ground and stopped by Tom Lace at 3rd slip.
Higgins probing, he's there or thereabouts every ball, isn't he? He's on the money. And he's working Emilio Gay around that off stump, testing him, making sure that he knows where his off stump is. He's leaving a few. He's had to play at one there, and he played it with soft hands and it went down into the ground. But Higgins probing away.
Here he comes. He's in and bowls, and this time on the stumps, forcing a defensive shot out of Emilio Gay. And Higgins able to field off his own bowling. And if there is anything in the surface, seam movement-wise, then Higgins will find it. And I wonder whether he's maybe just... It could just be a trick of the light and the angle that we are, but I think it probably is the case, given that we've had mostly right-armers bowling. There are a lot more footmarks on that side for Higgins to try and aim at from round the wicket. As he's in again, and Gay, the nice thud, is able to defend out into the covers. And no run once again. But obviously Higgins is going to vary it because that's what he does. And having said all that about potentially the footmarks, we still actually have yet, I think, to see a delivery do anything untoward out of the footmarks. Higgins is in now and bowls full. Oh, he's almost played that on. That one was one of those ones. We saw a couple of those in Rob Keogh's innings, actually, which went down, but off the bottom of the bat, I mean. But that one, I think, probably did go past off stump as well.
Dangerously close, wasn't it?
Yes, I mean, it would have had to have really taken an inside edge, because Emilio Gay got a good stride out towards maybe about 5th stump, outside off stump. As Higgins is in, and once more, Tom Lace called into action to scoop up at 3rd slip. That one going down even quicker than the one earlier on in the over, but that's a terrific over there from Higgins. He found a controlled outside edge a couple of times, and then a not-so-controlled bottom edge. But as I say, it really would have had to have taken the inside edge in order to angle back onto the stumps because of how far Emilio Gay was outside the off stump. 5 without loss, Northamptonshire, after 3 overs. And as we were talking about with Sanderson and Berg, ticking off the overs of Higgins is the first order of the day as far as Northampton are concerned, even though Vasconcelos will still play his shots. Yeah,
absolutely right. It looks as though, looking at the other 2 Division 1 matches still in progress today in the County Championship, I think that probably this is the best chance of a result. The other 2, I must admit, do rather have draw written all over them. I'll bring you up to date in a second as Taylor comes in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who's pushing out on the offside into the covers, and there's no run at Edgbaston. In reply to Surrey's 428 for 8 declared, Warwickshire 345 for 8. So they're 83 runs behind still, a couple of wickets to fall. Chelmsford, Essex 514 all out, Kent 436 for 5. So Kent 78 behind. Slightly hard to see how they're going to get a result in either of those 2 games unless there's a few declarations and agreements. That's driven handsomely by Vasconcelos, but doesn't manage to beat the fielder at extra cover, so no run. In Division 2, Cardiff, this is the match that's obviously been heavily affected by the weather. Glamorgan are batting again in their second innings. They're 8 for 1 against Durham. They're still 141 runs behind with 9 wickets in hand, so Durham might just fancy the chances of forcing a victory there.
Rushworth, perchance?
Here's Taylor bowling to Vasconcelos, forward defensive, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run at Grace Road, where Leicestershire need 370 to beat Worcestershire. Worcestershire declaring on 234 for 5 in their second innings. The target is 370. Leicestershire are 53 for 2. At Lords, Middlesex have declared at 258 for 5 in their second innings. Here's Taylor in again, bowling to Vasconcelos. Plays it up towards mid-on this time, and there's no run. That leaves Derbyshire needing 331 to win, and the latest score, Derbyshire 25 for no wicket there. So that could be an interesting final afternoon down at headquarters. And at Hove, where Sussex, you think, are just really playing for survival, they're 60 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing Nottinghamshire by 99. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives magnificently just behind square on the offside, through backward point for 4, whistled away to the Super Sopper, parked up in front of the main scoreboard, and another boundary to Vasconcelos, who goes to 9 for no wicket.
Lovely shot, came right out of the screws. He absolutely nailed that one through point, and he looks in decent touch. I'm coming back to your previous point about footholds in your last overhead, and Ryan Higgins just bowls that length a little bit too much shorter. I think it's Zafar Gahar who's really going to be the man to exploit those footholds, because the seamer's length is a little bit shorter, isn't it, to take advantage of that.
Here's Taylor in with 2 slips in place, bowled short to Vasconcelos, who pulls. It doesn't get hold of all of it, but he's got hold of enough of it, and it's raced away over this outfield, which is, as Dan was saying earlier, it's getting without doubt quicker than it was on the first 2 days, and it runs away for 4. And it's a long chase for Asim Shah, I think, to have to go and retrieve it from the front of the West Stand. 4 more to Vasconcelos, back-to-back boundaries, 13 to him, all of the runs scored so far, 13 for no wicket. We've had 4 overs, Northamptonshire still needing another 286 to win.
I was having a chat with a few Gloucestershire supporters before the start of play today, and they don't think Northamptonshire will go down. They've been the favourites with the bookies to go down, and they think that the way they've played here, they've showed real heart, they've showed a bit of courage, and they don't think they'll go down. If they continue to play like this all season, they'll do all right.
Well, I hope they're right.
Higgins continuing round the wicket to Emilio Gay. He's in and bowls. And a defensive shot, nice and quiet, out into the short cover area. And there's no run. So Vasconcelos still all 13 runs scored in this innings so far. Just been having a look on the replays just to see if there's anything happening out there. There doesn't seem to be anything sideways at all, really, so far. The only thing is just the odd ball, which has been slightly lower through than you might expect. On leg stump this time from Higgins, and worked to Zafar Gahar at mid-wicket, and there's no run. The pull shot, which was played by Vasconcelos, for example, the reason that didn't absolutely whistle to the boundary was just because it did perhaps not quite bounce as much as he thought it did, and it was more bottom of the bat. Of course, it still had more than enough to get to the rope, which tells you Vasconcelos' ability, but that was one example. Higgins in, a little bit of a leading edge that time from Emilio Gay. I don't think he was really looking to kind of whip it for runs into the leg side, which is probably what saved him, actually. Just a bit quieter, and it went in the opposite direction to where he was aiming and out towards cover, but so no harm done.
But isn't Higgins great to watch? He's always asking questions. He's just a terrific bowler to watch.
Here's Higgins, he's in and bowls, and that is down leg and clipped down towards long leg for a single by Emilio Gay. So he does get off the mark. I think that is George Scott out there on the field at cover. So but it's not Nassim Shah who's off, because he's standing there at mid-on. I think possibly it might be Ajit Singh Dale who's not on the field at the moment. Maybe coming out a bit later on, but George Scott is an excellent fielder, so Gloucestershire will be glad of his services in that cover position. Here's Higgins in and bowls. Vasconcelos plays with bat and pad quite close together. Strangled shout from behind the stumps, but not out, says the umpire. And you'd have to imagine probably bat first. And he may well have inside edged that onto potentially the inside of his knee there, Vasconcelos, because he's bent over and just stretching it out.
Painful. George Scott, ex of Potters Bar Cricket Club in the Hertfordshire League.
Higgins is in, wide of the crease, and slightly crab-like that defensive shot from Vasconcelos, but he got plenty of bat on it because it went over towards mid-on and the end of the over. So Higgins has just gone for the 2 runs from his 3 overs to start. He was, say, unusually expensive, partly because of the no balls in the first innings, but he went at 4 and over, despite picking up the 4 wickets. But so far, just, as I say, those 2 runs off the 3 overs, and Matt Taylor 2 overs for 12, and I'm noticing that already Graham van Buren has had enough.
Yes, it looks like some early twirl. It is going to be Zafar Gohar coming into the attack. So we've had 5 overs of pace and 2 overs of Matt Taylor, and already we are going to see some spin, and I think this is probably acknowledgement that this is absolutely going to be one of the key contests within this final day.
Yeah, and I like getting him into the attack early as well, because you get him into the attack with the hard ball. Yeah. It's likely to be, if there is turn, it's not very quick turn, so the quickest turn you're going to get is with potentially the new ball.
And if he's happy to bowl with it, I mean, some spinners just hate bowling with a new ball, but if he's happy to bowl with it, then absolutely get him into the attack, see what's happening. I think that's really good captaincy. It's good proactive captaincy from Graham van Buren. And we are going to see a little bit of pressure on Emilio Gay in particular. There's a slip and a forward short leg. The protective equipment coming out. The rest of the field has got a backward point, extra cover in fairly tight, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square just behind square, and a man on the 45 saving one. He's just been pushed round a little bit squarer. That's Ryan Higgins. So here's Zafar Gohar. He's going to be bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Emilio Gay, who lets that go, and that was very, very close to the off stump. And Zafar Gohar goes on a little run in his frustration. And James Bracey also suggesting by his body language that that was very, very close.
It turned, though. Yes, that was the key.
And that's going to be the point, isn't it? If he can get some spin today, it's going to be a handful. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Gay, who comes across his stumps, looking to drop it down on the onside. There's an appeal for LBW. He got a decent stride in, which obviously Emilio Gay being a tall man.
Sorry, Andrew. That ragged that first ball, actually, not just turned.
Well, if that's going to be the case for the rest of the afternoon, we're in for some fun and games. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Gay, who's in behind that, pushes it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
They often like to plant that seed of doubt in the batsman's mind, don't they?
Rip one early on. Yeah, if you can turn one early on, I could ever manage it. I never turn one in first, second, 5th, 10th or 20th over. But if you're good enough to do it, here's Gohar in again, bowls to Gay, who's pushing that forward. Just runs gently along the ground to Tom Lace, who's in there at forward short leg under the helmet.
That pitched probably on the, it was actually short of the foot marks, but right on the outside edge of them, and turned.
Gohar in again, bowls to Gay, big appeal for LBW and not out, says the umpire. And Gay playing slightly across his front pad there. That didn't look a bad shout. We're not completely behind it. You've got the access to the stream today, so you can give us your call on that, Ed. It didn't look a bad shout from here, but
well, just fast forward through, so I'll give you
but not out, says the umpire.
Considered or otherwise opinion at the end of the over.
That's fair enough. He went across the line though, didn't he? He played around it.
He did play around it, and this is a tough examination for Emilio Gay early on. Gohar in again, slightly short of a length, and this time Gay's able to just rock back and drop it down. First bounce to slip, end of the over. Emilio Gay is on 1, Vasconcelos 13, 14 for no wicket. A maiden to Zafar Gohar, and a very significant over, you feel, in the context of what's going to happen in the next 4 or 5 hours.
Certainly, and again, that LBW shout really turned, and there were 2 things to take into account for the umpire. Did it strike him in line, and did it turn too much? He had quite a big stride in, but, well, you know, I think, considered opinion, looking at it, if it had been given out, I don't think you would have said it was a bad decision.
No, no.
So I think it might have been the T signal if it had been available. We'll put it that way.
I think it probably would. Yeah, as I said, we're not completely behind the arm here, but it looked a decent shout, but not out anyway.
So Higgins to start his 4th over. He's now in and bowls, and Vasconcelos on the forward defence back to the bowler. And well, Gloucestershire, I don't think, could have dreamed for a much better over there from Zafar Gohar. Obviously, it would have involved the wicket, but other than that, to rip that first ball and the amount of turn that was on offer, to be honest, I really was shocked to see the amount of turn there, because I did not think actually that this pitch would still have it in it. Higgins bowls, tries the Yorker, and it's driven by Vasconcelos without too much timing up to mid-off. And you just wonder actually whether, if earlier on in the piece, Vasconcelos, I think, would have creamed that to the boundary for 4, but just standing at the non-striker's end and seeing the turn, you just suddenly realise, hang on, maybe this isn't going to be quite as easy as it might have been. Higgins wide of the crease bowls, and an angled defensive shot from Vasconcelos. The bat came down at a slightly skewed angle, which is why it was sent out to Charlesworth at point, but again, plenty of bat on it from Vasconcelos, and no run. Still 14 without loss, 285 more runs to win for Northamptonshire.
Good areas there from Higgins. I've got a theory on Naseem Shah I'm going to come on to at the end of the over.
Higgins in bowls, and a soft defensive shot this time from Vasconcelos. There were some oohs and ahs, but it was comfortably negotiated enough out towards cover. George Scott still on the field, so I think it is Ajit Singh Dale who's off, unless over in the distance. No, I think that is Matt Taylor still down at long leg, so I think it is still Ajit Singh Dale who's not taken to the field yet. Here comes Higgins. He's there, and once more Vasconcelos drawn onto the front foot, but robust defence, even more so than the last couple, this time from the Northamptonshire skipper. But another probing over from Ryan Higgins. He's still just conceded the 2 runs in his 3.5 overs so far. And he's in once more, and angled to backward point for no run by Vasconcelos, who's, I don't know, I suppose you could also say, as a lot of batsmen like to do, get a couple out the middle early, and then you can feel you're confident enough in your defence as well, and the confidence starts to flow a bit more. But 14 for no wicket. They've seen off 4 overs of Higgins, and 285 more from 75 overs is the equation for Northamptonshire to win.
It's a big test for Emilio Gay as well, because we know he's a I think probably would prefer the ball coming on, would probably prefer to be facing the seamers. Well, he now finds himself with a very different proposition. Zafar Gohar on a pitch that's turning. Slip on a forward short leg in place as Gohar comes in again over the wicket, bowls to Gay, comes across his stumps, turns it down to the man on 45-degree angle. Ryan Higgins saving the single there, and there's no run. Bright sunshine here at Wantage Road. I think we're set fair. I don't think we're going to have any interruption from the weather today, unless the forecast is horribly wrong. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Gay, goes back this time. Again, just drops it on the bounce to Tom Lace. Under the helmet at forward short leg. Lots of bubble out there, as you can probably hear on our effects mic.
Yes, I wondered how many times, actually, James Bracey and Tom Lace from keeper and short leg were going to pass that ball between each other. We'll just keep going for a while.
Spotted the old Space Invaders. Here's Gohar in again. Bowls to Gay. Turns it round the corner again. Fielded by Lace, and there's no run. Gohar just bowling a couple a little bit short, maybe.
Yes,
for
and maybe a bit flatter than the couple that turned as well. I mean, you can understand the flatness sometimes is a variation, but yeah, just the last couple maybe have been a little bit short.
Here's Gohar in again. That's a fuller length, and it's swept away by Emilio Gay. It goes down to deep square, and the fielder down there is extremely well, because it's always, as they always say in club cricket, watch the spin. And it did spin. He's just pointing out that he actually did really well. Well, he did. He stopped it, and they come through for a single. 1 more to Gay, 2 to him. And Northamptonshire 15 for no wicket. And now, for the first time, Ricardo Vasconcelos will face the spin of Zafar Gohar. 2 balls left in the over. Still the slip and a forward short leg, and that's off the pad of Vasconcelos. Balloons up over the head of where Gully would have been. And there's no run. Couldn't have taken a run anyway, because he didn't play a shot as it ballooned off the pad.
There was just a sense from that one that it might actually have bounced a bit more than expected.
Here's Gohar in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who's looking to drive up to mid-off, and it finishes up going off the inner portion of the bat to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Chris Dent. And there's a lot going on all of a sudden. 15 for no wicket, Vasconcelos 13, Gay is 2.
Yeah, I want to talk about Naseem Shah there. He winged that one back in, and it didn't seem as if there were any issues with his shoulder. He's actually on the pitch, and Shah has got what would be an internal injury. There's a difference between external and internal injuries with regards to penalty time and if they're off the pitch. And Shah would have an internal injury. It's not an external blow that he's had. It's a muscular problem, obviously, with the shoulder. So if he went off the pitch, then he would incur penalty time and not be able to bowl. So I wonder if this is the reason why he's on the pitch and they're going to manage his workload.
Higgins moves in and bowls, and angled towards point, no run. And, well, I mean, I guess he is at mid-on for Higgins, but then, I don't know, do you put him out on the boundary? Well, I guess the legs still work, but...
Exactly, and, you know, I think sort of with Law 24 covering penalty time, etc., I think this is the reason why, and I think we might see some overs out of him, but I think they're just going to manage his workload.
Higgins in to Gay, who turns leg side. It's just going to be like that now. Every single delivery, can't even speak, delivery, there's going to be some sort of a noise behind the stumps.
It's interesting because you see it so much in club cricket as well, don't you? And I always remember what Phil Neal, was great championship-winning captain with Worcestershire and involved latterly with the England setup when he was briefly director of cricket here in the 1990s.
Higgins in bowls, and once more turned leg side. They'll come through for a quick single. The shy at the stumps from Zafar, nowhere near in time. He couldn't stop that single. And 1 more to the total, 16 for no wicket, and Gay to 3.
I always thought it was one of the most interesting pieces of sort of cricketing lore and wisdom that I'd ever heard, is when he said he was heavily against the whole business of all the chat on the field. He said the thing is, if you can keep it up through the whole day, that's fine. But we'll come back to it in a second.
Higgins bowls, and forward, Vasconcelos defending back to the bowler.
But if you can't, and if the batting side get a bit of a start, 2 batsmen get in, and it all goes quiet, then they've won, and they will feel that they've won. And it's absolutely right, particularly less so in professional cricket, but it's perhaps used a little more judiciously. But in club cricket, you can see a side yapping away for the first 5 overs, and then as soon as the batsmen get in, it goes quiet.
Higgins bowls, and a push drive from Vasconcelos, nicely played through the gap in the covers. There should be 2. And probably no more. Scott gets the throw in quickly, and it's a loopy one, and Bracey has to go charging off to take it before it lands. And they do get those 2 runs, 18 for no wicket. And one thing that is quite noticeable for me, one of the quieter sides in the country, I think, are Essex. I don't tend to find, and maybe others don't have that experience, but I tend to find Essex don't actually make that much noise out there. Higgins bowls, no ball, driven and stopped by Charlesworth at point. So there's 2 more runs. That's the first no ball that Higgins has bowled this innings. And 20 for, no, pardon me, no, it is 20 for no wicket. Sorry, it hasn't just been updated yet.
Well, the last game against Northamptonshire, obviously the last championship match of last season, was over so quickly they didn't get much of a chance to finish a sentence, I don't think, before the match was over.
It's an interesting point that you make about club cricket, Radders. I'll come on to it in a sec.
Higgins bowls, And once more, Vasconcelos defending right out of the middle of the bat to Scott at cover at the end of the over. 9 gone in the innings. Higgins through 5 overs for 7 runs. 2, 7, 9 more required from 73 overs for Northamptonshire.
They say standards of behaviour are getting worse in club cricket and there's more verbals out there. I don't think they're getting worse. What I think's happened is the leagues have brought in, or the laws have brought in levels 1 to 4, haven't they, with disciplinary codes. And I think it's sides not having a beer together so much after a game, whereas things used to get sorted out over a pint and a jug. And I think that's gone sort of a lot out of club cricket.
And the players knew each other well enough that there would be a bit of genuine chat, and it would be fairly light-hearted. Now that there's not that sort of the friendships in the opposition side that you tended to find perhaps more in the past. It's a good point. Here's Gohar starting another over to Emilio Gay again, a little bit short of the length, and Gay's able to rock onto the back foot, which I think he's happier doing. Plays it down in the direction of backward point. Doesn't get that far. The slip comes round to field and there's no run.
And sides don't tend to socialise together. They have a quick energy drink and go home, and they glower at each other over the bar, don't they?
Very true. Gohar over the wicket again, short of a length, and turned round the corner by Emilio Gay. Just a single, I think. Yes, it is. Just the 1 run. And he goes up to 4. And Northamptonshire up to 21 for no wicket.
Notice George Scott has now been placed on that deep square leg boundary. Naseem Shah's still out there, but given the sweep shot that came out from Gay, I think Gloucestershire are realising it could be a catching opportunity and get one of their quickest men out there.
Still the slip and the forward short leg in for Vasconcelos, who faces that ball from Gohar, pushes it out towards extra cover. And there's no run, yes, levels 1 to 4.
Yeah.
Dear oh Lord.
Yeah, level 4 is a big ban. Big ban for a level 4.
Because you're an umpire, aren't you? I keep forgetting these things. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, defensively just jabbing it down into the ground, rolls up to lace under the helmet at forward short leg, and there's no run.
For those unaware, level 1 would be a mild descent, level 2 would be descent with probably the odd expletive thrown in.
And as you say, it could all be sorted out with a bit of common sense in the bar, and you don't need levels at all, but anyway, there you go. Such is the world we live in. Gohar switching to bowl around the wickets to Vasconcelos, who is again defensively forward, pushing it out on the offside, and there's no run. We have around about 25 minutes to go till lunch. 72 overs to go, minimum of 72 overs to go after this one in progress. Northamptonshire 21 for no wicket, needing 299 to win. Driven by Vasconcelos, that's pleasantly timed. It's going to race away over this outfield, and it crosses the boundary now at extra cover in front of the main scoreboard, and it goes away for 4 runs, the old scoreboard I should say. 4 to Vasconcelos, that was a beautiful shot. That was all timing. 19 to Vasconcelos, end of the over, 25 for no wicket. Northamptonshire need another 274 to win.
It was a lovely shot. He opened up his body and managed to actually find the gap there, because generally that should have gone through extra cover, but he opened up his body and got it slightly squarer of extra cover, and it went in between cover point and extra. And it was a lovely shot and 4 runs.
Yeah, and we haven't actually, the last couple of overs, seen a ball turn, and I don't know whether that's because it's just not quite as slow through the air, or whether it's just been that little bit short. Probably both. But, yeah, just gone a little quieter over the last couple of overs from Zafar since that first one where we really saw 2 go quite a distance. Bracey's going to come up to the stumps now for Ryan Higgins.
And that's an indication of the pace of the wicket as well, with Bracey standing up to the stumps after, you know, only a few overs with this new ball.
To the 11th now as Higgins bowls. And that's full and driven down the ground. Gay hasn't quite got the timing on that one, and it'll go straight to Van Buren at mid-off, who's still shining away at the ball, but there's not been any hint that the ball's swinging at all out there. It's been very similar to the second new ball last night in that respect. Just did not seem to do anything through the air. Higgins approaching once more, and he's there and bowls. And the defensive shot from Gay back to the bowler.
But it also might be a way of Bracey pinning the batsman back into his crease. Keepers like to stand up now. Batsmen come out of their crease to try and negate the swing and try and take LBW out of the situation. If they're far enough forward, they tend not to be given out LBW. And Bracey coming up there has pinned Emilio Gay back into his crease, and you know, maybe might bring an LBW into play.
Still got the 3 slips as Higgins bowls and defended into the leg side this time by Emilio Gay. It rolls to Zafar Gohar at mid-wicket. He's very close, Tom Lace. That's that 3rd slip position, and he probably needs to be, because the carry that was there on day 1 especially is certainly not going to be there now. But Lace, he's a sharp fielder. He took an extraordinary catch at short leg off the full face of the bat from Dan Worrell at Cheltenham last season, which sticks out in the memory. Bracey going back as Higgins comes over the wicket, and Gay plays back to Higgins once more. So lots of variation here. Round the wicket keeper up, over the wicket keeper back. Gay's got to decide what he wants to do. And I liked what you said yesterday, Dan, about geometry in terms of, you know, you've got to, as a left-hander with the right arm bowling over and round, you've got to get your angles right. Higgins bowls to Gay, and once more defence from Gay, this time up to mid-on. It's
geometry and geography, isn't it, together? You've got to know where your off-stump is, but you've got to know the angle of the ball heading towards the location of your off-stump.
2 geos. So Higgins, last ball of his 6th over. Not sure how much longer he'll go. Maybe he'll get one more, given that the lunch break is coming, and Emilio Gay maybe just not quite ready there. Higgins looks thoroughly disgusted that he's been forced to run in again that time, and Emilio Gay obviously just in the position but not actually looking. Higgins stalking back to his mark now, and he is preparing to come in, and he's there. Bowls, and another quiet defence from Emilio Gay. I like the way Northamptonshire are playing this at the moment. This is really exactly what they need to be doing. There's really just that one sweep shot from Gay, which you'd say probably was born out of the pressure from the 2 balls which turned earlier on in the over, but there's been nothing like that since, and they've been quite judicious in the way they've gone about it, and the required run rate will probably not even, I haven't actually put it in yet, but the required run rate probably won't even have hit 4 yet, so there's absolutely no reason to panic.
I think that's right, Ed, and I think they will be mindful of, say, having managed a couple of long run chases last year, successful ones against Glamorgan here and against Surrey here as well, but they'll be aware of the fact that certainly in the Glamorgan one, which was closer in terms of context to this, that they were able to just keep wickets intact and give themselves a chance in the last session and a half, and it proved successful. Here's Gohar around the wicket, bowling to Vasconcelos, who drives nicely out through extra cover, but there is now a man about halfway back between the stumps and the old scoreboard, and they're able to come through for an easy single. 20 to Vasconcelos, 26 for no wicket.
We spoke earlier about Gloucestershire batting Northamptonshire out of the game, but if Northamptonshire keep these wickets in hand, if say they're only 1 or 2 down by tea, Gloucestershire are probably out of the game.
Well, that's the key to it, I think. Here's Gohar over the wicket to Gay, and Gay's forward defensive, pushing it up all along the ground to Tom Lace under the helmet at forward short leg, and there's no run. Just going back to the comment we were talking about, umpires and chat on the field. Did enjoy a comment from one of our more experienced umpires in Northamptonshire. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Gay, again defensively back down the pitch, who had played himself for years, which I think helps. Was a very universally respected official, and he said, I don't mind a bit of chat on the field as long as it makes me laugh. He said, and as soon as it stops making me laugh, then I think it's probably time to maybe just to have a word, which was a very good way of looking at it. Here's Gohar in again, sweeps, attempted sweep by Emilio Gay, and it misses off stump. So that gives you an idea of the fact that Gohar is getting some turn, and also the fact that Gay wants to be positive, doesn't want to be tied down.
Slightly quicker ball as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Gay, just that slightly shorter of a length again, and Gay's able to rock on the back foot and turn it, just to basically play it into the ground for Gay, for Tom Lace at forward short leg to just half stop it with his left hand. No question of a single. There's basically a ring of 6, saving 1, 2 close catches. He bowls to Gay, and he works that into the onside, but only as far as Chris Dent at mid-wicket. Another testing over from the left-arm spinner. Gay is 4, Vasconcelos is 20. And Northamptonshire are 26 for no wicket. Just to remind you, if you're just joining us, Gloucestershire losing their last 4 wickets this morning for 37 runs in 50 minutes, all out for 363. Ryan Higgins all out, out finally for 139. Ben Sanderson finishing with 5 for 66. It left Northamptonshire 299 in a minimum of 82 overs, and they're 26 for no wicket off 12.
I think we're going to see Matt Taylor into the attack, but Gloucestershire had a -4 over rate, which they were slightly worried about. They managed to get that to -2 with Zafar Gahar really rattling through his overs here, so that will be encouraging for them, so they don't want to lose any points there.
No, and I think Northamptonshire finished at -2 in the end as well. So,
yeah.
I mean, as far as I understand it, it's a sort of a general type, you know, the general type impression of over rate, and it was good for.
Yes,
for the majority of North. I don't think Northamptonshire are going to be.
No, I'm sure that the scorers, the umpires will sort of come together and look at delays or whatever, and usually find a way of,
you know, wet outfield, wet ball potentially. Yeah. There are allowances to be made there, I think.
And also batting sides can slow it down as well.
Yes, that's true.
Matt Taylor is back into the attack, and so he's going to have a go from the Lynn Wilson indoor centre end. So Higgins 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 7. Taylor to get a couple of overs here from this end, and that's dropped the first delivery out into the cover point region, and there's no run. Probably just gave the odd listener a bit of a heart attack there by saying that that's dropped, but hopefully not. hopefully the tone of voice gave it away that it was the batsman doing the dropping rather than the fielding side. 1 slip and a gully now for Matt Taylor, as he's there now and delivers. And Vasconcelos in studious defence out into the cover point region and holds the pose neatly for a few seconds after playing it. Matt Taylor, I think he's just got to plug away here on a line and length. I don't think, especially as he's now bowling actually to the short boundary rather than the long boundary from the far end, I don't really think he can afford to do things like bang the ball short and try and test Vasconcelos out that way. And he does bang it in short, and he gets pulled away powerfully, but there's cover out on the deep square leg rope. Well, you know what I mean. It's deep square leg out there. Deep cover isn't on the deep square leg rope, but it's a single. And 27 for no wicket. Vasconcelos to 21.
The other equation here as well, if Gloucestershire keep it tight, Northamptonshire will go for this, and you can pick up wickets through creating pressure later on in the day. And I think that might be part of their game plan as well.
Here's Matt Taylor, left arm over, in and bowls to Gay, full and defended out to point. Emilio Gay just lurching downwards there as if to suggest the ball didn't get up too much, but then that one was actually quite full anyway. Yeah, and I agree. It's one thing to be blocking Zafar Gahar when it's turning. It's quite another to have to be playing attacking shots when you're not sure exactly how much it's going to turn, and potentially that could come into play. And who knows, Graham van Buren may even come on from the opposite end. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and pushed away out to cover point, and no run to be had there. George Scott's still on the field, so I suppose we've been sold some sort of a dummy information here, and it's actually Harjeet Singh Dale who's had a shoulder problem rather than Naseem Shah, but we haven't seen anything of him so far in this innings.
I think it's interesting, the whole business of how they play it. Northamptonshire can't win the match in this session, but they could they could kill off their own chances if they're suddenly 3 down.
Matt Taylor moves in, bowls, and quietly defended by Gay once more to point. And they end a tidy over for the most part from Matt Taylor. There was that one delivery which I think you'd say, especially to that short boundary, you don't really want to be testing Vasconcelos out with the short ball, but apart from that, it was a tight one. 27 for no wicket, 272 more required from 69 overs for Northants.
I think what we might see in the afternoon session is Gloucestershire try and keep it tight. This game of cat and mouse will continue.
Yeah, just make it go dry, as they as,
Yeah.
as the pros say, dry it up a little bit. But,
Create pressure, and a dot ball is a hot ball, as they say, Radders.
but if Northamptonshire, if they suddenly find themselves 40 for 3, then it's going to be very difficult for them to perhaps to chase that total down.
Absolutely.
They need to keep wickets in hand. Here's Gahar over the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, and that turn is big appeal for a caught behind. Is he out? No, he's not. Big appeal. It bounced, it turned, and Vasconcelos just fencing at it, went into the gloves of Bracey. There was a big concerted appeal for a catch behind, given not out. Well, as we say, when the spinner's bowling and it's turning, there's always something happening. He's Gohar in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who sweeps and sweeps well, goes down to George Scott at deep backward square, the substitute fielder, and Vasconcelos gets off strike, picks up a single, 22 to him, 28 for no wicket.
There was a slight delay, wasn't there, between the ball hitting Bracey's gloves and him going up?
Well, he juggled it is one of the reasons why
Right,
that
okay.
was.
Fair enough.
He juggled it once and then brought it under control, and that's when the appeal happened.
Uh-huh.
But not out. Here's Gohar again, bowling this time to Emilio Gay. Still just the two close catchers. Slip, forward short leg. Gay on the back foot, dropping it down on the onside for Lace to move away to his left at forward short leg and field, and there's no run. 28 for no wicket. Target 299. We have about 12-13 minutes to go until lunch. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Gay, who sweeps, and again George Scott is in business down at deep backward square. Doesn't have to move this time, just goes into his hands, and they pick up an easy single. Gay up to 5, and Northamptonshire to 29 for no wicket.
Got to have your man backward in that position, haven't you? Off any spinner, the ball always goes backward of square, whether you cut it or you sweep it. The ball always spins backward of square.
He's just behind square, and he's about, what would you say, 5, 6, 7 yards in from the boundary, just in front of the roll-on covers. And now there's a chat between bowler and captain. Graham Van Buren just having a word with Zafar Gohar.
Actually, Gloucestershire whilst they are behind on the over rate, they won't be for long the way this is going. They don't actually want to bowl too
No, that's
quickly.
right. They finish up bowling more overs. That would not be helpful to the cause, potentially. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who goes onto the back foot, pushes it past Lace, and Ryan Higgins on the 45-degree angle has to make a little bit of ground, and as a result of which they come through for a single. 23 to Vasconcelos, 30 for no wicket.
You can always deal with that problem, though, can't you, Radders? I'm sure you've tied your bootlaces a few times.
And yeah, so there's all sorts of a myriad of little dodges that can be employed.
Pretend there's a wasp around your head, that sort of thing.
Any number of little wiles that can be employed.
Thought we might get a fielder in close for that sweep shot potentially, and Graham Van Buren has put one in.
Yes, that's right. Sort of really close in at square leg, and goes, well, I was going to say it goes past Tom Lace. It doesn't. Lace manages to put down a hand as that ball's played off the back foot by Emilio Gay. Stopped by Lace with his right hand, although not cleanly. End of the over. 23 to Vasconcelos, 5 to Emilio Gay, and Northamptonshire set 299 to win our 30 for no wicket.
10 minutes to lunch. Is the draw the favourite here? Was your money on Northants or is your money on Gloucestershire? Ed?
At the moment, I'd say just more money on Northants than on the draw. Just, personally.
Radders?
Yeah, I think I'd probably go along with Ed on that one. I think as long as Northamptonshire can keep wickets in hand, I think they've got a good chance.
Matt Taylor then into his second over of this spell, and he's there and bowls, and that's driven firmly and well stopped by George Scott at point. He kind of parried it really because it was hit so hard. He almost didn't really have time to do anything else other than that.
He's great to watch, Ricardo Vasconcelos, because he's a demonstrative batsman. Some batsmen are sort of inscrutable and you never quite know what they're thinking. If he manages to hit the field on a ball that he thinks should have gone for 4, you can see the disappointment, aching disappointment that he hasn't got runs for it.
Graham Van Buren is loosening up at mid-off, so he may well get an over of him before the lunch break, as that's down the leg side, flicked away. There's work to do for the fielder from fine leg, scoops it up neatly, and launches the throw in to make sure that it's just the single. 24 to Vasconcelos, 31 without loss. Noticed a real pattern with Zafar, though, in terms of the balls that are turning. They're all turning from well outside the off stump.
Yes.
And the caught behind appeal, which it's so hard to tell on replay, but it sort of got the impression it may have brushed the pad. That was another one of those deliveries which pitched well outside off stump and really turned sharply. Matt Taylor bowls, almost a Yorker length delivery, which Gay drives to Van Buren at mid-off, and there's no run, but no delivery so far which has been bowled straight has turned.
Yeah. You see Van Buren there, just, yeah, even now, he's just having a little limber up. I wonder if we might be going to see a spot of Van Buren as well, give himself a roll, perhaps try and get another over in before lunch.
Be interesting to see Zafar go hard to the right-handers. Noticeably, there's no rough out here to the right-handers at this end, at the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Matt Taylor bowls, and, well, yeah, Gloucestershire are going to say that's an inside edge, but he did roll the wrists on it a little there. Gay down to fine leg for another run, 32 for no wicket, and Gay moving to 6.
Well, if they stick to the first innings batting order, of course, there won't be a right-hander until number 5, because you've got first 4 in the order, all left-handers.
I can't remember any amount. Adrian Thomas, the Gloucestershire guru of stats, had a chat with me. He said Western Australia once had 9 in their side.
Right.
But I can't remember so many left-handers in a match.
Matt Taylor there bowls on the pads, flicked fine. More work for Naseem Shah from fine leg to do. And, yep, there was a fair chunk of bat involved in that, so another run. And Gloucestershire, I think, well, they desperately want a wicket before lunch here. I think that would definitely sway the odds, even if it were not Vasconcelos.
Put the cat amongst the pigeons.
We'll get, during lunchtime, we'll get Dan to get a protractor out, and we'll do one of those little, the little sort of pie charts that they do according to the you know, whether it's going to be a win, lose or draw type thing.
I thought you were talking about my bowling, actually.
No,
I thought you were going to send me to Loughborough for reconstruction.
I thought we were going to do the old DIY graphic at lunchtime. Probably doesn't work too well on the radio. That's the only trouble.
Here comes Matt Taylor to finish off this over. He's in and bowls to Gay, and he's played and missed at that one. I think the hands went away from the body there. And one of the first plays and misses we've really seen, certainly the first that Matt Taylor's generated. I think I get off the seamers. I can only remember one other from Higgins. End of the over, and Matt Taylor's actually looking as if he's, maybe commentator's curse, but then to be honest, he's only going to have one more over anyway. But the couple of overs that he's bowled from this Lynn Wilson indoor centre end, he's had much better rhythm by the looks of things than when he's bowled from the David Capel end. 15 overs have been bowled, 266 more needed from 67 overs, and so the required run rate, it's still not quite hit 4 yet either. Still, it's not moved much from the start.
Right, well, we are going to see Graham Van Buren have a bowl now. We were just saying he seemed to be limbering up for a while, so whether this could be just a question of trying to get 2 overs in before lunch, I suspect, and maybe give Gohar a run at this end just to see if he finds anything more from the Lynn Wilson indoor centre end. But it is Graham Van Buren, Gloucestershire's captain, who's been bowling from the David Capel end, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Vasconcelos, and it hurries through, and Vasconcelos just pushing forward and picking up a single as it runs away through the vacant backward point area. Just hurried into that one a little bit. The Van Buren just tend to fire it through.
Yeah, and he will come from a different trajectory as well.
So he's going to have to get used to that. 26 to Vasconcelos, 34 for no wicket. The two batsmen just having a chat in the middle, so maybe they're not keen on getting any more overs in than strictly necessary. There'll certainly be this one and another one. Here's Van Buren in again, bowls again, just short of a length, and Gay on the back foot plays it down to backward point. And there's no run.
Vasconcelos seems a lot more comfortable against spin than Gay.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair point. Here's Van Buren again, bowls short to Emilio Gay, just goes onto the back foot, forces it up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Chris Dent, he of the flowing locks, and there's no run. Van Buren already back at his mark, bowling to Gay, just plays slightly across his front pad, goes up to Dent at mid-wicket, certainly giving James Bracey something to seize on as a possible weakness in the way the batsman's playing, which is what keepers tend to do. Here's Van Buren again flights that one up, and it's driven on the full toss by Gay, and then it's not fielded cleanly at mid-on. I think it's that Ben Charlesworth up there.
I think it is, yes.
Yeah, and well, it wasn't enough of a misfield for them to even contemplate a single. Gay will probably feel he misses out a little bit there. Here's Van Buren in again. Bowls, and that's driven nicely by Emilio Gay. Once again, he's up to mid-on this time. Charlesworth fields cleanly. End of the over, 34 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 26. Emilio Gay has made 6, and a maiden to start with for Graham Van Buren.
Certainly got the impression in that over, Van Buren was actually flighting a couple up more than I expected, and he bowled a lot fuller than Zafar did. But I got the impression he was maybe bowling actually for that potentially a loose clip to mid-wicket, yes, or something like that. He was less interested than Zafar potentially at bowled LBW. I mean, obviously he's bowling wicket to wicket, so he does have those in play anyway, but I kind of got the impression that he was looking for possibly a catch in front of the wicket. Potentially last over before lunch then, as Matt Taylor bowls, and Vasconcelos solidly behind it and pushing it up to mid-off. And still some desperate shining of the ball from Van Buren. I suppose they might be hoping for some reverse swing a little later. But as was told to us this morning, no sign of Naseem Shah yet, and how Gloucestershire would, I think, have loved to have had a few overs of him before the lunch break. Matt Taylor in, and hand off the bat there from Vasconcelos. It was, well, I would say a good length probably. I don't think it necessarily bounced extra, but possibly more just the fact that it didn't keep low from that length as some others have done, causing him to take that hand off the bat. Anyway, he had a little bit of a think about it and is now settled once more to face Matt Taylor, who bowls, and played back to the bowler, who fields in his follow-through.
Keeping it nice and tight, isn't he, Matt Taylor? Which is exactly what his skipper, Graham Van Buren, will want out of him. He's the economy man. He's the Chancellor of the Exchequer, as they say.
Well, he's gone for 3 runs so far in his 2.5 over spell from this Lynn Wilson indoor centre end. And Matt Taylor moves in, bowls, tries a Yorker. I mean, it might even have been a slower ball Yorker, or at least it sort of looks as if there was something a bit different out of the hands there. Maybe
floaty, wasn't it? A bit floaty.
Whether that was a deliberate slower ball or whether that's just how it came out, it did just seem to look as though Matt Taylor was looking to maybe get a bit of wobble there. I don't know that it was actually necessarily slower, but I think he maybe was looking for the in-swinger. Matt Taylor in, and is there an edge on that one? Given out this time. Crucial breakthrough. Vasconcelos does not like it. He's still standing there, and the umpire is still standing there with his finger up. And that is a vital breakthrough for Gloucestershire. And, well, you can see from the quickness of every fielder to get into that huddle how much that wicket means. It was a really good spell from Matt Taylor from this Lynn Wilson indoor centre end. But, well, is that another decision that has gone against a batsman in this match? Vasconcelos has gone for 26 right on the stroke of lunch, and in fact it is just ticked 1 o'clock now without sight of the batsman. So they are going off for lunch. The last ball before it has seen the wicket. 34 for 1, Northamptonshire will go into lunch on, needing a further 265 runs from 65.1 overs.
Yeah, big blow. I haven't had a chance to have a look at the replay. I wouldn't necessarily think that's anything wrong with the decision. I have to say Ricardo Vasconcelos is one of the slowest walkers off
right.
I think I've ever seen. Obviously, he's passionate about his cricket. He hates getting out, as you would hope a batsman does hate getting out. But yeah, you called it, Ed, because you said Matt Taylor was really starting to generate a good head of steam from this end since switching to this Lynn Wilson indoor centre end, getting a little bit of bounce and a little bit of movement, doing for Vasconcelos there, and as you say, huge wicket in the context.
Yeah, it was a gorgeous ball. It was just a lovely line and length, and as you say, it was just the slightest hint of movement, and because I think he'd actually just looking at his seam position there, I think he was actually still looking to bowl the in-swinger there. It's just that it nipped away off the pitch, and that's what did for Vasconcelos. And what you can say is that if there was a noise, it was an edge, because it was nowhere near the pads, and the bat was away from the body. So if there was a noise, then the edge, I think, was all it could be.
Well, that's obviously a big wicket. Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in just a second. Yeah, Dan, you were saying the importance of Vasconcelos to Northampton's run chase, and that's just the wicket they didn't want to lose, especially on the stroke of lunch.
No, and also you often find that captains tend to get the benefit of the doubt with umpires as well, because they tend to mark them at the end of the game out of 5. So captains often do get the benefit.
Ricardo Vasconcelos might have his biro out as we speak then.
Yeah, but I mean, this game has continued to twist and turn. Absolutely. And there's another twist of the knife there, isn't there? And it's fantastic.
Yeah, certainly has. It's been an absorbing morning's cricket, and it's certainly lived up to expectations. We were turning up at the ground this morning with all 4 results possible, and here we are at lunch, and all 4 results are still possible. And it's very, very hard to call this one now. I think certainly that's a big blow as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Ricardo Vasconcelos has previous when it comes to leading long run chases. He's done it before, and notably did it, of course, here against Glamorgan when he made 185 not out to see Northamptonshire home.
And it's another dismissal for Bracey as well,
yes,
having got 5 in the first inning, so that's his 6th catch now for the match.
Yeah, a century, 6 dismissals in the match with power to add. We shall have to be looking at the records for Gloucestershire's wicket-keeper batsman over the years. But he's had a terrific match so far, James Bracey, as has Ryan Higgins, as has Gareth Berg, as has Rob Keogh. I think possibly Keogh might be the key man again for Northamptonshire, because just to be updating the BBC Radio Northampton. Lunch here at Wantage Road, and Northamptonshire have just suffered a blow on the stroke of lunch, losing the wicket of their captain, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was caught behind by James Bracey off the bowling of the left-armer Matt Taylor. He made 26, 34 for 1. It is Emilio Gay is still there on 6. Northamptonshire chasing 299 to win in a minimum of 82 overs after picking up the last 4 Gloucestershire wickets this morning. They were 326 for 6 overnight. They were eventually bowled out for 363. And another epic performance from Ben Sanderson, who finished with match figures of 9 for 132, 5 in the innings, having bowled very nearly 50 overs in this match. So the target's 299. At lunch, Northamptonshire 34 for 1.
My money's starting to go on the draw now, Radders. I think the draw has now considerably shortened in price.
Yeah, I think that's not an unreasonable point, I think. But that said, I mean, it's a great opportunity. You know, we were talking about who's going to make way in Northampton's top order when Will Young comes in. I suppose some would say, you know, maybe one of the next 2, either Ben Curran or Saif Zaid, might be the ones to give way. Well, they've both got chances here to stake a huge claim and say, you're going to leave somebody out, it's not going to be me. We shall see. That's all for the future. But lunch here at Wantage Road, 34 for 1 at the break. 299 is the target. I hope you head off, enjoy your lunch. We're going to do that, and please rejoin us for the denouement of this match in around about half an hour. David Capel bowled his overs this morning from this end, from the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre end, but switching to the David Capel bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7 this morning, and he's going to be bowling to Emilio Gay with 2 slips and a gully in place. Other than that, 5 in, saving the 1. As Higgins comes round the wicket to Gay, and Gay props onto the front foot using his considerable reach, pushing it out into the covers. And there's no run. Batters to come, Saif Saib, who was out for naught, second ball in the first innings, pushed up to number 4 for this match. Then Rob Keogh, first innings century maker, Josh Cobb, Lewis McManus, Tom Taylor, Gareth Berg, played so well for his 66 in the first innings, Nathan Buck and Ben Sanderson. Here's Higgins, another key man in the play this afternoon, and bowling to Gay, who's solidly enough behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Higgins to field off his own bowling. The weather is absolutely glorious. It's a beautiful afternoon. Contrails of aeroplanes away to our left, making almost the sky look like an Etch-a-Sketch. There's loads of lines of the contrails, aircraft high up.
Kandinsky-like a little bit,
yes,
the line, isn't it?
Right. Outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay lets that go through to Bracey. Yes, I think it must be, what do they call it, Daventry departure. I think a lot of the long haul flights, particularly over the Atlantic,
yep,
go up to Daventry and then turn left.
Yeah,
Daventry,
that's right.
Of course, about 20 miles, probably a bit less than that, up the road, up the A45. So yeah, maybe it'll be a Daventry departure day. All the aviation geeks. Slip and a gully as he bowls to Emilio Gay, works that away into the onside. Only as far as Tom Lace at mid-wicket. Lace, who was under the lid, under the helmet at forward short leg when Zafar Gohar was bowling before lunch, now finds himself out there at mid-wicket in a one-saving position.
So, chaps, I want to ask you, T, say there's 34 overs left in the day at T, roughly.
Here's Higgins round the wicket again, bowls to Gay, and Gay again works it into the onside. This time it runs up to mid-on, and there's no run.
With your Northamptonshire hat on, Radders, what would you want Northamptonshire score to be? And with your Gloucestershire hat on, Ed, what do you want Gloucestershire to be wickets down?
You've beaten me to it, because that was what I was going to make sure that I wasn't the one to have to answer in the next over. That was the question that I had lined up.
Here's Higgins round the wicket, bowls to Gay, and Gay is again pushing forward, plays it down to backward point to end the over. Gay is still on 6, Curran yet to get off the mark, 34 for 1. Northamptonshire chasing 299 after you, Ed.
Well, wickets down. Remembering the extraordinary final session at Cheltenham last season where Matt Taylor took those 4 wickets in 10 balls, I would have to say absolute bare minimum would be 4. But I think Gloucestershire would want 5, personally.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. And Radders?
I'll settle for 150 for 2.
Okay. I was going to say 180 for Northampton, probably
180 is
5.
going to be, that's going to be pushing it a bit, I think. I think they would rather have wickets in hand and go for a little surge in the final session.
Matt Taylor in, and that's chopped away down towards the gully region. And Chris Dent across to field. I'm definitely with you, especially because it was Vasconcelos that was out. I think that's what's going to maybe, not dictate the fact that that's the way they'll go, but it makes it far more likely that it will be a case of, try and build through this afternoon session, watchful to start with, as Matt Taylor is in now, bowls, and it'd be a fairly tight lead, but then it was moving away. In fact, I'd be interested to have a look at a replay on that, because it almost did look as if it was one of the few balls that had actually swung through the air a little bit.
I mean, the difference, we've been talking quite a lot about the long run chase against Glamorgan last year when Northampton chased down 357 in 73 overs, was the fact that they were going at 5s pretty much from the start, and that they were rattling along at 5, and it was certainly going at 5 and over up till tea.
Matt Taylor in, and once more left alone by Curran through to the keeper it goes. It actually didn't swing that delivery that I thought might have done so.
And I'm not sure that's going to be the case this time. I think they would say, okay, we can go at 4.5, possibly even 5. If we've got 7, 8 wickets in hand, we can give it a go. And if we lose 2 or 3 quickly, then we can shut up shop if necessary.
Yeah, 180 would be 5 and over for the next 30 up
I think
till tea.
I think that's a bit optimistic.
And then 6 and over after that.
Matt Taylor moves in, bowls, and Curran in behind that one on the back foot.
Sorry, it's
playing
less than
quietly.
that. I've got my maths completely wrong there. I've done it.
I think Northamptonshire, if they were in a position where they were needing 5 and over with wickets in hand after tea, they would say that's okay. We can live with that, and we can have a dabble. You got Josh Cobb, who almost, as a white ball specialist, he ought to be, if that's the position, he ought to be in his element.
Yeah.
But what Northamptonshire won't want is to finish, as I said before, 45 for 3 or something.
Matt Taylor bowls, and Curran dabs that one away to point, and there's no run. And there's certainly plenty of stroke makers to come lower down. So, you look at, I guess you look at Gay, Curran, Zabe, Keogh, and you'd want 2 of those at least still to be there at tea.
Yes.
And then you've got Cobb McManus as a good manoeuvrer of the ball in a similar way that was really quite successful for Lace and Higgins in that big partnership. So he's another one to watch for as Matt Taylor's in, and there's a leading edge which is spooned out, could have gone anywhere, and it's gone well in front of point, and George Scott was in the end nowhere near it. But we've seen a few of those in the Gloucestershire second innings in particular, but that one, it really spooned in the air, and it was a delivery which was, it was hard to tell exactly how straight it was. I'll have to look at a replay of that, but Matt Taylor already making things happen after the lunch break, and it's 34 for 1, still 265 more required from 63 overs. And that was actually on off, middle and off, that leading edge there. That he took it off.
Well, I have to say, if you're looking for sensation in Division 1, you're going to have to look here. Here's Higgins starting a fresh over around the wicket, steered down into the gully by Emilio Gay, all along the ground, fielded by Chris Denton. There's no run. Because the other 2 matches in Division 1, obviously Hampshire beating Somerset yesterday fairly comfortably. The other 2 matches do rather look nailed-on draws at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 416 for 9. 12 runs behind Surrey's first innings total of 428 for 8, so hard to see how they're going to get a result there. Similarly at Chelmsford, as Higgins comes in, bowls down the leg side to Emilio Gay, shaping as though to turn it down. To fine leg, doesn't make contact, goes into the gloves of Bracey. And at Chelmsford, Essex 514 all out, Kent 469 for 5. So they're just 45 runs behind, but again, with just a couple of sessions to go. Jordan Cox, 127 not out, so he scored, just 29 runs this morning. 27 runs this morning. Here's Higgins in again, bowls to Gay, who again is propping forward onto the front foot, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run. So you would think that if there's going to be a chance of another result in Division 1 to go with Hampshire's win, it's going to be here, one way or the other. As far as the Division 2 matches still going on are concerned, at Cardiff, Morgan in trouble against Durham. Here's Higgins again, bowling to Gay, who stands up tall, plays it back down the pitch for Higgins to field, and there's no run. Glamorgan in their second innings, a 38 for 3, still trailing Durham by 111 runs. So that could be a win for Durham there. Glamorgan, for their part, will be looking to bat out time. At Grace Road, where it's Leicestershire against Worcestershire. Here's Higgins running in again to bowl to Emilio Gay, slipping a gully in place, and Gay drives pleasantly out into the covers, and he goes as far as his extra cover, and there's no run. Leicestershire needing set a target of 370 to win at 86 for 5 against Worcestershire. So again, you'd probably think that's odds on a Worcestershire win at Grace Road, just up the road from here. And then at Hove, where it's Sussex against Nottinghamshire. Sussex again looking to bat out time as Gay clips that one away pleasantly out to mid-wicket, but can't beat Tom Lace, who dives away and saves the possibility of a single. End of the over, another maiden Still waiting for the first run after lunch. 6 to go. Curran yet to get off the mark. 34 for 1 it is. Yeah, at Hove, Sussex are 97 for 4. So still trailing Nottinghamshire by 62. After Nottinghamshire opting yesterday to bat on, get a lead. Looks as though that might pay dividends for them. And at Lords, Middlesex against Derbyshire. Derbyshire set 356 to win, are 80 for no wicket.
Yeah, that's always looked to be a tricky situation for Sussex with Notts having got ahead in the game, and then, you know, they'll be piling on the pressure with the likes of Fletcher and etc. leading the way. So Matt Taylor to continue now into his 7th over for the innings, and he bowls now to Ben Curran, who's forward and playing a nice looking defensive shot to Van Buren at mid-off, no run.
Durham's the interesting one. I think Marcus North, he's director of cricket up there, isn't he?
Yes,
He's building
right.
something really good up there. A lot of homegrown lads with affiliations to the northeast.
Well, he's one of those being talked about as well, Marcus North, as a possible even for the England job, isn't he? He's been mentioned in dispatches. Must tell you also that the situation at Sussex is that Dan Abraham apparently is unlikely to bat, so it may well be that Sussex are effectively 5 down.
Oh dear. Matt Taylor in bowls outside off, low carry through to Bracey, and also actually just on that Durham match, Rushworth 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8.
Yeah. Some of their overseas signings. Will Young, who's coming here, was there last year. And it'd be interesting to see if Keegan Peterson is the best Keegan ever signed by the Northeast.
He's a fine player.
Yeah.
Watching him this winter bat for South Africa has been an absolute joy.
Yep,
super player to watch.
Really, really pleasant player to watch. Here is Matt Taylor, bowls full, and Curran forward in defence, rolling up towards mid-on. Nicely bowled from Matt Taylor, but also well negotiated by Ben Curran. The runs have totally dried up. In fact, we still have not had one yet since the lunch break. But tight bowling from these two, and that was, you know, for me, that was the key. And I did have Matt Taylor down as possibly even, although to start with Higgins with the new ball, but after that, possibly Matt Taylor, one of the keys here, because especially with Nassim possibly not being able to bowl, as in comes Matt Taylor, and once again, Curran on the front foot in defence back to the bowler. How his spells went, you know, he's got an increased workload because of Nassim being out of action, or at least, not, if not fully out of action, possibly rather limited in terms of the amount of overs he can bowl. Then the baton, if you like, is passed to Matt Taylor, and he's responded by getting rid of Vasconcelos so far. He's looking to get rid of Curran here, but once again a full delivery on and around off stump is defended into the offside by Curran for no run.
They settled on the draw here, do you think? I'm wondering if John Sadler might have had a word over the lunch hour. I mean, it's probably too early to say that, because I think they're probably just having a little look after lunch. And if they have, at what stage is it the onus then on Graham Van Buren to open it up, if there is an onus?
Matt Taylor continuing, and he's there and bowls down the leg side and well stopped by Bracey. We saw McManus have to deal with quite a few of those as well, those awkward bouncers just before it gets to the keeper, and Bracey's made sure that that doesn't get by him. So that is another maiden over from Matt Taylor, and 265 still required by Northants, and 61 overs now to get them in. And those 4 maidens, yes, it's been tight bowling. It's still, though, only brought the required run rate up from 4 to 4.3, which is, yes, I agree, that is a difference, but it's only when those overs really start to tick down that the run rate really changes too much. And I think that Northants can still afford to score at even, say, 2 3/4 and over this session, and still give themselves a decent chance of winning in the evening session.
Yeah, I'm playing devil's avocado.
Yeah, sure. And I was following through on it.
Well,
I'm a big fan of avocado.
Well, it's like I say, I think if Northamptonshire are going to be having a look at tea, as they say, but they just need to bat purposely, bat positively, but it's the old thing, score quickly but don't get out. Easy as that. Here's Zafar Gohar starting his work for the afternoon. His first ball is pushed out into the offside by Emilio Gay, and there's no run.
Good move from Van Buren here, because I didn't think Emilio Gay played him particularly well before lunch.
Yeah, I think he'd always rather have a little bit of pace on the ball, Emilio Gay, but obviously at the start of his career, it's all part of the learning process. Flighted up and swept by Gay. He doesn't get hold of it particularly well, but he gets hold of enough of it to go out towards deep square, where there's a bit of a chase round for George Scott, who once again finds himself lurking down there in front of the West Stand and the ice cream van. And Emilio Gay picks up 2 runs. First runs of the afternoon, he goes up to 8, and Northamptonshire to 36 for 1. Wish I could say the ice cream van was doing a roaring trade at the moment. Not particularly at the moment. Here's Zafar in again, bowls, and that's pushed out into the offside by Emilio Gay with the accompanying chorus from behind the stumps, led by James Bracey. So there are a few hardy souls indulging in their first 99 of the season yesterday, but it is a little bit chilly outside still, although it's a lovely afternoon. There's bright sunshine as Gay goes back on his stumps, turns it out on the bounce to Tom Lace, who finds himself back in at forward short leg, and there's no run. They do now have, for Emilio Gay, a leg slip. Ryan Higgins is in there at leg slip, so a slip, leg slip, and a forward short leg.
I love a leg slip.
Yeah, well, there's a few great ones on this ground in the past, as that's outside the off stump and padded up by Emilio Gay. He wasn't going to hit the stumps, it rolls down to backward point. And there's no run, not least DS Steele, whose room we were having lunch in today. I've been for the 4 days, the David Steele room. Great fielder in there at leg slip and backward short leg, took a lot of catches there. Here's Zafar in again, bowls, and that's swept by Gay again, which seems to be his attacking stroke of option against the spinner so far. It's gone down to again to deep backward square, where it's fielded by George Scott. This time they come through for just a single, so Gay nicks the bowling, 9 to him, 37 for 1. Yeah, he seems that's the stroke that he thinks is the release stroke, isn't it, of the pressure that's built up. If he possibly can get down to sweep, he will. Neither of them in that over, I have to say, entirely convincing, but he profited by 3 runs, 37 for 1.
So the first rotation of the strike then of the afternoon, and as a consequence, already, well, almost 20 minutes in, Emilio Gay's having to take guard for the first time to Matt Taylor since the break from the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre end. And I think Emilio Gay against Zafar Gohar, it seemed to be either sweep or play off the back foot. Matt Taylor starting a new over, in and bowls to Gay, who flash and a miss outside the off stump. A strangled shout from a couple of the Gloucestershire fielders, but you're never going to get a decision on that.
He's getting it through there, Matt Taylor, isn't he?
Yeah.
That was a quick delivery.
Yeah, and he really can get it up there. It would be really interesting to have speed guns.
Yes.
On some of these bowlers, because when you do get the speed gun on, you never know whether the speed gun's entirely reliable or not. But I'll come back to that after this ball, as Matt Taylor is in and bowls to Gay, who is back to quiet defence, out to cover for no run. It's actually surprising the constant maligning of every county bowler as a medium pacer. And yes, I agree, the speed guns may not be entirely accurate, but some of them actually do bowl quite quickly.
Yeah, Taylor's had a good pre-season. He got a 5-for against Exeter University last Sunday, and hurried up the students a little bit. And he's obviously got his tail up here. He's bending his back, and he's bowling with an injection of pace.
Matt Taylor bowls, left alone by Emilio Gay, goes through quite low to Bracey. David Payne's pace, I think, has been increasing over the last couple of seasons, and again, you got the speed gun on him in the competition, which some would not like us to name, and he was getting it up there, you know, a good 87 miles per hour, 88 even, and that is obviously fantastic to see from him. And Josh Shaw also, as Matt Taylor bowls, driven, beautiful shot from Emilio Gay through wide mid-off. Van Buren's herring after it. He has an almost comical look over his shoulder to see where the batsmen are going. They're going to come back for a 3rd run, which is well judged. And the backing up is also good to make sure that didn't go all the way through to the deep square boundary. And they thought of coming through for a fourth run. Nice shot from Emilio Gay. That should increase his confidence level, because it looked as if he was starting to get a little bit itchy
Yes, I think so.
against Matt Taylor especially. And so 3 more to the total, 40 for 1.
It's a bit like when we were reading out the stats of Ryan Higgins' innings, we were saying about him hitting a 6. I was trying to bring that to mind. Or it was a 2 and 4 overthrows, wasn't it?
Well, I was going to say, if you lose, or if Northamptonshire don't reach that target by less than 4 runs, it'll be interesting to see what they think of Ben Curran. At the
the lob at the bowler's end, and there was nobody there.
Yes, it was a slightly comical piece of cricket. Matt Taylor bowls to Ben Curran, who pushes quietly into the offside, and George Scott herring in quickly, always as your substitute fielder will do, providing a bit of extra energy out there. And I suspect he's going to be on the field for, by the looks of things, the rest of the day, the way it's gone. 40 for 1, and Curran yet to get off the mark. He's faced 14 deliveries, but unlike Gay so far, he hadn't shown signs of really wanting to get on with it and put the pressure back on to Matt Taylor. He's in now, is Matt Taylor and bowls, and once more on a tidy line and length, and defended in a similar manner by Curran to end that over. Matt Taylor's through 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. And Northants 259 more required from 59 overs.
Drink coming out for Emilio Gay, courtesy of Nathan Buck, who seems to be doing the drinks honours at the moment, sporting one of the corporate Northamptonshire bobble hats. I'm sure available from the shop. I did get into mild trouble last year by criticising the bobble hat that Wayne Parnell wore when he came out onto the field as 12th man before he'd actually made his Northamptonshire debut up at Old Trafford. And I was told it was a sort of fashion item from the county range, and was told the marketing department. It gave them publicity. There's no such thing as bad publicity, is there? Something like that. Here's Zafar Gohar over the wicket, bowling to Emilio Gay, and that leg slip in business, albeit on this occasion on the bounce. But Gay looking to just turn it around the corner. Ryan Higgins is there loitering in his left trouser pocket. Gay's left trouser pocket, I should say. And just going on the half volley to him. But they've got 3 men round the bat now. The leg slip, the forward short leg. And Gohar from the David Capel end, round the wicket. And there's the sweep again from Emilio Gay. This time, he really has nailed it. And that's raced away for 4 to the front of the West Stand. Exchange of pleasantries, I think, going on now between Zafar Gohar and Emilio Gay.
Yeah, Gay got that one a lot further in front of square, didn't he? That went sort of almost through mid-wicket, as opposed to the previous ones, which picked out the man at deep square. But
yeah, he really did get hold of that, and that's raced away for 4. 16 to Gay, 44 for 1 Northamptonshire, needing another 255 to win in at least 58 overs. Here's Gohar in again. Just tossing the ball from hand to hand. And he runs in and bowls to Gay. And Gay on the back foot, pushing it out on the bounce to forward short leg, and there's no run.
It's back foot or sweep, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Zafar's noticed that, and he almost got it through him with that inside edge that went on the bounce to leg slip. And I think he sensed blood there, but he just can't quite get at him.
Gohar in again. There's the sweep, and this time it's, I think, gone off the pad. It's beaten James Bracey. It's running down towards the boundary. It's 4, and the pre-signal suggests it's 4 byes. So, in fact, it didn't take anything. I thought it had just clipped the pad on the way through, but it didn't. It was Emilio Gay attempting the sweep, which would have obscured James Bracey's view. To be fair, it would have been a difficult one to take, to speak up for the keeper, but it's gone down as 4 byes.
It also was off that line where it's actually turning as well.
So 4 more onto the total, 48 for 1. Gohar in again, bowls to Gay. An appeal for LBW as he plays back. Big shout, not out, says the umpire. But as Ed has correctly pointed out, at the moment, those appear to be the 2 options for Emilio Gay, play back or sweep. On that occasion, he played back, and it was given not out.
Yeah, that's definitely struck him outside the line that time.
It's high octane out there, though, isn't
It's
it?
good stuff. Well, this is good intensity from both sides, and those that say that county cricket is a drowsy old business, well, come here, have a look at this. Here's Goharan again, bowling, and again he plays back, a little bit like French cricket on that occasion. Just pushes out in the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 16 to go. Curran yet to get off the mark, 48 for 1, 251 more runs needed.
It's almost at the stage where you might as well say to Emilio Gay, you might as well sweep every ball. He's not quite, but you know what I mean. He's got the exact length, I think, now, Zafar. If you're being a bit critical, we felt he may have been a touch short
before
lunch, but I think he's got it. He's got his length now, and his problem is that with the turn coming from wide of off stump, it's a really narrow window for it to be able to strike him in line, and then the umpire to be able to be sure that it's not turning too much. But I guess also the caveat to that is that Emilio Gay is getting so far back that potentially it might not matter. Matt Taylor is going to continue to Curran, and once more it's a dot ball as Curran defends up to mid-arm.
And the other big plus that Emilio Gay has, of course, is his height as well, because he's got a big reach. He can really get forward to the ball, should he choose to do so, but at the moment he's not.
But whilst he's sweeping, that will encourage Gloucestershire, because he's going across the line, and he's not playing with a straight bat there. So, you know, whilst he is sweeping, they'll be encouraged by that, although it is a vital source of runs for Northamptonshire as well.
251 more required by Northamptonshire as here comes Matt Taylor, and Curran, he's thought he might have dabbed that softly enough for a single, but they're in quite close on the offside, and no chances. Some form of aerial device is going around. I assume it's a helicopter from the sound of it, but the one thing actually I would say about the sweep shot though from Gay, and the one thing that he is doing very well when he plays it, is that he's picking the right ball and thrusting that pad well outside the line of off stump. So it's going to have to be one that really turns ridiculously sharply to try and kind of bowl him around his legs.
That's where his reach is a help.
Yeah. Matt Taylor moves in, and that's clipped away by Curran and well stopped at short mid-wicket. May not have been a run. Higgins from mid-on might have been able to get there, but it was a good piece of fielding in there, fairly close at short mid-wicket.
Can't help but feel a little bit for Ben Curran in these circumstances, because, you know, he knows, and a couple of the Northamptonshire top order know that with the overseas batter coming in, that there are going to be somebody's going to miss out, and he obviously wants to make the most of this opportunity. But equally, he knows that there's a game to be won. Matt
Taylor bowls, and maybe just a tiny bit of lift there. That one seemed to carry through a little better than some others through to Bracey, but I don't think there's a huge amount of movement out there in general. It was just, you know, we still go back to the fact just the odd one, and Vasconcelos' dismissal was one of those odd ones that did just nip away from the left-hander from the left arm over angle. So Taylor, 2 balls left in his 9th over. Maybe a case of rotating things about a bit, despite how well he's bowled. Might not be getting too many more overs as he's bowling full once more to Curran, and there did seem to be a little bit more of a little bit more frustration in that shout of no from Ben Curran. The balls continue to tick up that he has faced, which so far not managed to get off the mark. His 20 deliveries faced now.
He's a confident. I mean, he's a confident young man, and he'll back himself, I'm sure, to get himself in. And once he's in, to get going, doing what's needed. But
he is a Curran after all.
He is a Curran. Yeah.
Here comes Matt Taylor bowls, and in behind that one is Ben Curran, and a little bit of a brief stare off between bowler and batsman at the end of the over. 48 for 1, 251 more needed from 57 overs by Northants, and 9 more wickets needed by Gloucestershire still.
If there is a second new ball, Gloucestershire would have 1 over with it.
Yes, that's right. Well, it might be Ben Sanderson in there at the end, having to block out the last over for the draw or something. All things are possible. Ben Sanderson knows, he had that little bit of taste of that last season, of course, at Headingley. We're talking about Ricardo Vasconcelos, the very slow walk off before lunch, and whether it was he was unhappy with the decision or whether he was just frustrated at getting out then, we're not absolutely sure. But he, as I say, he's not the quickest walker off. At Headingley in that one-run defeat and that run chase last season, I think that's the slowest walk-off I've ever seen from anyone. I'll come back to that in a second because Zafar Gohar's going to start his 8th over. No wicket for 17 so far. Still the 3 close catches in. Slip leg, slip forward, short leg as he bowls for Emilio Gay. Aims the sweep. Big appeal again. Not out is the verdict. And, well, again, another little turn round and quizzical look, I think, let's say, from Zafar Gohar. And he was run out by a fantastic piece of fielding by David Willey, who always seems to do it time and again against his old county. And it was an important moment, and Vasconcelos had been playing well. His Gohar in again, bowls to Gay again, plays back, option 2. Plays that down along the ground to slip, and there's no run. And it was a very important moment in the game, and he was run out. And I think, and if I'm exaggerating, it's only slightly, that I think the new batsman in, who I think was Rob Keogh, had taken guard before he'd left the field of play. It was a very, very slow walk-off. And the sequel to that is down at Hove about a month later. Pretty much the same thing happened, the same match circumstances. Fantastic bit of fielding by Tom Haynes. And we saw a repeat. The difference being, as Gohar comes in and bowls, there's the sweep. It's gone up in the air. It's looping up, and it's just going to drop agonisingly short of Chris Dent. Coming in from mid-wicket, and the ball was in the air a while as Emilio Gay trying option 1, the sweep. It went up off a top edge and it just dropped short. Luckily for him, it's a run to Gay. He's 17.49 for 1.
Right where, sorry, it was right where they had the fielder before,
yes,
before the lunch break as well.
When Graham Van Buren put himself in there.
Yeah.
Oh, did that hit Lace at short leg?
I got the impression it might have done.
Might just have gone up a bit. It was in the air. It looped up. It was in the air a while. And then, yes, the Tom Haynes ran Ricardo Vasconcelos out again down at Hope with a fantastic bit of fielding. And Haynes then set off for a lap of honour around the ground, sort of taking the applause of teammates and the fans. He ran halfway around the ground at Hove. It was wonderful stuff, leaving Ricardo Vasconcelos to have another very slow walk off.
Like Imran Tahir, he's
yes, very, very similar. 49 for 1. And the reverse sweep from Ben Curran comes out against Zafar Gohar. And that's gone away for 4, and he's off the mark. So 4 to Ben Curran. The 50 comes up for Northamptonshire, 53 for 1, and having, well, battled away against the seamers to get off the mark. As soon as he's facing the spinner, Curran goes for the reverse sweep, nails it, 4 runs. Job's a good one.
Actually, it didn't come off Tom Lace. Right. I think what happened was it was kind of glove, and then maybe or bat and then maybe glove, and that's why it went off at that slightly weird angle. But I think that will forever be known as a Rickleton now, getting off the mark with a reverse sweep. Ryan Rickleton scoring his first test runs with a reverse sweep.
Looks a decent player as well. Big friend of Ricardo Vasconcelos is actually Ryan Rickleton. I think the same school. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Curran. Curran this time playing it back down the pitch for Gohar to field off his own bowling, and there's no run this time.
We're going back to bowlers who are overzealous in their celebrations. Jack Brooks once at his parish was as well, but Imran Tahir, I think he's at Edgbaston twice around the ground, a couple of times around the ball ring and then back.
Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Curran. Curran getting right over that to smother the spin, plays it up just to the right of Tom Lace at forward short leg. End of the over, 4 to Curran, 17 to Gay. 53 for 1. Northamptonshire need another 246 to win. There are at least 56 overs remaining.
And also in the South African wrist spin column as well, Tabraiz Shamsi
again,
with that boot off, getting the telephone out in addition to the lap of honour. Maybe he doesn't go quite as far, I don't think, as Imran Tahir. I think probably feels as if he needs to leave that as a kind of trademark Tahir run, but I think if he could, he'd run as far as
and Tabraiz Shamsi, once of this parish as well, briefly in T20 cricket, was here for a short spell here at Northamptonshire. But you see bowlers occasionally. I think it's the first time I've ever seen a fielder go to almost do half the way around the ground to celebrate. It was a terrific bit of fielding.
Matt Taylor to continue, and he bowls full, and that one's almost squirted onto the stumps, and then he almost kicked his stumps over anyway. Oh my word, that did not miss leg stump by much. and that probably would have had the pace still just to knock that bail off as well. And the way that he was kicking about back there,
It was almost a choice between being bowled or being hit wicket, wasn't
Yes.
it? It was, dearie me.
Emilio Gay there showing the footwork of Nureyev to get that one away from his stumps.
He probably prefer the footwork of Muhammad Ali. I say he's a big boxing fan, so the little shuffle, the Ali shuffle to get out of the way.
There's been a couple of those now, I think both off Emilio Gay in this innings, which have just squirted behind him. Matt Taylor bowls, and a leave and a good stop as that one just really scuds through along the ground and bounces well before Bracey, and he rightfully gets a low 5 from Miles Hammond at slip, because that was, I think, that bounced so far short of him, and it was another really tricky one to deal with.
Yeah, that one scooted through along the deck, and no keeper likes that. The dentists might, who are looking after wicket keepers, but no wicket keeper likes that.
Matt Taylor bowls, and Gay rather with a high elbow, defending towards cover. Ben Charlesworth, who's one of the relative few out there now in your old-fashioned cable knits. There's Chris Denton, Miles Hammond as well, but most of the other fielders have gone for the newer option, short-sleeved tops, whatever you want to call them, sweaters, jerseys. Jerseys.
Slipovers.
Yes, that's, there we go. You'd come up with the right word for it. Matt Taylor bowls full, and that's edged and caught. I think, yeah, thick edge. It certainly looked like an edge, and the umpire has given him. And that's a second wicket for Matt Taylor. Emilio Gay, as is within his rights, I think, waiting for the decision, but it looked like a big, thick deflection, and there was nothing else that it could be. And that is yet another dismissal for James Bracey. That's 7 in the match now, and both wickets so far have fallen. Caught Bracey, bowled Matt Taylor in this innings. Gay goes for 17, and it's 53 for 2.
Yeah, Taylor really making the difference here. Bit of movement, and just moving the ball around at the right pace as well. He's not overly quick, but he's just got enough zip about him to actually trouble the ball when it starts moving from side to side. And a little nibble there by Emilio Gay. I'm not sure he needed to play at that one. I think he was perhaps a little bit away from his body, but that's a really, really interesting wicket in the context of this game.
But hasn't Matt Taylor bowled beautifully in this
yeah.
spell? He's been quite superb, and he's generating pace. He's getting a bit of movement. It's not extravagant, but it's enough. And you know, as we were talking about, you know, Nazim Shah and all the rest of it. But I think you called it this morning, Ed, that he might be, because he's that sort of bowler, that he's capable. It may not do it necessarily day in, day out, but he is capable of putting in a spell like this when he can nip out 3 or 4 in the blink of an eye, and he's picked up the first 2, and he's thoroughly deserved them.
Well, you know, I'm just trying not to sound like I'm blowing my own trumpet too much, but when you
go on, blow away.
All right, all right.
Blow away.
But when you do watch enough of these players, you really do get the sense of when something like that might happen, and you watch enough of Matt Taylor, and you know when he's got his rhythm and when he's really attacking that crease and using every bit of pace in that run-up. And it therefore means that he doesn't have to move the ball that much because he is bowling at that extra little yard, and it may only be just the odd mile an hour here or there, but it just makes such a difference. And I think the way that he fizzes through his action as well, he can get through his action very quickly, and I think that potentially can unsettle batsmen. And to be honest, I mean, looking at the replay, it didn't do a whole lot, but just, you know, a couple of millimetres really off the pitch nipping away. So Saif Zaib is in, and Matt Taylor starts him off with a delivery just outside off, and Zaib does well not to play at it.
Zaib on a pair, of course.
Yep, I was just about to say that. But Matt Taylor bustles in, doesn't he? He's got quite a quick approach into the crease, and he bustles in, and Gloucestershire fans, hopefully he'll hustle and bustle a few batsmen out this afternoon.
Well, he's probably bought himself at least another over. The way that he's going, he'll have to wrestle the ball out of his hands. Matt Taylor in bowls to Zabe, who tries to angle that one into the gully region, but they've got a fielder there for that shot. And George Scott, I think it was, once again, the substitute fielder who was called into action. They've had him, really, they've had him where they think the action's most likely to be, because he's now about to trot out to the deep square leg boundary. And whilst Emilio Gay's no longer there to try to sweep Zafar Gohar to death, it's still worth having him out there just in case Curran wants to do the same.
Most wicket-keeping dismissals in a match for Gloucestershire is 10. So 7 so far for James Bracey, 10 by Andy Wilson against Hampshire at Portsmouth in 1953. A couple of 9s, which we'll come to in a second, as Gohar comes in. Big appeal for LBW as the reverse sweep is tried again by Ben Curran. And if he hadn't have been, well, in any case, there was a double jeopardy for him there, because there was the stroke and the big appeal for LBW, which is given not out. But then Saif Zabe was herring down for a single, for a leg by, and Curran was rooted in his crease. And they were almost at one stage both at the same end before Curran set off, and they come through for a leg by. 54 for 2. Close?
I'm afraid the stream wasn't quite on the bowler's arm angle,
okay.
so you've got the replay of what we saw, which is rather inconclusive.
It's a high-risk option, let's put it that way, as Zafar Gohar comes in and bowls to Emilio, to Zabe, who's trying to take a leaf out of Emilio Gay's book and try the sweep. My goodness, talk about all action.
It's all action.
Well,
it's really absorbing cricket.
Curran nailed the reverse sweep once, so fair enough, you can see why he was trying to play it again, but everything in moderation. Down the wicket comes Zabe and plays that up to mid-wicket, fielded by Chris Dent.
He's looking like he thinks the best form of defence is attack against Zafar Gohar here.
He's also on a pair, of course. His first time batting up at number 4 in the order. Gohar in again, bowls to Zabe, who sweeps, bounces up off the pad. Out on the offside, James Bracey comes from behind the stumps to retrieve.
Am I being biased by saying that it's a bit difficult to see how Zafar Gohar hasn't quite got a wicket yet?
I think it's entirely accurate, and yeah, it's all action stuff as Gohar comes again, short of a length, and back goes Saif Zabe, pushes it out on the offside. We've got the double teapot now from Zafar Gohar, who is thinking, is there any justice in this world at all? Because, as Ed alluded to there, he's done everything except get a wicket. But so far, nothing in the W column. And here's Gohar in again. Sweeps again, goes Zabe. Now, what's this come off? Is it a bit of bat there? Is it just pad? It's bat. No signal from the umpire. So he's off the pair. He gets a single off a little bottom edge down past the wicketkeeper. And Zabe is away, 1 to him. And at the end of the over, Northamptonshire 55 for 2. And Zafar Gohar, if you look at his figures, 9 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 23, nothing much happening there. Well, let me tell you, this is one of those instances where statistics do lie.
Who were the other wicket keepers, Radders? There was one down at United Services Portsmouth.
Yes.
Which is a fantastic ground.
A couple of 9s. Jack Russell, almost inevitably, against Durham at Bristol in 2002.
Was that on debut? There's one in 1981 on debut. I think he took quite a few.
He took 8, I think, on debut. This was a 9 against Durham, and then Stephen Adshead, who took 9 against Derbyshire at Bristol in 2008.
Matt Taylor bowls, and that's edged and gone in front of Chris Dent at second slip, and they've done really well on, I think it's 3 times now where there's been a flashing edge, and they've managed to stop the ball from travelling down to the vacant third-man boundary.
Lots of 8s, lots of 7s, but I say 1 10 and 2 9s for Gloucestershire.
Sounds like your golf round, Radders.
On a good day.
Here comes Matt Taylor, and he bowls, and that's left by Zabe to have calmed down a little bit there when he played that one.
Yes, it was
a bit frenetic.
It was a little frenetic. Yes, this is again. I mean, I know we bang on about it, but this is one of the countless joys of this game, and county game in particular. There are personal agendas out there. There are batsmen who are thinking, they've got, however much they're concentrated on the match situation, the back of their mind is going to be, I need to get some runs in this innings.
Yep. 2 slips in a gully as Matt Taylor is in and bowls to Zabe, who clips that one away fine down towards long leg. And a comfortable single taken, 56 for 2 Northamptonshire, 243 more needed from a minimum of 53.5 overs. Certainly nothing wrong with that one from Zabe. Maybe Matt Taylor just looking for that perfect kind of pitching on off,
ball,
and yes, and just trying to get Zabe to move too far across, maybe trap an LBW, but Zabe doing well to get his first, I think, run under total control. Matt Taylor to Curran. We've seen plenty of that, and we haven't seen much of that, though, as that's pulled away. Didn't time it that well. It's rolling towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and despite the best efforts of Zafar Gohar, it will get there. So he hit it well enough, but I think it was uppish for a little bit, but it was between the 2 fielders. So 4 runs, and it's 60 for 2, Curran onto 8.
It's a productive shot for Ben Curran. Is often the case with a lot of batsmen of shorter stature. They're very strong. With the pull and the cut, and it's a stroke that brings him a lot of runs.
They pick it up quickly, don't they?
Yeah.
We're going back to Zafar Gohar. I think we're going to see him. Wouldn't surprise me if he toils away all day from that David Capel end.
Yep, he may well do. Matt Taylor, that's the first time, I think, the first time since lunch that he's tried the short ball. I don't think I can remember.
They put a man back
one.
now.
I'm wondering if that maybe an indication that this might be his last over of the spell, possibly. I think he's, well, this is what I think is this his 9th over of the spell now, as Matt Taylor's in, and that's well wide of off stump, and swaying out the way of that one is Curran.
We talked about a sweater over yesterday. This presumably will be a slip over.
Sorry, it's not his 9th, of course. This is yes. Ignoring that,
it's his 11th of the innings. Isn't
yes,
it?
it's his 9th over from the Lynn Wilson centre end, but it's
took the wicket in his yes.
I think it's his 7th.
7th, yeah. I think so.
I think it's his 7th now.
Do you get a tank top over as well, Redders?
There's a thought.
Right, so this might be the last ball of Matt Taylor's terrific spell, as Curran waits, and here comes Matt Taylor and bowls, and about onto pad, I think, there, rolling out into the leg side, and because they put that fielder back at deep square leg, Curran is able to come through for a single, so he will keep the strike on 9, and Northamptonshire 238 more runs required from 53 overs, so the run rate's getting up a bit higher. I would say it's still nowhere near being unmanageable, though.
Some of the
required, that is. Sorry, Dan.
Some of the Northamptonshire batsmen here going on the back foot, and they're playing with fire. The bounce has been a little bit inconsistent, and if the ball keeps low and you're on the back foot, it traps you in front. There's nowhere for you to go, and the umpire will be raising his digit, and you'll be on your way.
Well, Ben Curran is going to be facing the spin of Zafar Gohar again. We've seen him try a couple of reverse sweeps. One of them he nailed and went for 4. The other one he didn't and could easily have been out. Now, let's have a look at the field. Still the 3 around the bat, the forward short leg, the leg slip and the slip. And a man fairly tight in at mid-wicket, Chris Dent saving the one. Gohar comes again, good length to Curran, who's just able to pop back onto the back foot and push it out into the onside.
Miles Hammond's doing some warm-ups.
Well, maybe he bowls a bit off spin, doesn't he? I think
that's right. Yeah, well, I mean, he there's a well-publicised story by now, but he suffered from the yips and then converted himself into this attacking, initially, well, not initially, it's necessarily just white ball batsman, but became more of a batsman by not necessarily by choice.
Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Curran, who's in behind that, pushing it up towards Chris Dent at mid-wicket, but it's intercepted by Tom Lace in there at forward short leg, and there's no run again.
Could be dangerous against the left-handed pair here as well, with the off-spin and turning the ball away from the bat.
Yeah, maybe that's the thinking, because it goes after these two. There is not another left-hander. They're all right-handers. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Curran, pushes that out into the offside, and the bowler himself sprints away, because there's a big gap there where there is a single, and the bowler decided he was going to set off after it himself, which he did, but Curran and Zabe able to complete the single. Curran into double figures, 10 to him, and Northamptonshire to 62 for 2, needing another 237 to win. And now Zabe on strike, still with the 3 men round the bat. Over the wicket comes Gohar, and Zabe watchfully forward, pushing it out square on the offside. James Bracey scuttles round from behind the stumps to field, and there's no run.
Yeah, they brought the man across onto the leg side, so you've got a fielder there at backward point and you've got a mid-off, but you've got nobody in between. And you wonder if Zafar Gahar bowling over the wicket at the left-handers, whether that's too easy a single for them just to push it into the offside.
Big yawning gap through the covers at the moment. Here's Gohar in again, swept by Zabe, and if there was any bat on that, it was dangerously close to those two men close in on the leg side, and there's no signal, so there was a bit of bat on it.
Just managed to bisect them.
Just managed to split the two, the leg slip and the forward short leg, and the upshot of it is that Zabe gets a run, 3 to him, 63 for 2.
But maybe that's good captaincy. Maybe they're looking for the batsman to push it into the offside, catch the inside edge and go to one of those guys that you've just mentioned, as the short leg, or perhaps even the leg slip off the inside edge.
Well, it's one of those fascinating games of cat and mouse and bluff and double bluff that you see when a quality spin bowler is bowling on a pitch that's giving a little bit of help, not extravagantly so, where they just have to turn their arm over and wait for the wicket. But he's having to work for these, but he's a master craftsman, as we know. And here he is in again, bowling short of a length, and there's that big gap being brought into play by Ben Curran, who punches that away past where cover would have been, but there isn't a cover. As a result, it runs out towards the boundary, and they're able to come through for a couple of easy runs. 12 to Curran, 65 for 2. And it's an interesting point, isn't it? Because it's an easy release, a relatively easy release for the batsman just to get off strike, rotate the strike. In this case, it's given Curran 2 more runs, 65 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, I'd like to see a silly point in there. It stops the batsman from getting forward completely. And even though it doesn't cover that easy release single, it's still in the batsman's eye line, and it stops him going from forward.
I know that my dad would be yelling to get another man round the bat because that tends to be one of his favourite things to do. So I'm sure he'd be agreeing with you. Anyway, we are indeed going to see Miles Hammond, which I'm delighted about, I've got to say. He bowled 19 overs last year, and I was talking about the fact that he got Hashim Amla out, but it's an interesting move because Hammond didn't tend to be cheap. He had an economy of 4.5 and over in those, but it's a move which is... Graham van Buren is not scared of losing this game by putting Hammond on here. So it's a real insight into what Van Buren's thinking. He's not just going to let this fizzle and Northamptonshire work themselves into a position at tea where they're the only ones that can potentially win this. So this is a really interesting insight into Van Buren's captaincy here.
Yeah, good captaincy, good captaincy.
So Hammond with a short leg and a slip, and that's turned around the corner by Zabe, and they've got a fielder on the 45 there.
In a sense, it's reflecting what we were talking about Rob Keogh yesterday when he came on, and talking to Chris Little last night. He said, because Keogh yesterday played pretty much the holding role, and they said that's what they like him to do because they know he's an attacking off-spinner. They know he might go for a few runs, but he turns the ball sharply. What they might need him to do if Kerrigan's not playing in particular is to play the holding role, and that's what Keogh did for Northamptonshire.
Here's Hammond. He bowls, and a sweep shot which is hit hard, and a couple of bounces out to Zafar Gahar on the deep square boundary, and another single is taken. Curran on to 13, and for me, Hammond, as I say, Hammond is definitely not on here to hold things up. He's on here because actually last season, it wasn't just the ball that got Hashim Amla out, which, by the way, even though I think Amla may have probably had enough of batting at that stage, even Hashim Amla may have had enough of batting, it was a great delivery, and he is capable of bowling the magic ball. He might also give up a couple of boundaries, but this is going to be really good cricket to watch. Hammond in and outside off, and Curran allows that to thud into the gloves of Bracey behind the stumps.
The other thing to consider is on these slow decks, the slower you bowl it, the harder it is to hit. You can't deflect it, you have to actually put bat to ball. And I wonder if that's come into his thinking as well.
Here comes Hammond, trots in, bowls, and that's tickled round the corner nicely by Curran. That's probably got the pace on it to... No, in fact, it hasn't got the pace on it to go to the rope. It'll be stopped there well before the rope, actually, in fact, and it's a couple of runs to Curran. He moves on to 14 at 68 for 2. 231 more runs needed to win.
A nice springy approach and action.
Yes, he does. He's quite tall, and he comes up quite wide of the crease, actually, as well. At least he has done so far. Having a little bit of a chat with Graham van Buren about the possible field placing. I'm trying to remember, and I'm afraid my memory is failing me, so I'm going to have to look it up, who Hammond's 2 victims at Grace Road last year were. But I was actually, particularly in that innings, was actually quite impressed with the way that he bowled.
We did see Hammond in the game that we covered at Bristol last year, as cycling into work. I don't
That's
know
right,
if Gloucestershire
yes.
have got a cycle to work scheme on going
Hammond
on.
in on leg stump and turned away out to deep square leg comfortably by Curran for another single. And what he also does is he takes those electronic scooter for hire things sometimes,
Oh,
because
yes,
I saw him
yes.
leave the ground on one of those one day as well.
A lot of those around Northamptonshire at the moment.
And Bristol have got a Boris bike scheme, haven't they, where you can just pick them up?
Yes, well, I think the same in Northampton, I noticed. As Hammond is in and forward in defence, Zabe rolling it out towards Chris Dent. An extra cover as I get the wrong Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire scorecard up, inevitably. And the end of the over, 69 for 2, 230 more required from 51 overs. And yeah, so Hammond's 2 victims were, yes, he did get Ackerman. I should have stuck with my convictions. He got rid of Ackerman, and Chris Wright was his other victim. It was a skyer caught at mid-on. But the wickets of Ackerman and Hashim Amla were both beautiful bits of bowling. They were both bowled.
Ackerman's a very good player, very strong drive of the ball through the covers.
Yes, and speaking back to decisions which you remember, Glenn Phillips had him, by the looks of things, absolutely dead to rights. I think first ball in that game, and he went on to make 57, and new Gloucestershire signee Marcus Harris went on to make 148 and back Gloucestershire out the game.
Zafar Gohar starting a fresh over to Ben Curran, who guides that down towards backward point. Thought possibly about a single, but the man at slip is able to just trot round and prevent that possibility. It stays at 69 for 2, 230 more runs required. Here's Gohar in again. The reverse sweep comes out from Curran, but that was, he'd taken a bit of pace off that one and flighted it up, and Curran was through the stroke almost before the ball had arrived. Result being it just ran out in front of square, and there's no run.
He's a wily bowler, isn't he, Zafar Gohar?
Certainly is. It's a pleasure to watch this. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Curran. Curran pushing out in the offside, and Gohar comes across the field. The field now, still the 3 close, just the 2 close catches rather now, because the man at leg slip, Ryan Higgins, has dropped down to the 45-degree saving one. There's deep backward square, mid-wicket, and then a man tight in just on the edge of the square on the inside, like the onside, and a deep mid-on as well, as that ball is turned by Curran on the bounce to Tom Lace under the lid at forward short leg. And there's no run on the offside. They've got obviously the slip. Deep backward point, come short, come sort of square third man. And an extra cover, fairly straight. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Curran, pushing it up on the onside. Lace from under the helmet comes round to field. And again, there's no run.
He's just played the 1 test for Pakistan, hasn't he, Zafar Gohar?
Yeah, that's right, in New Zealand. And he would have played more, but I've told this story at least 3 or 4 times last year, so I'm going to do it again during the next over.
Here's Gohar in again. Coming round the wicket now to Curran, and Curran on the back foot. Again, it's that release thing. He's just able to drop it down on the offside in the general direction of extra cover, who is deep, and they're able to come through for an easy single, and Curran nicks the bowling. 16 to him, 4 to save. 70 for 2 at the end of the over. Zafar's now bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 28.
So apologies to Gloucestershire fans who are bored of this story by now, and probably those who are following Zafar Gohar on a personal level as well, but perhaps Northamptonshire fans might not have heard this. But in 2015, he was due to replace Yasir Shah in the Test series here, and he got the call up and got. Well, he basically was under the impression that he could take a different flight from the Emirates to here, as Hammond is in that jump and he bowls down the leg side, and Bracey does well to take that and prevent there being byes. So he was. The story got out that he'd overslept and missed the flight that he was supposed to be on, but he was under the impression that he could get a later flight. But as a consequence of that, he ended up missing his Test debut as would have been in 2015. As Hammond is in, and that's flicked but straight to short mid-wicket, and Matt Taylor will pick up. But the story goes further than that, though, because Yasir Shah ended up presenting Zafar Gohar with his Test cap when he did make his debut.
Nicely done.
Hammond in, and full delivery, and it's stabbed away really out into the covers for no run by Curran. And the other connection between them is that Yasir Shah was part of the attack when Zafar Gohar scored his to date only first-class century. So sort of an intertwining between two spinners there. As Hammond is in, he bounds in, and that's driven by Curran. For a moment behind the stumps that they might have just snuck underneath the bat there, but it was the bottom of the bat for sure, but it was negotiated out into the covers for no run. So Hammond, with the exception of the first ball of the over so far, has managed to eliminate that delivery down leg. They've got the leg slip in place. Hammond fires that one in, and rocking onto the back foot to cut that one away is Curran, and it goes out to George Scott, who's substitute fielding out at deep cover. One more to the total, 71 for 2.
There's another wonderful story involving cricketers and aeroplanes. Vasbert Drakes, the old West Indian fast bowler who was trying to travel from Colombo in Sri Lanka. We've been playing in the Champions Trophy. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Hammond bowls, and he's got down to sweep that early, did Zabe, and he's helped it round the corner, and that's 4 runs to end the over. So turns out to be a good one from Northamptonshire's point of view. 4 dots to start with, but they've managed to get 5 off it, and of late, Northamptonshire are scoring pretty much bang on the required rate.
So Vasbert Drakes was trying to go from Sri Lanka to play for Border in East London in South Africa, and his plane was delayed, and even though he's dropped lower and lower in the batting order, he never made it, finding himself in the unique position of being timed out whilst in midair.
That's a great one. I was just looking at what's happening at Edgbaston, just keeping half an eye on what's in the other Division 1 games, and Warwickshire now 441 for 9. They've taken the first innings lead against Surrey, made 428 for 8. Oliver Hannon-Dolby, not out off 52 balls.
Oh, dig in.
And he's done that for good reason, because he was, by the look of it, trying to get Michael Burgess through to his 100.
Right.
And Burgess is now 101 not out.
Well,
so
he almost blocked it out for Warwickshire against Gloucestershire in 2020, a thrilling finish. I think it was 4.5 overs remaining when finally Higgins managed to get him, but that was another tremendous championship match. And again, just that kind of typical scoreline that generates a good match, that's sort of 260, 260, 250, 240, that sort of thing.
Not dissimilar to here. We're at 75 for 2, and we've got a change of bowling because Ajit Singh Dale has come into the attack. Going to be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Curran from the David Capel end with a slip in place. Slip, backward point. There's a man at third man, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep backward square and a long leg on the boundary. It's Matt Taylor down below us as Dale comes in for his first ball of the innings. Short, and Curran pulls it, and it is going to be the aforementioned Matt Taylor in business, running down from below us in the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre, and keeps it down to a single. One more to Curran. He goes up to 18, and Northamptonshire up to 76 for 2, needing another 223 to win. In the other match at Chelmsford, Essex 514 all out, Kent 522 for 7. So I think, chaps,
you can hear the snores all the way from Chelmsford.
I think, although we didn't exactly choose this fixture, I think we've done rather well, because it's the one real contest, I think, in Division 1 in this round of matches. Here's Dale in again, bowls to Zabe on the front foot, pushes it out into the covers, goes up to extra cover, and there's no run because obviously Somerset Hampshire was very one-sided, with Hampshire winning comfortably with the day to spare, and the other two, and barring something unexpected, look like being fairly predictable draws.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful game. Really, really enthralling start to the season.
Here we are, 2:45 on the final afternoon, and not a pot washed, as they say. Hard to know which way this one's going to go. Here's Dale in again, bowls to Zabe, who positive in defence. Again, sort of a half drive, half push up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Zafar Gohar and there's no run. A little bit more hazy this afternoon. It's still very, very pleasant, but there's lots of high cloud around. The blue sky's pretty much disappeared. It's rather a hazy afternoon, sort of thing you often see at the other end of the season, perhaps the end of August into September, but conditions for watching out, very pleasant. There's probably noticeably more people out on the balcony of the Spencer Pavilion this afternoon. Here's Dale, and again round the wicket. That's turned nicely down towards Taylor at fine leg, and they come through for a single. Zabe goes up to 9, and Northamptonshire up to 77 for 2. Yes, they're able to sit out this afternoon without the risk of suffering from exposure.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the cloud cover here might make it start to hoop around a little bit.
Yeah, we were wondering. I mean, it's been a little bit hazy all morning. It was very first thing this morning, and it was one of these glorious pin bright spring mornings. But the temperature's down a bit, I think, isn't it? It's still only what, 12, 13 degrees, I would have thought. Here's Dale round the wicket again, bowls to Curran, who pulls everything out of danger. Lets it go through outside the off stump into the gloves of Bracey.
Supposed to get very nice over Easter, though, Rada. 17, 18
yeah,
degrees.
They reckon it's going to be absolutely glorious over Easter, which is easy to explain. That is because Northamptonshire aren't playing.
Well, yes, but at least Gloucestershire are, and that should be of great comfort to you. So yes, that's Gloucestershire's first home fixture of the season against Yorkshire.
The Yorkies, haven't you, down at Bristol?
Yep, should be a cracking encounter, that.
Then Northamptonshire will play Yorkshire the week after, starting on the 21st of April here at the county ground. Full start from Ajit Singh Dale, who started his run up and then realised that Ben Curran was adjusting his dress or just checking his bat. Now settles into his stance as Dale comes in, round the wicket, bowls to Curran, and outside the off stump, Curran just lets it go through to Bracey. End of the over, 77 for 2. Curran is 18, Zabe is 9. 2 runs off that first over from Dale.
And I should also say, doing my bit, that every ball of that game, as every other game, is available on the BBC Sport website and app, and that game will also be the main focus on 5 Sports Extra, so you may well, if you're out and about, be able to catch it on their IPL and other commitments notwithstanding, but that will be the main focus on 5 Sports Extra starting on Thursday.
Yes, at least it means next weekend I shall, amongst one or two other work things I have to do, I may even get the scoring pens out on Saturday. I think my club's got a game, so...
Ah, wonderful. Yeah, well, I mean, it's...
Might dig the old coloured pens out.
Yeah. What better way to spend an afternoon when it's nice temperatures?
Yeah, it should be very pleasant there at Milton Road.
Maybe not unbroken sunshine by the looks of things,
no,
but
it looks
should be
nice
good.
Yeah, it looks pleasant. Gohar switching to this end.
Yes, I wondered whether that might potentially be the case. I think it was a really good idea to give Miles Hammond a go, but now I think they've got to see what Zafar can do from this end. The footmarks are still quite prominent from this end, and I think it's definitely worth seeing whether the turn could just come from closer to the stumps from this end, because the problem that he had was that he could make it turn from wider the stumps, but LBW wise, several times, 3 or 4 times, it was impact outside off.
On the face of it, you would say this is more promising for him, wouldn't you, in terms of the visible marks
certainly
there?
from what we can see. So he's got short leg and slip, and the fielder on the 45, man out at deep backward square, nobody out on the offside, still that wide open space for the single, and there's a reverse sweep and a terrific stop from George Scott at backward point. I thought that was 4 right off the bat. Zabe hit that reverse sweep about as, in fact, probably better than any reverse sweep we've seen so far. But George Scott was in, as it turned out, pretty much the perfect position, but he still had plenty to do, and he is a very sharp fielder in that region. Zafar Gohar in, and on the back foot, nice shot, punching it through the covers. Zabe should get 2 here. Charlesworth is in pursuit from mid-off, but just the comfortable 2 runs to be taken. And yeah, I think from Gloucestershire's point of view, I wonder how long they feel as if they can kind of bring Northamptonshire into the game. How long before actually them ticking along at well, 3.5, 4 and over as they're doing, which is not quite the required rate now, but it's close to. How long that stops becoming a problem for, as there's a strangled shot for leg before here, but I assume that there was a fair amount of bat involved there as it rolled away out into the backward point region and there's no run. You know, how long can they sort of let Northamptonshire tick over?
Yeah.
And you know, give a lot of credit to how these two have played, and Saif Zaib, who started off frenetically in his first over, has really calmed down, and they're playing well here, both these two. Zaib, once again, rocking back and looking for 2 here, even though the ball would not have left the virtual 30-yard circle, but Charlesworth was alert to that possibility and to the ball quickly.
I think all you needed,
single.
Also, all you needed to see there was Ben Curran putting his gloves on as he completed the first run. So I think he was definitely not going for 2.
2:19 more needed by Northamptonshire. And Curran taking strike as Zafar moves in. And there's a shout for leg before wicket here, and this time it's out. So Zafar Gohar has at last struck, and going onto the back foot, Curran looking to flick into the leg side, and the umpire raising the finger for leg before wicket, and it's 80 for 3. Curran, he played well for his 18, he was patient to start with, and then was ticking the board along nicely, but he becomes the latest Northamptonshire batsman to be dragging himself off the field. He's barely moving as he walks off.
It was a slow, lingering death from the umpire there, and a slow walk
funeral
off
march off, isn't it?
But I think he thought it might be a little bit high. I don't know. I want to have a look at this again on the replay, but it did look a little bit high.
The speed of the walk-off is certainly rivaling Ricardo Vasconcelos at the moment. I think
he might be beating him.
I think he might be beating him,
or not beating him, as the case may be. Yeah.
It's like a slow bicycle race between those two. But yeah, I think height was the only thing I wondered about. But you've probably got a better view of it there on the replay.
Unfortunately, the stream just needs a bit of a refresh, because I've been having it on quarter speed for a long time, and I think it gets a bit fussy.
But again,
so I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, it's frustrating for Ben Curran. Again, he's and this is what happened a few times last season. He's made a start. He's done, in essence, a lot of the hard work, and then getting out. And I suspect that's one of the reasons he's just about crossed the boundary line. And Rob Keogh is already pretty much out into the middle, and he's walking up the stairs like I do most of the time. If you've got a slightly bad back and you're having to hobble up the stairs.
I don't think height's the issue. I wonder if he's
outside
the line.
Outside the line, yeah. Well, that's.
I don't know. It's close, isn't it? Whether it's
umpire's call.
Nothing more than the edge of umpire's call. Yeah. I would say just slowing it right down. But of course, the umpire doesn't get to slow it right down.
And interesting, I mean, he was looking at where he was standing, and my first thought was that it might be a height issue. But yeah, he was sort of looking at lines and things, and presumably he felt that he might have been just got himself outside the line, and was playing a shot. Anyway, as you say, the umpire doesn't have access to the technology. Curran's got to go, and Rob Keogh, first innings centurion at the crease. You know,
I know people would say that I would say that, but I just, if you press me on it, I say that might be the very edge of umpire's call. But yeah, certainly it didn't seem to be height that was the issue, because of how far back he'd got, and the ball not bouncing masses. So now Keogh, the other key man of the two that we identified at the start of the innings, he comes out now with a job on his hands. Here's Zafar bowling to Keogh, quite a flat delivery on around about fifth stump, and Keogh just quietly using the pace of the ball and playing it out to backward point for a dot, and that ends the over. Zafar Gohar in his 12th over has taken his first wicket. He certainly could have had one before then, but he's got one now, and it's 80 for 3. Northampton need 219 more from 47 overs, and Gloucestershire needs 7 wickets.
And has he unlocked the door here? Has he unlocked the door into the middle order, which then unlocks the door into the lower order?
Well, I think Northamptonshire will obviously be thinking about there's still, what, best part of 3/4 of an hour to go till tea, perhaps a bit more than that. So you would feel Northampton don't really want to lose another wicket before tea if they can help it. I think they would want these two to take it on a little bit. Still plenty of batting to come. Here's Dale round the wicket with a slip in place, bowls to Zaib. who's in behind that, pushing it just square of the wicket on the offside, fielded at backward point by Tom Lace, and there's no run.
Just such a crucial point to take that wicket,
Yes,
just
absolutely.
as Curran
Those
and
two
Zabe
were settling, weren't
yeah,
they?
they were. They were beginning to rotate the strike. They were beginning to pick up the ones and twos, and it was almost, you sensed that Van Buren couldn't leave that cover gap open too much longer and had to go more into defence first. And just as it was starting to look easier, the strike has come.
Here's Dale in again, bowls to Zabe, short, very short, and Zabe not a tall man, and that sails balloons over his head. He might have got it with a line prop. Yeah, it makes you wonder if it was remotely playable. Anyway, it's gone.
Yes, I mean, when batsmen duck, I think there's tends to be a bit more leeway. But yes, I'd have to say that looked to be a good foot over his head if he was standing up. But there we go.
It's gone into the gloves of James Bracey. Now, if Gloucestershire nip out another one quickly here, then I would suggest that they are almost back to being favourites. Here's Dale in again, bowls to Zabe, who's playing that defensively again out of the offside. Fielded by Lace, and there's no run.
My money's still on the draw, but as you said, Radders, Northampton should bat deep.
They do bat deep.
You know, look
yeah.
at Gareth Berg coming in at 9.
Yeah.
Sanderson's no fool with about 11.
Well, you got there's plenty of batting there, but you just feel that. Well, we're not saying anything particularly startling, but I think if Zafar Gohar bowls well and continues to pose a threat and continues to set challenges for the batsman, he is going to be the key to this match. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Here's Dale in again, bowls to Zabe, in behind it, plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
He's got a big trigger movement, hasn't he, Zabe? He's there. His trigger movement is when Dale is halfway through his run-up.
I have to say, he was at the centre of one of my favourite moments of last season when he made his maiden first-class 100 against Sussex, which was a super knock, and at the time we were sort of asking inevitably about mum and dad and the rest of it, and his dad, who's a GP, was actually in the middle of doing a COVID vaccination clinic at the doctor's surgery down in Buckinghamshire, and I think he'd probably got the stream on one screen at least and just keeping half an eye on what was going on whilst obviously tending to his patients. But it was a nice
one eye on the vaccination, one eye on the screen. It was
very much of its time, and the state the world was in then, and he was helping his patients at the same time as Saif was getting a maiden 100. But he really came of age, I think, as a red ball cricketer last year. The way in which he finished the match against Sussex down at Hove with a real flourish was good to watch.
Sounds like there was a lateral flow off his bat there.
Short again goes Dale, and this time it wasn't quite as short, and Zabe did actually have to duck underneath that one, and it goes into the gloves of James Bracey.
Yeah, hasn't even been signalled second one for the over.
He was one of the, I think Saif was one of those players who, again, it was easy to sort of pigeonhole him as a little bit as a white ball cricketer, obviously attacking batsman, brilliant fielder, can bowl a bit as well. But I think he's a better cricketer, he's a more rounded cricketer than that. David Ripley certainly felt that and was prepared to back him last year in red ball cricket, and it paid dividends. Here's Dale in again, bowls to Zabe, plays it down to backward point, where Tom Lace is having a busy time down there, fields, and that's the end of the over. 12 to Zabe. Keogh yet to get off the mark, 80 for 3, 219 more runs needed, 46 overs remaining at 3 o'clock.
7 wickets needed for Gloucestershire as well. And they're hoping that Zafar Gohar can be the man here. Maybe Winkle 1, perhaps 2 more out before tea. You never know, 5 in that last session. There'll be loads of men round the bat. They'll be like vultures round an ailing wildebeest, won't they, Ed?
Yes, I suppose so. Are
you familiar with many ailing wildebeests?
I haven't seen too many ailing wildebeests around Northampton, but then I didn't go out last night on the Saturday night, as I was driven straight to mid-off this time by Keogh, and Matt Taylor gets down to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Go down Bridge Street, you might see 1 or 2 people giving a passable impression of one. But,
and the cry of the ailing wildebeest as well.
Yes.
Sound I'm sure we're all familiar with. As Zafar, he's finally got a right-hander to bowl at. As he's in now and bowls shorter and flatter on the back foot. Keogh drives once more up to Matt Taylor. There's no run. Matt Taylor was just keeping himself loose just down in front of us in the previous over, but I suspect that's all it was, because at the moment Ajit Singh Dale has started off really rather nicely with 2 overs for just 2. Zafar Gohar bowls, and that's a bit more of a flighted delivery, but Keogh on the front foot and defending. And almost, normally you say the left armer would be better off bowling at the right-hander, but I just wonder here with where the ball has turned out of, and it's been in that if not necessarily just the footmarks, the kind of area that the right arm will be following through in. As once more Keogh driving pleasantly off the back foot, but picks out dent at extra cover for no run. You're going to have to be pretty brave to fire it that far down the leg side in order to hope that you get the magic ball. So you'd really have to set your field accordingly if that was the kind of plan you were trying to act out. Zafar in, and Keogh forward and defending, rolling it out into the covers. And also the other thing that you could potentially bring into play there, especially if you bowl from over the wicket, is that the umpire starts calling leg side wides on you if it doesn't turn, which, you know, depending on the situation, could potentially come into play.
Is Zafar Gohar bowling a little bit flatter here at the right-hander, not getting the loop that he was to the left-handers, perhaps?
Here he comes to complete the over. And, well, that was a bit more flighted. Quick single here. Matt Taylor's going to shut the stumps. That was closer than I think Northamptonshire would have liked it to be. I think he might have just made it, but still right on the edge of good single. And Keogh does get off the mark in slightly hairy circumstances. 81 for 3, 218 more needed by Northants from a minimum of 45 overs.
Judging by the 4 fielders there with their heads in their hand, Charlesworth's only just released his head out of his hands. I think he was a goner there. If that was a direct hit, I think Rob Keogh might have been on his bike.
Well counted, Robert. 6th ball of the over. I've seen 1 or 2 batsmen try things like that. It's slightly different circumstances, admittedly, but
No, he was in.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
In by a foot, I would say, actually.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's off the mark, and having played so well for century in the first innings, disappointed when he got out when he did, but nevertheless made 113, his 12th first-class 100 for Northamptonshire in the first innings. Northamptonshire will need a contribution, you feel, from Rob Keogh here if they're going to get close to this target. 299 they need, remember. 81 for 3 at the moment. 45 overs remaining. And Ajit Singh Dale bowling over the wicket with 1 slip in place to Keogh. And Keogh works that away through mid-wicket, and it's running out towards the boundary. And is it going to get there? No, it's not. That's a terrific bit of fielding out there on the boundary, running round in front of the old scoreboard. The old printing press used to be. Saves a couple of runs, but it's 2 to Keogh, 3 to him. 83 for 3. Ben Charlesworth?
I think it was, actually, yes.
He might have done his knee. He's just twinged his knee a little bit.
He hadn't been out on the boundary before, which is why I was looking down to just eliminate everyone else. But I think it was indeed Charlesworth.
It is Ben Charlesworth. It was a super bit of fielding. It was heading for the rope, and he clawed it in a yard or so inside. 83 for 3, 216 more runs needed. Now, change in the field, and third man has been brought into the ring, so there's no third man, only 1 slip, big gap down there. Dale comes in, bowls to Keogh, and Keogh's in behind that one, hoping the photographer's on the ground because he held the pose for the forward defensive stroke. Runs out to extra cover and there's no run. Yeah,
it's a good move there from Graham Van Buren. What he's hoping is that Keogh looks to open the face and run the ball down here to third man into this vacant area. In doing so, not get enough bat on it and maybe just nick off to James Bracey or Miles Hammond there at first slip.
Well, there's certainly a big gap. There's Hammond at slip, as you say. George Scott, the substitute fielder, at backward point, and basically nothing in between. There's an extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Basically 2 mid-wickets in there, saving 1 as that's on the leg stump, clipped away by Keogh. More runs for him here as it eludes the dive of Chris Dent. This time Charlesworth quickly to the ball and then keeps it down to a single. 1 more run to Keogh. He goes to 3 and Northamptonshire to 84 for 3. We're saying about the old scoreboard there and the groundsman's hut and those wonderful old scorecards that somebody kindly dropped off for us. Thank you, Rodney Marshall, for those. And I can still remember when I first started watching here that you'd queue at the end of the match to get the full printed scorecard of the match because it was a printing press under there. And that's where the scorecards were printed. As Dale comes round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who forces that nicely out to extra cover.
He's done a Mark Wood.
And he's done and Dale's done a Mark Wood and finished up going base over apex onto the pitch.
I think that's the first time also that he's not followed through to within
Yes.
about a metre or so of the batsman.
Yes, he's
got a long follow through.
in your face, as they say. Yeah, the scorecard always used to have the legend on it. This card does not necessarily include the fall of the last wicket. So you'd have to go if the wicket fell and he wanted another one. You'd have to go around and they would actually update the card. Fall of pretty much every wicket. Happy days. Here's Dale round the wicket again. Bowls to Zabe, plays it back down the pitch. Dale stops it in his follow through and there's no run.
And were these sold by second 11 players
They
back
were,
in the
no,
day?
there was, well, the guy that was a little bit before my time, but he became something of legend here, called Bill Smith. There was actually at one point a plaque to him. I don't think it's still there on that building, the old sort of the scoreboard building. And Bill became something of a legend here as a scorecard seller. And his catchphrase was, "I've got one left." And somebody would go and buy it. And then it was, "I've got one left." And somebody else would go and buy it. That was his sales pitch. Here's Dale again, round the wicket bowls. And that's driven nicely by Zabe up to mid-on. But he did come across it slightly. And Dale, again, thinking he might have got through. And if he'd missed it, there might have been a shout. But as it was, he middled it to mid-on. End of the over. 12 to Zabe, 4 to Keogh, 84 for 3. Northamptonshire need another 215 to win. They have 44 overs in which to get them.
Supply and demand, rather.
Well,
That's
yes.
the key to sales.
And it was interesting because it was suggested. I think John Arlott once described him as the greatest scorecard seller in the world. And when they decided to put a plaque there, one or two people were a little bit sniffy and saying you can't have a plaque there for a scorecard seller. But it was there for a while. Don't think it's still there.
Yeah, these guys are around the circuit, aren't they? There was the old Evening Post guy at Headingley used to yell out.
Oh yes, yes. Well, in the old days when, of course, they used to sell, when the Chronicle and Echo, Northampton paper, used to have a pink 'un on a Saturday, the sports pink.
Yeah.
And you would be diving downstairs to get the pink 'un and see, because they used to have the cricket season. They'd send people around the racecourse to do some local cricket reports and scores and things. And oh yeah, that was required reading. It was my first journalistic assignment, was writing some of the second team notes for the pink and back in the 80s.
Us London football fans would love a visit back through Birmingham News Street, 'cause you could always pick it up there.
Yeah, the old Sports Mercury paper, that's right. Yeah.
Right, well, there was a long discussion out in the middle about field placing, and they've decided to put the leg slip back in place for Keogh, so maybe Zaffar's just going to straighten up his line a little bit. He's in now and bowls, and Keogh just very quietly and watchfully defending out into the covers. I did see Ben Charlesworth do some, in fact, there he goes. There he goes again. A couple of warm-ups right on cue. So possibly the man who broke the stand and got rid of Keogh in the first innings might be coming back on as Keogh works that straight to short mid-wicket this time, and there's no run. Whether that's not entirely the thinking, I don't know, but he did get rid of Keogh, caught at slip for 113 in the first innings. A tremendous innings that was from Rob Keogh, and if that's half as well, he should see Northants at least to safety, as that's chipped up in the air and short of Charlesworth at mid-on. It would have had to have been very close there to take the catch, but it's another little leading edge which has just not quite fallen for Gloucestershire. Been a couple of those. Would have fallen to, I guess, well, you'd have needed not quite a silly mid-on, certainly a short mid-on to have taken that. Zaffar Gohar is in, and Keogh trying to work that one away leg side. And I think that was the deliberate ploy with the leg slip in, because not only do they have the leg slip, they've also got the deep backward square leg. So there is plenty of protection if Zaffar does fancy to try and get Keogh with a strangle down leg. Zaffar in, flighted and driven straight to mid-off, and I think it was just hit too hard for, you can't attack the ball and throw it when it's hit that hard. Matt Taylor did fumble it, but I think they were always going to get through for one anyway. And Keogh to 585 for 3, 214 all required, and all sorts of shuffling about now as the plan inevitably changes for the left-hander. So they're not going to have the leg slip in place, but instead the close catch is going to be at short leg, and Zaffar in a long consultation with Graham van Buren here. Gloucestershire have really slowed this game right down in the last few moments.
Good take from Bracey. The ball before, down the leg side, soft hands. As we said in the first innings, I think his footwork's improved a hell of a lot, which often helps with a wicket keeper. Everyone talks about glove work, but footwork is just as important. And Bracey's feet are moving nicely, and lovely take down the leg side there.
Last ball of the over, Zafar in to Zabe, who's forward and covering up. And Zafar will pick the ball up off his own bowling and end the over. 85 for 3. Zabe has just quietened things down since that loss of Curran. That really has checked Northamptonshire's progress as we expected it might, but I'm not by any means suggesting that at this point Northamptonshire are only looking for the draw, because it's still, I think, at a level where they could potentially make a charge. Whether it's successful or not is another thing.
Yeah,
but
I think I think it's one of those things. They just really want to see where they are at the tea break and reassess. I can tell you at Chelmsford, Kent have moved on to 558 for 8 against Essex. They're 44 runs ahead, and we've had an over from Sir Alistair.
Oh, I wonder if he did his Bob Willis impression.
So you can tell that game's heading for a draw. Here's Dale in again. Bowls to Keogh. That's a handsome straight drive down the ground for 4. And that was we saw that stroke a number of times during Keogh's century in the first innings. Beautifully timed. And they just touch bats on the way rather than the fist bump. Just a little, was like the Three Musketeers as he passes Sabe, and that rattles away to the sight screen in front of the Spencer Pavilion. 4 to Keogh takes him to 9, and Northamptonshire to 89 for 3. Dale at the end of his mark at the David Capel end, just starting his run on that advertising sign as he comes in and bowls. Worked away for more runs by Rob Keogh, just a single as it goes down to Ben Charlesworth at deep backward square in front of the new scoreboard. And they pick up a single. 90 for 3, Keogh up to 10.
This is almost an audition here for Ajit Singh Dale as to what he's going to face probably at Bristol, I suspect. It's a kind of a dress rehearsal almost for him, and if he could take a couple of wickets, I guess it would really show that he could be somebody who, even as things flatten out on day 4 at Bristol, as they tend to do, he could be somebody that could provide a moment of magic.
Dale in again, bowls to Zabe, who drives beautifully away, just behind square on the offside, through backward point, and 2 fielders there, splits the 2 of them, and it's just a question of then Charlesworth going to retrieve the ball. I think it's probably lodged under the Super Sopper, just gone past the Super Sopper, close to the old Bowls Pavilion. 4 to Zabe, that's the best shot he's played, without a doubt. 16 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 94 for 3.
And I think equally, so far before this over, he'd been a lot more patient than I think he was in the first innings. I thought he was impressive in the first innings, but maybe just, I don't know whether, I mean, Gloucestershire said they felt they got away from what made them successful, and I have a feeling that was kind of included in it. But this over, just a couple of half volleys. Here's
Dale in again, bowls to Zabe, who repeats the stroke. This time, rather than going through backward point, it goes through extra cover. But he timed that as crisply as you like, and that's raced away for 4 more. Zabe up to 20, 98 for 3.
That's an absolutely gorgeous shot, isn't it, through the covers there. And Dale, as you said, striving for that Yorker possibly, and he's got it slightly wrong.
I would say, though, that one, the first 2 boundaries in the over, I would say were half volleys. That one, I would have said, was a bit short of a half volley.
I think he almost hit it on the up, I think.
Yeah, that one, I think you'd have to say just, that's the one that you tip your virtual cap to the batsman for.
Reinforce that cover region now. Three fielders in the covers. That ball goes outside the off stump. And Zabe watches it go into the gloves of James Bracey, but there's now a backward point cover and an extra cover, all in fairly tight. It's a shortish boundary on that side anyway. But 2 lovely crisp strokes by Zabe, demonstrating to those who may not have seen a lot of him bat just what a good player he can be. So he made a bit of a red ball breakthrough last year, but this is pushing up to 4 in the order. Here's Dale bowling to him, and he's played that down to 3rd man, all along the ground. And there's going to be a single there for him. 1 more to Zabe, who goes up to 21, and he's counted nicely as well. Nick the bowling. 21 to Zabe, 10 to Keogh, and at the end of the over, Northamptonshire 99 for 3. So they need exactly 200 more runs to win, and they have at least 42 overs in which to get them, which even I can work out is just a touch under 5.
Yeah, which is really where it had been
Yes.
for quite a while, and then it slowed down. But that over just there has really brought it back to really the level that it was, and that is not a run rate that should be frightening Northamptonshire at all with who they've got to come. What Gloucestershire will hope to try to do is no kind of well, I know how obvious this statement is, but they need to get rid of one of these two before tee in order to change the equation. Zafar Gohar in, reverse sweep comes out, and he's got that one away, has Zabe, and that should be another boundary. I think it's rolling towards the third man rope, and it will get there. So that is another 4, and the 100 up for the innings for Northampton. Now under 200 runs required. Zabe is getting more and more confident.
I can reveal exclusively that Sir Alistair Cook has been doing an impression because it's come up on social media. What I'm not quite sure is who it's supposed to be an impression of. Yeah, it's not Bob Willis. I'm not entirely sure who it's supposed to be, but obviously that game is drifting in a big way.
Zafar bowling down the pitch comes Zabe, and just got a little bit turned around there. And I suppose it's what you kind of, if you're a Northamptonshire fan, you're saying, look, don't get overconfident here. You just creamed several boundaries. You don't need to do anything else here. Zafar Gohar in and flighted, and that's much better batting from Zabe. Just props onto the front foot and plays it into the enormous gap between backward point and mid-off, and another single.
That's all they need to do. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. 1s, 2s. Just work it up. They don't need to take sort of high risks, and Gloucestershire will be wanting, as you said, to be winkling out one before tea here.
Zafar Gohar is in, and that's driven by Keogh to mid-off. This time he doesn't fancy the single. Matt Taylor probably, well, only a step closer, because I suppose what he is trying to do is actually goad them into taking the single, which results in their demise. But this time, Keogh deciding no point in taking on the fielder. Zafar Gohar in, flatter delivery on the back foot, and Keogh, he's rehearsing now a more quiet shot than he played, and now in fact he's dropped his bat. So
on a length,
he probably yes, probably wouldn't want to do that. And yes, certainly not the kind of thing you want to have a dress rehearsal of. But just played it on the back foot to cover the last one. And here's the last delivery of the over, and Keogh clips that one, timed decently, but Van Buren will field at mid-wicket, and he lobbed the throw in, and it wasn't actually too far away from hitting Keogh, and who knows, we could have had it deflect off the bat somewhere towards the boundary. Of course, they may not have run for it, but then if it had the pace to get to the boundary, then we all know what happens.
That would be poor form to run on that. But,
Quite. So 195 more needed from 41 overs, and Van Buren just with a few things to think about, and I'm not at all surprised to see that it's a change in the bowling and that it's Ryan Higgins returning from the David Capel end. And I think a bit of Higgins' control. He'd obviously been saving up his spell for perhaps just such a moment, and now he's pulled the trigger, if you like, and Higgins will bowl.
Gloucestershire really missing Naseem Shah this afternoon, aren't they? Really missing his pace and that little bit of extra zip and that extra class that he brings to the attack.
I can tell you in the second division match down at Hove that Sussex have at least avoided losing by an innings. They're 159 for 8, which if it's right that Dan Ibrahim won't bat, is effectively 9 down. This against Nottinghamshire in Division 2. But they're basically, the scores are now level, so if the last wicket fell now, Nottinghamshire would need 1 to win. So that still looks odds on a Nottinghamshire victory there. And Derbyshire, the game down at Lords, who would need, 354 to win, or 152 for 2, with Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest at the crease. So
he's a good player, Wayne Madsen. He gets runs every year, doesn't he?
So Derbyshire making a decent fist of that. Here's Ryan Higgins bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, and Zabe's nicely onto the back foot, plays it down to backward point, where it's fielded by Ben Charlesworth, and there's no run. There's a slip in a gully. backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg just in front of square, and long leg down in front of us. From our commentary position in the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre. A very good view of the game we get too. Here's Higgins bustling in again, bowls to Zabe, and Zabe pushing that one up towards mid-on, intercepted by Zafar Gohar coming in from mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, I think as far as bowling changes in particular, I really like what Graham van Buren has done. It may not, of course, result in a victory. It may even result in a loss. But so far, I think his bowling changes have been spot on.
It's all made sense, hasn't it? What he's been doing. Here's Higgins in again, bowls to Zabe, and Zabe just coming again right across his stumps, plays that up to mid-on. But it's one of those that the bowler thinks, if he misses that, I'm through now. The umpire's just having a little look at where Ryan Higgins is landing and following through, coming round the wicket to the left-hander. He's obviously got to make sure he gets off the pitch.
Keogh pointing it out as well by going gardening in that spot.
He's an old pro, isn't he? He'll have a little word in the umpire's ear. Here's Higgins in again, bowls to Zabe. Again, comes across his stumps, works it into the onside, fielded by Gohar at mid-wicket.
But you're right, Graham van Buren has rotated his bowlers. He hasn't allowed the batsman to get used to any bowler. And, maybe he kept Singh Dale on for one over too many, perhaps. That could be the only criticism.
Well, he bowled about 3 overs for 7, I think, before that over. So, yeah.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Exactly.
Higgins in again, bowls to Zabe, lovely drive up to mid-off this time, and no run. It's sort of bowling machine stuff at the moment. He's playing some lovely groove drives.
He looks a very fluent player.
Yeah, he is. Not getting any runs for them at the moment. And what he needs to do, and especially if he's going to bat number 4 in this side, it's just a little bit of patience needed, and sometimes realisation that, especially batting at 4, if you lose a couple of early wickets, you've got to go in and just play yourself in, take your time. Here's Higgins in again, bowls to Zabe, turns it up to mid-wicket, fielded by Zafar Gohar. End of the over, and Higgins has now bowled 9 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 7. So miserly in the extreme. 104 for 3. Keogh is 10. Zabe is 26. Northamptonshire need 195 to win, and they have another 42 overs.
And it looks as though Ben Charlesworth is going to come on. He was getting loose a few overs ago, but looks as though now is the time. So Zafar 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. He has bowled pretty nicely. And, well, I must say, in that first over, before we'd been able to see exactly what every ball did when it landed and where it landed, you really felt as if it was going to be so tough for Northants to face when you saw the first ball just spin sharply from outside off stump and come close to hitting off stump. You really thought, gosh, Zafar's got something really to work with here, but it just has not ever spun considerably at all from actually the line that it needs to spin from.
And that's
really
not to say that Zafar has bowled poorly in any sense. He hasn't.
No,
he's bowled very well indeed, but it's just, it hasn't quite done enough, has it, to really get him into the game. But
yeah, just not done it off the right areas.
I still think he's got a role to play, though.
Definitely. Charlesworth then in and bowls, and Keogh works this one behind square on the leg side. It'll just be the single down to George Scott at long leg, and 105 for 3.
I still think it's a big ask for both sides. I think it's a bigger ask for Gloucestershire to pick up these 7 wickets. But I also think Northamptonshire need just shy of 240 overs. That's a lot in red ball cricket. It's a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it is. Somebody's really going to have to take the game, as they say, by the scruff of the neck. Write that one down and use it again. But somebody's going to have to play an innings of real substance here now. Great opportunity for Save Zabe.
You certainly get the impression that he wants to move things along here. Charlesworth in, and that's driven, and it's flashed away down towards a wide third man. And a single to Zabe, and he is really playing a shot at ball at the moment, and it really does give off the impression that he wants, that he almost either he's been given licence or he feels he's got licence now in the quarter of an hour until tea to just play some shots and try and really knock a few runs off, and that Northamptonshire would feel they should have enough batting left underneath him to survive if needs be. Charlesworth in, and Keogh defending to Van Buren at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, you've got 7 wickets left. You don't want to shut up shop this early, do you? You know, so
and you've got you've got Keogh's experience out there, and I think if he's a very good reader of the game, and I think he's got the experience now. He's played enough first-class cricket and red ball cricket to understand when you need to stick and when you need to twist, and I'm sure his judgment will stand Northamptonshire in good stead.
Charlesworth is in, and a full delivery defended towards extra cover, and he can be just the foil for Zabe in this period to start with, and then, as you say, he's got plenty of stroke-making ability in order to score quickly himself. I mean, in the first innings, he didn't exactly hang about. It was 113 off 180, but actually I think it was towards the end of his innings where he got a bit more tied down.
But if you've got Keogh to anchor, you've got Zabe who's going to play his shots, then you've got Cobb and McManus, then you see the role that Keogh needs to play.
Charlesworth bowls, and on the back foot, driving pleasantly and well stopped by Chris Dent in the covers, no run.
Yeah, they bat around Keogh, don't they? And
I think so.
You know, I'm sure Keogh's experienced a few ball draws in the Hertfordshire Cricket League for Dunstable Town in his time, so...
I'm sure he's experienced 1 or 2 playing for Northamptonshire, but no, he's, as I say, he's a senior player now, he's an experienced player, and he'll criticise me again for suggesting that he's old, which he's not, but he's got his head screwed on.
Charlesworth to complete the over, and it's whipped through mid-wicket by Keogh. They're going to be thinking about 2 here. Yep, they're going to get it. Scott throws into the non-striker's end, but always 2 there, and that's just a really nice over for Northamptonshire. Yes, it's not quite the rate that they need, but 4 runs taken without too many risks. 108 for 3. You can see why Charlesworth was brought on again. He's said to sort of stand breaker type role. He did get rid of Keogh in the first innings, but at the same time, Van Buren is having to reach for these options, which is why you can tell that Gloucestershire are the ones at the moment that need to make something happen. 191 more needed from a minimum of 39 overs.
And it's going to be Ryan Higgins to continue from the David Capel end. So there's a few more spectators mentioned earlier sitting out on the balcony of the top of the Spencer Pavilion, where a lot of the Life members tend to sit. Here's Higgins in again, bowls to Zabe, again whips that away up to Gohar at mid-wicket. Still just, well, they're slipping a gully in now. Chris Dent's gone into the gully. Backward point. And I think Van Buren's just having a chat with Zafar Gohar. I think they're going to swap. Yes, they are. So those 2 are swapping over. Gohar's going into backward point.
There's been quite a lot of this as well, actually.
Yeah, just reinforcing
personnel switches.
So they've got to...
I wonder if Van Buren thinks he's a better fielder in there, where the ball's been travelling to quite a bit.
Here's Higgins again, round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who drives straight back to the bowler on the bounce. Higgins fields and his follow-through. So slip gully, backward point, man in there at extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, Lace in there at mid-wicket. Man just in front of square, chatting to the umpire. And then Matt Taylor still down below us. That long leg. Here's Higgins running towards us in again, bowls to Zabe, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. It does occur to me that it's probably a little bit early in the year for this, but if we're sitting here on a Sunday afternoon, perhaps later in the season, we ought to hear the band playing, because the regular band concerts in the bandstand in Abington Park, lovely old Victorian wrought iron bandstand, just over the way, and if the wind's in the right direction.
Yeah, I was going to say about the wind, yeah.
Yeah, you can certainly hear the music wafting across. Is Higgins in again, bowls, and again, driven by Zabe, back to the bowler.
Is it like a brass band?
All sorts, yeah. Obviously, there's quite a brass band tradition in this area. So yeah, or military bands, or different steel bands, different types of music. Sometimes sing a bit more modern.
We could almost be at St George's Park in Goberha.
Well, yeah.
That's Port Elizabeth in
Yes,
old money.
that's right. Yes.
What is it?
Goberha.
With the band in the stand. Yeah, it's a terrific noise they make, isn't it? They keep going all day. Indeed, they used to have the brass band at Scarborough as well, didn't they? Old Scarborough Festival. Here's Higgins in again, driven beautifully by Zabe. Now this is a little. I think this is a little bit of a, I don't say crisis point, but he's hitting the ball really well, and he keeps hitting the fielders, and he just needs to keep patient. because you can almost sense him just getting a little bit fretful and doesn't need to. And he's striking the ball beautifully, but just needs to keep patient.
I've heard a few songs at Scarborough in my time. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Here's Higgins round the wicket, driven again by Zabe, and again hits the man at extra cover. And there's no run the end of the over with Zabe on 27. Keogh is 13, 108 for 3. Yes, it used to be one of the hotels that the players used to stay in for the Scarborough Festival was the Balmoral, which became known as the Immoral, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This is some of the things that allegedly went on there.
Right.
They used to sing a song on Ilkley Moor by Tat,
Ilkley Moor by
Oh,
Tat.
yes.
and then the next line would be a pop at Mike Gatting's weight, generally. So there you go. You can probably work it out yourselves.
It's the Yorkshire National Anthem, isn't it? I think it's when they declare UDI.
Charlesworth to start his second over. It'll be Keogh on strike, just the one slip, and his sort of a wide slip, really, and Charlesworth loses his run. That's one of those songs that I hear to the wrong tune because of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue.
Yes.
I hear it to the tune of House of the Rising Sun. You can just hear Barry Cryer singing it. Here comes Charlesworth, and I thought that was a beautiful sort of wide on drive from Keogh, but actually he's just got it a bit too wide, and it's picked up by Graham van Buren at mid-wicket.
This is good captaincy here. He's bowling wicket to wicket, ring field, just drying it up a little bit.
He hasn't tried one of those Yorkers yet, Charlesworth, and as I said, he got a vital wicket in the lockdown season. Will Rhodes doing that, and he also tried that a few times when he bowled in the first innings. And now they're going with 0 slips. So Hammond is going to come into a second catching position on the leg side, is he? Or no, Van Buren's actually going to come to a more conventional mid-wicket, and Hammond's going to come in short at a straight mid-wicket as Keogh driving, Dent with a terrific effort to try some sort of tumbling, one-handed, off-balance throw, but he was never going to get that away, and that's a good single from Keogh. 109 for 3, 190 more required by Northamptonshire.
You don't mess with Chris Dent in that position. You
No,
don't
you
hit it
don't.
anywhere near him because he's absolutely mustard over the first few yards, isn't he? He's really quick and he can dive and throw all in one movement.
Yeah, and of course you've got to remember which arm he throws with as well. Charlesworth is in, and that's on leg stump and flicked straight to Dent. He barely, in fact, he doesn't have to move at all other than downwards to pick it up. And there's no run. Yeah, and Van Buren on the other side in close is also in a similar mould, somebody who can get that pick up and throw away very quickly.
Big news from Chelmsford is that at 3:30 on the last afternoon they finished in innings each. Kent just all out for 581, replying to the Essex total of 514.
Who got the wicket? Charlesworth in, and that's left alone. A little think about playing at that one, Zabe, and it's a surprise not to see him play a shot at a ball. The way it's gone lately.
It wasn't Sir Alistair, it was Dan Lawrence, who finished with 3 for 98. Matt Critchley.
Well, 3 for 98 on that pitch. I mean,
Matt Critchley 4 for 114, and a couple for Sam Cook.
The Dartford Bridge Derby, or if you're from Essex, the Thurrock Bridge Derby.
Whichever bridge it is, it's where I always finish up getting stuck coming back from Canterbury.
Who doesn't? Charlesworth moves in, and that's driven down the ground. Charlesworth does well to get a hand on it, because that might actually have split mid-off and mid-on.
Always a pleasure to be charged £2.50 for to sit in a traffic jam around that area as well.
Yes, it's not one of my. I love going down to Canterbury. It's a glorious place to watch and play and enjoy cricket, and with good company down there. But the drive home, could well live without it.
Just the absolute definition of bottleneck, and he just can't do anything other than sit tight. As Zabe drives wide of mid-off, Higgins rather pointlessly launches the throw in. There was always going to be a single there. And 110 for 3 at the end of the over. There's probably only going to be a couple more before the break for tea, so we'll not have too much of a longer evening session than might have been. 110 for 3, 189 more required from 37 overs.
They're a good, knowledgeable cricket ground, aren't they, Radders, down there? I
tell you what,
that side where the bank is, where the marquees are, where they serve beer.
Extremely knowledgeable, but they're also one of the most partisan.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to
crowds
say.
in the country, and I think it was Mike Brearley. I remember hearing him say that, you know, you talk about the Australians or different parts of the world, or Yorkshire, but he said they do rather melt away at Canterbury if Kent aren't having a very good time.
You can hear a pin drop last year. I'll come back to that.
Here's Ryan Higgins starting a fresh over and bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who comes across his stumps, plays it to square leg, and there's no run.
Well, Joe Denley was out early in that match, and it was a match that Gloucestershire, it was a T20 Blast this is, and it was a match that Gloucestershire probably ought to have won. But Joe Denley was bowled, and so I gave it the big bowled him, and nobody else made a noise inside the ground, and I could almost hear it echo off the far end back at me.
Like an H.M. Bateman cartoon, man who annoyed the crowd at Canterbury. Here's Higgins in again. That's beautifully driven by Zabe, and once again he's not going to get a run for it because it's an excellent bit of fielding in there at extra cover.
George Scott,
who's been really, really good, been on, of course, for most of the day as 12th man for Gloucestershire, and that was again, I think Rob Keogh's just coming down and having a little word with Zabe, and, you know, just keep going, but he just keeps hitting the fielders. Here's Higgins, and again bowls to Zabe, and Zabe just dropping that down to backward point. Again, there's no run, fielded by Gohar.
Talking of partisan, Chelmsford can also be a bear pit, especially for T20.
Yes.
T20 on a Friday night when the West Ham boys are out, that can get a bit lively at times.
Unfortunately, the last 3 times I've been there for a T20, we haven't had a ball bowled, and all 3 times you could have said that there wasn't going to be a ball bowled before you'd even got there. But
frustrating. Switching to round the wicket, here's Higgins bowling to Zabe, and this time he is going to get some runs. He's managed to miss the fielder at backward point. A nice little punch off the back foot, and it runs down for 4. Just crosses the rope in front of the old Bowls Pavilion. Now a Jim, and that's 4 to Zabe. Takes him up to 28, and Northamptonshire to 110 for 3, needing another 114 for 3, beg your pardon. Needing another 185 to win.
First runs Higgins has conceded in this spell.
Yes,
it's remarkable given the number of shots that Zabe has played that's the case.
Take him off. He's now conceded. He's in his 11th over and he's conceded 11 runs. Disgraceful.
Parsimonious.
Yes. With knobs on.
Daniel Norcross's favourite word there. Parsimonious.
Well, he's
at least one of them.
At the moment in his 11th over, 7 of which have been made, and there's 0 for 11. Here's Zabe facing this ball from Higgins, and he's driven again, and he's not going to get a single because he set off thinking there probably was one, and Rob Keogh was not interested at all and sent Zabe back, and now they can have another chat in mid-wicket.
That's good cricket from the cover though. George Scott at cover attacked that, and even though he wasn't going to get there, he planted the seed of doubt in the mind of Rob Keogh.
Well, Keogh wasn't going anywhere, and he's just having another little word with safe Zabe. Here's Higgins again, round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, and Zabe's worked that into the onside, fielded in there at mid-wicket by Tom Lace, end of the over, 114 for 3. Zabe is 32, Keogh is 14. The equation now, 185 more runs needed by Northamptonshire, 7 wickets needed by Gloucestershire, and we have at least 36 overs remaining.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I've so far been denied the pleasure of a Friday night game at Chelmsford, and unfortunately this year won't be getting it either, because the only match against Essex in the T20 Blast is at home at Bristol on the 3rd of June. So we'll have to wait another year for that, and then of course you've got the windows wide open to the crowd right in front of you, who probably look back and give you a glare or two if if you're getting too excited about your team.
Been there, done it.
Charlesworth is in, and that's a nice looking drive from Keogh. We've seen a fair few of those, but not all of them have gone straight to mid-off as that one did.
The only plus is that I can remember, I think the first game I ever covered at Chelmsford, we were in a BBC caravan. Like a sort of a trailer, and it was I think it was a NatWest Trophy match, and Wayne Larkins got a very good 100 and took Northamptonshire to victory, and I was the only person on the ground, I think, enthused about that performance.
Charlesworth in, and an on drive this time from Keogh, who's still holding the pose, almost as Higgins picks up the ball at mid-on, and another dot ball. So Charlesworth keeping it relatively tight, and it's always good to see him bowling, of course, because of that shoulder issue that he had, which kept him out of most of last year, only returned for the Royal London Cup. And even then, it has to be said, he didn't do a huge amount of bowling, and when he did, you could tell that he wasn't, well, I think you could tell that he wasn't quite right. He certainly scored runs with the bat, though, in the Royal London Cup. Charlesworth bowls full, and another on drive comes out, and Hammond goes sprawling to the ground, but needlessly, because Higgins is able to field at mid-on.
I've noticed Charlesworth going back slightly slower to his mark here, and if they're slowing it down, I don't want to bowl
Well, it
another one
doesn't
before.
matter anymore, because the tick has clocked to 340. Yeah, that makes sense. So this will be the last over before tea, and then there'll be 35 remaining. Minimum of, I should say, but I suspect the way it's going, 35 will be the maximum number. As forward goes Keogh, and plays that one on the bounce to Charlesworth, and maybe, well, I think from Keogh's point of view, you can tell that he's mostly looking for the tea break now in this over, and I think probably be quite happy just to take the responsibility to make sure that nothing happens as happened in the last over before lunch, when
Absolutely.
Vasconcelos was removed. So from his point of view, I think 2 balls to survive here unless something loose comes. Charlesworth in, and a nice looking back foot punch up towards mid-off. And there's certainly, if there's a period like this, really during the Gloucestershire innings with Higgins and Lace, where just everything seemed to be coming out of the middle of the bat. And even though Northants haven't flown along in the last few overs, even the defensive shots they're more like handsome drives, albeit not full-blooded ones. Charlesworth in, which tries a slower ball there for the last ball of the session, but Keogh is having none of that. He rehearses a huge swing down the ground, which is what I'm sure he would have liked to have done, but he did the responsible thing and just patted it away behind square at the offside, and that ends the session. So 3 wickets down. Well, Gloucestershire are going to have to pull off something utterly extraordinary if they're going to win this match now. It looks very much like draw or Northamptonshire win. 185 runs will be needed from 35 overs in the final session of this absorbing match.
Tough ask, I think, for either side to win this now. I think Northamptonshire obviously is pushing up to 6-0, but it's still possible, still could be done. They've still got the 7 wickets in hand, which I'm sort of flagging up is really the most important thing as far as Northamptonshire were concerned. They will go up into the dressing room, they will appraise the situation. I'm sure Ricardo Vasconcelos will have something to say. There'll be input from head coach John Sadler and others. And, you know, how do we set about this? Can we still get them? How long do we go for them if wickets fall? There's still plenty left to play for both sides, because if Northamptonshire do decide to go for them, obviously it brings in the possibility, although I accept what you say, Ed, it's a remote possibility that Gloucestershire could still win this match. But 114 for 3 at tea it is, 35 overs remaining, 185 runs required. We shall be back in around about 15 minutes' time, but Dan, I think you'll be heading off to an alternative engagement, let's just say. So very many thanks for your company for the last 3 days. It's been brilliant to have you alongside us, and safe journey back to the wilds of North London.
Indeed, thank you for having me, and thanks to everyone at Northamptonshire Cricket Club here, or County Cricket Club, who've been absolutely wonderful. Some really lovely people here, and it's great to see the game vibrant here in one of the potentially smaller counties, as the ECB like to put it. But let me tell you that the hospitality and the welcome that I've had here from the members, they're not so small. So great, fantastic time, and the food here has been absolutely wonderful, Radders.
Well, custard for Sunday lunch. You can't ask for more than that. Thanks very much indeed, Dan. Thanks to Ed, and as I say, tea here at Wantage Road, and we'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes' time for the final session.
Welcome back to the county ground, Northampton, for the final session of the final day between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire needing 185 runs to win from a minimum of 35 overs. Safe Zabe and Rob Keogh will resume the innings, 32 not out and 14 not out respectively, and Gloucestershire in need of early wickets after tea, potentially not just in order to keep alive their slim now chances of winning, but perhaps more pertinently to stop Northamptonshire launching an attack on this total. Ed Seaborn alongside Andrew Radd, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire. And Andrew, your money I know is still on the draw. Mine's leaning towards Northamptonshire, yeah, I have to say.
Well, I think we were talking obviously downstairs in the tea room, and I think if these two can sort of bat for say 3/4 of an hour, and just keep it ticking along, and Northamptonshire say 160, 170 for 3, then maybe. But I think if one of these goes reasonably quickly, it's not going to be easy for someone to just come in and pick it up with 5 and a bit plus runs required. Anyway, here's Zafar Gohar with the first ball after tea to Safe Zabe, who plays it to forward short leg, just past forward short leg. And there's no run, there's a slip, forward short leg, and then a man at 45 saving one, a deep backward square, 2 men in tight at mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, with the reverse sweep comes out and Zabe doesn't connect, and James Bracey doesn't take it cleanly. That's the onside field. The offside field has got a mid-off, a slip as I mentioned, and a backward point, but a big yawning gap through the covers. And Safe Zabe, who just kept hitting the fielders before tea, played some gorgeous shots. Some of them went through, but he was hit the fielder an awful lot, and you can just see him fretting a little bit. Comes down the pitch there, plays that ball up to mid-on, and there's no run. You still think, Ed, that Zafar Gohar is going to have some sort of say in this last session.
Yep.
He's bowled very, very well, without probably his figures reflecting that. Reverse sweep comes out again. This time goes on the bounce to slip. So Safe Zabe undoubtedly making his intentions clear.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar to the first over that he faced against Zafar. I think it was maybe one reverse and one conventional sweep. Right. This time it's 2 reverses.
Well, obviously the draw is an uppermost in his mind. Here's Zafar in again, bowls, and this time Zabe plays that nicely up to mid-on. Good diving stop by that Tom Lace coming in from mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Chris Dent.
Chris Dent, beg pardon. Yes, he's taken his long sleeve sweater off. Here's Gohar in again. His big sweep aimed by Zabe. Appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. So end of the over, maiden to start with, 114 for 3. Zabe is 32, Keogh 14, and for all Zabe's attacking intent and looking to try and score off pretty much every ball, it was still a maiden.
Yeah, so I got the impression that that leg before wicket shout was heading down the leg side, just from this angle. What the impression was, and not too much of a surprise that Matt Taylor is going to resume the bowling from the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre end. He bowled so well just either side of the lunch interval from this end, had a fairly lengthy spell. His figures 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 25. He got rid of both Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay. And Gloucestershire needs some more Matt Taylor magic, as happened against Middlesex at Cheltenham last year. It's going to take something like 4 wickets in 10 balls in order to bring Gloucestershire back into this game. Maybe not quite 4 in 10, but that's something similar. Here he comes, round the wicket to Keogh, and that's just angled into the pads and worked out to the deep square leg boundary for a single. George Scott still on the field, and a reminder, Naseem Shah has not been able to bowl in this innings. We're told that it's not necessarily something that is going to rule him out of the next match against Yorkshire starting on Thursday, but obviously without the services of their overseas quick, Gloucestershire have been somewhat short-handed in this innings. Matt Taylor will bowl over the wicket to Zabe, the left-hander, and he's in, and bowling, and that's punched up towards mid-on, but Van Buren is, even though he's actually dropped the ball, he's just close enough to stop them from running the single.
A couple of the Gloucestershire support staff having a little...
Yeah, that's Dale Benkenstein on the right down there, and Mark Thorburn on the left. Just always thinking and bouncing ideas off each other. I'm sure it never stops. Messages that potentially might come out later on. Here comes Matt Taylor. He moves in and bowls full, and that's driven. Zabe maybe just squirting that a little bit further behind square than he meant to. I think he was probably initially looking to drive it through the covers, but just opened the face of the bat a little bit on it and went towards backward point. George Scott now wringing out his hand at backward point.
We were talking before tea, Ed, about the bands that play often in the bandstand in Abington Park, just over the way here. Well, we can hear music, but that I think is the fun fair.
I was going to say, it didn't really sound like bandstand music.
The fun fair that's on at the far side of Abington Park at the moment.
Here comes Matt Taylor. He's in, and Zabe has crashed that one through the covers, and that's 4. It's rolling over the boundary now, and that really was well timed from Safe Zabe, but perhaps more importantly, this time he managed to find a gap, which hasn't always been the case, as to be said. I mean, he's played beautifully for his 36, but 36 off 72 deliveries now doesn't necessarily tell you how many nice shots he's played.
No, that's right enough. But these are important runs. We were talking earlier about the sort of the thoughts of who might be the one to give way when Will Young, the New Zealand international, joins Northamptonshire in time. The club hopes for the next match, which is against Yorkshire, obviously in a couple of weeks' time, and Saves putting his hand up and saying it ain't going to be me.
Matt Taylor bowls full and on the pads, and I think a bump ball, which Matt Taylor tried to knock down, but Graham Van Buren was able to reach it mid-on, and there's no run there. So the required run rate is roughly 5.5 and over, just around there. Which is still no massive ask, whilst I certainly take the point that it's not necessarily easy to score out there, and Gloucestershire can put fielders back on the rope. But at the same time, you can get there almost in singles. There's a big swing from Zabe, looking for 6 times the single there in one go. That was a huge heave attempted over square leg. That kind of natural swing over square leg that a lot of left-handers have. But I think it's safe to say it didn't go as far as he meant it to, and it just rolled away out into the leg side very softly. I'm not sure if he actually got any bat on it at all, and a dot ball to end the over, but Safe Zabe making his intentions perfectly clear to Matt Taylor there at the end of the over. And 119 for 3, 180 more required by Northamptonshire from 33 overs.
As they used to say when my son was playing under 11s, big swing, no ding.
Yes, that's still as popular as ever, I think. Yeah.
I was just sort of trying to think about Dale Benkenstein, obviously walking around, and I got it in my head that he had played a bit for Northamptonshire Seconds many years ago, and I just looked it up, and he did. You sort of start to doubt your own memory sometimes, but he did play. He was here, I think.
Never doubt yours.
Well, he was here. I'm thinking on a scholarship, if I remember rightly, in 1993. The year was, and he did play a couple of games for Northamptonshire Seconds. Just appears in the scorecards for then, alongside the likes of Russell Warren and Neil Stanley, Tim Walton, Wayne Noon, Kevin Innes, of course, who's now the academy director here. I don't think he was here for very long. I think he then went off and carried out an engagement somewhere else. Round the wicket goes Zafar Gohar, starting afresh over, his 17th of the innings. 1 for 38 so far, and the first ball is punched by Keogh up to Dent at extra cover, and there's no run, just a slip and a forward short leg in place. And again, Keogh just reaching for that one, and they're going to get a single because Dent having to dive to his right at extra cover to field, and although he took the way off the ball, he didn't stop it cleanly and just deflected it up towards mid-off, and they're able to come through for a run. Keogh gestures to the dressing room. Looks like he wants some tape, I think, possibly for his bat or for a finger. Anyway, one more to Keogh, moves to 16, and Northamptonshire to 120 for 3. Field changes over for the left-handed Zabe. With the extra, extra close catch, it's not, in fact, they're going to put in man in at 45, which is Matt Taylor, so still just the slip and the forward short leg. It's still this huge yawning gap in the covers between backward point and mid-off. Here's Zafar over the wicket, and Zabe takes a step down the pitch, but when he gets there, just defends up to Dent at mid-wicket.
You like to see that, though, in terms of you like to see the use of the feet, but it's important that you don't just always try to swing wildly, even if you do use your feet. Just sometimes it's not there for the shot.
Well, that's driven away by Zabe, and this time he has got hold of it, and he's clumped that away straight back over the bowler's head for 4. Takes Zabe into the 40s, and Northamptonshire up to 124 for 3.
That was a cracking shot.
Well, it was. He's been waiting on that, hasn't he? He's been itching to do it, and finally he's had the confidence to carry, sort of follow through with the shot, and it takes him up to 40, and Northamptonshire 124 for 3. Yeah, beautifully executed. Now that the man back drops out onto the boundary at long off, as Zabe gets the reverse sweep out, and unfortunately for him, there's only one fielder.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
Within any sort of distance at all of that, and he just hits it straight at him, which is Ryan Higgins, who's there at backward point.
There is no. He's almost sort of halfway towards short third, so short wide third, and there is nobody between him and long off.
No, that's right. There was, well, yes, a yard either side, as we often say. Here's Goharen again, bowls to Zabe, who forces it into that gap on the covers, and they come through for 1, and there's an easy 2 because the fielder out there at long off has to make a lot of ground. And there is just that enormous gap there, which Zabe has managed to exploit there to pick up a couple of runs. So 6 off that over, which will do Northamptonshire nicely. 126 for 3. Zabe is 42. Keogh is 16. 173 runs needed. 32 overs remaining.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you can leave a gap quite as big as that. I know you're trying to take away his most likely scoring options in terms of boundaries, but they don't need boundaries, really. They only need Northamptonshire 5.4 and over. So that once you've got one boundary in the over like that, a 2 is well, you don't need me to tell you. So it's not something that they can, I don't think, continue to afford to do, really. And this is why Gloucestershire really have to break this partnership scene, particularly Zabe. They have to get rid of the attacker.
It looks very much as though Zabe has been given licence to go out and have a go, and Keogh's the one, as we did say before, Keogh's the one they just need to bat around.
Matt Taylor to continue, and he's there round the wicket and bowling to Keogh, who works away fine on the leg side. They're thinking about 2 here, but they elect not to come back, and with a thumbs up there from Zabe as if to acknowledge that, yep, 1 was enough, and the good call not to come back. 127 for 3.
Dale Benkenstein, playing for Northamptonshire Seconds, has found another game he played in against Bedfordshire at Oundle School in 1993. Well, they have a look at the ball, so it was only a matter of time, I suspect, before Gloucestershire said, have a look at the ball, it's not really doing anything, and they haven't even, the umpires
just like yesterday,
exactly.
Or the day before yesterday,
the
I think it
umpires
was.
haven't even bothered to come within about 10 yards of each other. They said, nah, it's all right, carry on. Yes, Dale Benkenstein playing in that match. Opening the batting for Northamptonshire Seconds, one Stephen Fleming.
Oh, wow.
Future New Zealand captain, who was here on, again, is here on a scholarship that year with Bob Carter, who was then coach and was involved at Canterbury cricket, and so he spent a whole season here, played league cricket for Isham in the Northamptonshire League, and played for Northamptonshire Seconds.
I think he'd have been pulling a calf strain or something if you were a bowler on that morning. Matt Taylor in, maybe just held that one back a bit, and Zabe just working it up towards mid-on, but the odd dot ball certainly doesn't matter here, and Zabe, he for once he didn't go for a full-blooded shot and just content to check the drive.
Yes, I do remember seeing Stephen Fleming get a very, very good 100 against Earthlingborough, for whom Jim Griffiths was playing after he'd finished his county career, so steady opposition.
Matt Taylor in, and Zabe's gone for a huge hit down the ground. It's gone higher than it has long, and it might plug, and does, but it was way over the head of mid-on, and they're through for 2 runs. Launched that almost as seemingly as high as the floodlight pylons, and there was definitely no question that it was ever going to be caught, but equally it was coming from such a height that it was never really going to kick onto the rope.
Yeah, if he got 3 wedges in his bag, he chose the wrong one there, I think. It was the one with a bit too much loft.
Yeah.
Benkenstein bowled by Chris Bullen, I think, for 5. And Surrey player playing for Bedfordshire. Bedfordshire team also including Ray Swan, father of Graham.
Matt Taylor bowls, and that's carved backward a point. This is going to be at least another couple of runs. That's probably all it will be. And George Scott chasing backward. And safe Zabe. This is fast turning into a potentially match-defining innings, this, even if it's at the moment 46. 131 for 3, but the speed at which he's scoring at the moment is going to be rather unsettling for Graham van Buren out there. And he was talking about body language for Northamptonshire yesterday. It's not quite as flat as that, but you can just see Van Buren's having a lot of discussions about the field, and there's a change happening seemingly every ball now. And, well, since they know that something has got to happen in their favour fairly soon here. Matt Taylor in and bowls on leg stump, and just intelligently worked out to the fielder at deep square leg, and just like that, Northamptonshire have got more runs than they need off this over.
A word, I think, as Matt Taylor walked past safe save, they just had a little exchange of pleasantries, I'm sure. Yeah, this, from Northamptonshire's point of view, is boiling up just as I think they would have hoped, that they were able to reassess at tea. And, I mean, you would hope that the fact that John Sadler has put Zabe in at 4 in the championship match would give him that confidence.
Taylor in round the wicket. Keogh drives, beats the dive of Chris Dent at extra cover, but goes to mid-off. And they take a comfortable single. So, you know, Zabe has been going for a couple of big hits, but even those, arguably, he doesn't need to be doing at the moment.
No, not really.
And if he were to get out to one, then possibly you might say, well, I mean, you know, having said that, though, I think they've got an opportunity, almost, possibly you would argue, a free hit almost with this number of wickets in hand. They've just played this really well, and even though neither Curran nor Gay scored a lot of runs, they took some time out of the game, and they didn't give it away early on, but, so they deserve some credit as well.
Well, absolutely, Ed, and you think also, I mean, Gloucestershire will be mindful of what happened with the boot on the other foot, as it were, at Bristol last year, when, again, at tea, we were sort of thinking it's probably going to be a draw, isn't it? Because you felt that Gloucestershire just had a little bit, left themselves a wee bit too much to do, but, and it's a big but, they had wickets in hand, and Tom Lace and Graham van Buren went out there, smashed it to all parts, and won a terrific victory for Gloucestershire in what was, again, as this has been, a wonderful game of cricket. And it just goes to show, when you've got two sides who are probably fairly evenly matched, then you are going to get, you hope, some really good matches. And this has been a terrific contest, and there's still plenty left in it, and it is going to be Safar Gohar to continue. And they're just slowing it down a wee bit, which is entirely reasonable, just trying to make sure, not least to make sure they don't have to bowl any more overs. And they absolutely have to, but it's a wee bit obvious now, I think. And I'm sure if in the opposite way, I'm sure Northamptonshire will do exactly the same, but they're just trying to slow it down a wee bit and just checking that the fielders are exactly in the right place.
This really does have to be leg theory with this field, because if he's angling it across the right-hander with nobody between backward point and mid-off, then
it's a 6-3 onside field, and going for the reverse sweep is Rob Keogh, which is not a shot he plays that much, and he doesn't make contact. Field for LBW, not out. Yeah, the field for Keogh on the onside, there's mid-on fairly deep, mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, square leg, deep square, and a man on the 45, and on the offside, backward point and mid-off, so a huge yawning gap through the covers again. Keogh does play the reverse sweep, this time he middles it, and he's going to get 4. Well, having said it's not a stroke he plays that often, he played it pretty well there, and it runs away for 4. Keogh up to 22, Northamptonshire to 137 for 3, needing another 162 to win.
It does just become very difficult at this point, unless you can take a wicket to slow things down, because whilst it's very easy to say, well, you can just put everybody back on the boundary, you can't. When the required rate's 5.5 and over, you can't do that.
Run a ball is absolutely fine. That's what I used to call, when former head coach was still playing, run a ball Ripley. He was very, very good at that, just keeping the board ticking over. Here's Keogh facing this next ball from Zafar Gohar goes for the reverse sweep again, doesn't connect, or if he does, it's just a little edge. It runs away down to backward point. He obviously got something on it, yeah, a little bit of an edge, bat and pad, and it runs down to George Scott, who sends in his return. They pick up just a single. Keogh to 23, Northamptonshire to 138 for 5. Field changes over for the left-handed Zabe. And I mean, Ed, we see it so often in county cricket. They say it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good, and Adam Rossington, my understanding, was slated to bat at number 4 this year. That was the thought, that he would bat at 4 even if he lost, even if he wasn't captain. They wanted him to bat at number 4. Well, he's moved on elsewhere, and so it's given Safe Zabe the opportunity to bat at 4, and showing a bit of confidence in him. And these runs, I'm sure, will make him feel an awful lot better about things, and still power to add, of course. 47 to Zabe, 138 for 3. Here's Gohar in again, bowls, and Zabe just nurdling that one away on the onside, away towards mid-wicket, fielded by Graham Van Buren. And there's no run. Again, you're just seeing the lack of bounce that there is sometimes from the bowling at that end. That didn't really get up very much at all. Here's Gohar in again from the David Capel end, bowling, and that just turned. I think it landed in one of the footholds that we could see. Turned and bounced, and there wasn't an awful lot Safe Zabe could do about that, apart from keep bat and gloves out of trouble. There's only a slip in as the close catcher. They had a forward short leg and a leg slip before tea. Those have disappeared. Gohar in again, bowls to Zabe, who sweeps powerfully. He's going out towards the boundary, and it's split the two fielders. And a man out there at deep mid-wicket, a man just behind square, George Scott, and it's split the two of them. And that's 50 to Safe Zabe. Well batted. 51 not out to him, acknowledges the applause from around the ground and from the Northamptonshire dressing room. And a half century for Safe Zabe. 51 not out to him. End of the over. Keogh on 23, 142 for 3. Northamptonshire need another 157 to win, and there are 30 overs left.
He's been really busy, Safe Zabe, even if he hasn't been scoring. He's been, I guess, maybe one way of putting it is putting the fielders onto the back foot, and he's really taken, for the most part, some really good options in terms of his shot selection. Matt Taylor in and continuing to Keogh, who just dabs that one away backward of square on the offside. They might think about 2 here, fielder coming off the third man boundary, but it's quite a short boundary. I suspect if that same shot had been played with the same field from the opposite end, that would have been a comfortable 2. But once again, it's just clever batting from Keogh, and whilst Northamptonshire are picking up easily 1 boundary and over at the moment, it's just, well, I say Northamptonshire, it's all on, not quite all been Safe Zabe since the tea interval, but Keogh can just rotate the strike, and Zabe drives. That's wonderful cover drive, just couldn't get too much better than that. It's flashed away to the cover boundary for 4, and Zabe has his 9th 4 now, and they're once again in 2 balls, just as, well, it happened in 3 balls the previous over. Northamptonshire have got basically the required rate from the over already. That
was a sumptuous stroke, wasn't it? That really was lovely, and it's the sort of stroke that it always looks better somehow from a left-hander. I don't know why it should be, but you think about the sort of the David Gower, the flowing cover drive, lovely shot.
Well, no change to the field, no slips in place. Matt Taylor in and bowls, and Zabe in behind that one and defending back to the bowler for a fairly rare dot ball. And it's so hard to see at the moment where the wicket's coming from for Gloucestershire, just as it was yesterday when Higgins and Lace were batting, and even more so in this instance, because Gloucestershire can't afford still to attack completely, and really it has to come from a bit of a rush of blood, it feels like at the moment, as Matt Taylor's in, and that's driven another beautiful looking shot, just a controlled push through wide mid-off. They'll get 2 for this quite comfortably, and Buren has too good an arm to think about taking a 3rd on the arm, and that is already 7 runs from this over, 149 for 3. Ryan Higgins was loosening up, and I think perhaps Higgins might, if he doesn't necessarily just bowl wicket to wicket, Higgins might just think about pulling out some of those one-day variations, some of the cutters, some of the slower balls that he's got, using the crease try to force an error at this point. Matt Taylor in, and that's flashed away backward a square on the offside, and that's another 4. Safe Zabe is really opening his shoulders now, and he's on to 61. Northamptonshire need just 146. I'm starting to use that word "just" now that it's travelling at such a rate. This game,
they're over
past the halfway mark.
Yeah, he's warming to his task, isn't he, Safe Zabe? And I think I mentioned earlier the innings he played to win the match at Hove last year against Sussex on a turning pitch, and it was doing a bit. And Northamptonshire in a decent position, but he went out and just played every shot in the book. And we were sort of joking at the time on commentary that we thought he must be in a hurry to get down on the beach because it was a lovely day and it was just before lunch, and he finished that game at a flourish. He does have a lot of shots, and now he's got license to unveil them.
11 off the over so far. Matt Taylor in, and that's whipped away towards mid-wicket. Should just be the single, though. The fielder in the deep gets the throw in, but a great result for Northamptonshire again. Zabe on strike, and Keogh can just watch and be Mr. Calm from the other end. 145 more runs required from 29 overs, and another couple of overs like that, and the required run rate will be down below 5.
Yeah, right enough. Just an update from Hove, where Sussex have been bowled out for 172, so Nottinghamshire need just 14 to win. Liam Patterson-White taking 8 wickets in the match down there, so is another one of whom much is hoped, and certainly bowled very well in the Royal London Cup match against Northamptonshire at Grantham last year, bowled beautifully. So it looks as though a Nottinghamshire win is on the cards down there at Hove. Here, Zafar Gohar is about to start his 19th over. Bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. Short, Zabe pulls, but he's only going to get a single as it goes up to long on, just coming in off the boundary in front of the Ken Turner stand. And they're through for the 1, so Zabe up to 63 and Northamptonshire to 155 for 3. In the innings they've lost Vasconcelos for 26 just before lunch. And then in the afternoon session, Gay for 17, Curran for 18. It was 80 for 3. These two have put on 75 so far in 19 overs together. And again, fairly elaborate field change. Well, I say elaborate, fairly minimal field change. As far as I can see, it's Tom Lace has come a little bit straighter. Yeah, he's just moving Lace straighter at extra cover, or mid-wicket indeed for the right-hander. He's moving Ben Charlesworth round a little bit, to sort of backward point position, and he's just moved the deep mid-wicket out as well. But no close catcher now as Gohar comes in and bowls to Keogh, who sweeps, and that's 4. There are 2 men out there on the boundary on the leg side, one just in front of square, one behind, and it's gone straight between the 2 of them. And I suspect that's probably gone, it has, by the way that the fielder's hurtling round the back of the stand there. I think it's probably gone onto the outdoor net pitches, the old bowling green as was, but it's 4 to Keogh, 28 to him, 159 for 3, and Northamptonshire having a little bit of a purple patch here.
Well, they're just picking the gaps perfectly, aren't they? It just doesn't seem to matter, really, where Van Buren sets his field. Northamptonshire are finding the gaps at the moment, and he can change the field every ball, but Northamptonshire change where they hit it every ball.
Well, here's Gohar in again, bowls to Keogh, who sweeps again. He's going to get more runs. It's only going to be a single, though. It's well fielded down there by Ryan Higgins. I say well fielded. They're going to come back for 2. They're going to have to hurry, but they do. He stopped it. He just didn't quite pick it up cleanly. It was travelling. It was a good bit of fielding. But Keogh, very alert to the possibility. And now having come back for 2, he's feeling his hamstring. Oh, no. Surely not. No, I think he's all right. 2 more to Keogh anyway. 30 to him, 161 for 3.
Yeah, I'll be pretty furious for that, I think, Ryan Higgins and James Bracey. Not a happy wicketkeeper.
Keogh is certainly hurtling back. He's had a bit of back trouble in the past, Rob Keogh, but which probably explains all the elaborate bending and stretching that we see from him. Here's Gohar in again. Bowls reverse sweep, comes out again. More runs for him here. It's gone out just in front of square. And George Scott, who's been excellent in the field all day, again, he's very quick to the ball. Sends in a good return to Bracey on the bounce. It's 1 more to Keogh. He goes up to 31, and Northamptonshire to 162 for 3. Of course, I said in my little piece for BBC Online at tea time that its draw is the most likely result, so that probably guarantees it'll be either a Northamptonshire win or a Gloucestershire win. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Zabe, who drives nicely without really getting a lot of timing behind that. It just rolls up to extra cover. And there's no run, so a dot ball for Gohar. Been fairly rare in the last 2 or 3 overs. 1 for 62. Gohar so far. Bowls to Zabe, who works that up to mid-wicket, and another dot ball to finish the over. At the end of which, Zabe is 63, Keogh is 31, Northamptonshire 162 for 3. They need 137 more runs to win, 7 wickets in hand, and there are 28 overs left.
And under 5 and over now.
That's
for
right,
Northamptonshire
yes.
as well, and they've really got that rate required down very quickly. And again, I make the point that I can't remember if I made it today again, or I certainly made it yesterday, that what white ball cricket does is it's not just the big hits, it's not just the 4s and 6s, it's the ability to score at 5 and over without taking a risk.
Yes.
And that's what, you know, for Dent, tread on toes here, but for all the talk about how the county championship might be failing, we forget just how fantastic county cricket has been for white ball cricket, and the standard of white ball cricket around every county.
Yes, very true.
You know, every county has the ability to produce players who score with that kind of freedom. So Higgins now back into the attack, and he starts off with what might have been a slower delivery, and right on the stumps, and Keogh defends back to him.
Well, again, he's been excellent today, hasn't he? You just look at his figures: 11 overs, 7 maidens, no wicket for 11. He's allowed absolutely no liberties to be taken at all. But this is obviously a different set of circumstances now, and the mindset of the batsman is very different. They're now looking to get after him.
Yeah, in a way though, I mean, they don't have to, do they? Higgins is in, and that's clipped wide of mid-on by Keogh for a single. Matt Taylor moves across, Keogh to 32, and 130, it's not ticked over yet, has it? 136 more required. Yep, but, you know, they don't actually have to go after anybody at the moment, and you know, they could even, I don't think they will, because I think they'll want to break the back of it now whilst they're going great guns. But you know, another way to play it would be even just to take a few overs just to make sure that they absolutely could not lose.
Yes, and from Gloucestershire's point of view, again, it's stating the obvious, but the way to slow the scoring rate is to take wickets, and if they could just nip a couple out, then it becomes that much more difficult with new batsmen coming in.
Here comes Higgins. He's there and bowls, and it's a huge swing attempted over backward square leg. It was almost a slog sweep against Ryan Higgins, and he missed it, and it hit him on the body.
Zabe there came right across his stumps. Almost, I mean, I hesitate to make the comparison, but you think of the old footage of the 1979 World Cup final when Sir Vivian Richards was coming right across his stumps towards the back end of the West Indies innings, and was almost, you know, outside off stump. Well, Zabe tried something similar there. He was entirely premeditated, but I think it's just knocked the wind out of him a little bit.
Yep, it looked like it. Here's Higgins, bowls, and Zabe gives himself some room this time and just chops it down to third man for a single and gets off strike. And probably from Northamptonshire's point of view, they'll probably be quite happy about that, given the wild swing off the previous ball. Probably
get
some calmness of Rob Keogh. I suspect Northamptonshire should be quite glad of that, because whilst, you know, Zabe clearly does have licence, they don't want him to give it away completely. Higgins into Keogh, who dabs into the offside. Quick single, well taken. All it could be was parried by Miles Hammond at backward point. He was never going to have a chance to affect the run out, and just more intelligent cricket from Keogh against Higgins. When you're scoring at 7 and over from the other end against Higgins, singles and the odd dot ball will absolutely do for Northamptonshire. 134 more required as Higgins over the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, in and bowls, and that's driven straight to Tom Lace at short cover. So a tidy over there for Gloucestershire, but they do need a wicket. 3 runs from it, and 134 more required from 27. Zabe 64 and Keogh 33, and it seems bizarre to say, but they've almost got identical strike rates, actually, despite despite the, you know,
very different approach.
Yes.
But again, it's the experience of Rob Keogh, isn't it? He knows how to pace this sort of chase. He's done it before, as I say. He was outstanding in the the win over Surrey last year, which admittedly was a longer chase over over a longer period of time. But of course, in that win over Glamorgan that we keep talking about last year, he made an unbeaten 100. So yeah, he's capable of doing it. In fact, he wasn't unbeaten; he was out just before the end, but he did get 100. And now it's going to be Graham Van Buren back into the attack.
Yeah, trying for a more defensive left-arm spin option, I think.
Round the wicket. Van Buren bowling left-arm spin to Keogh, who drives up to long on. Comes in off the boundary, and there's an easy single for Keogh. He goes up to 34, and Northamptonshire to 166 for 3. Just looking at what's happening in the Division 2 game down at Cardiff. It looks as though Glamorgan might be denying Durham there. They're 164 for 5 in their second innings, Glamorgan. So they're 15 runs ahead of Durham now, and I think there's about 30 overs to go there. So if they can use up a few more overs, they might hang on for the draw. Here's Van Buren over the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. Appeal for a stumping by James Bracey. Not out, says the umpire. And Bracey cannot believe it. It was one of the most animated appeals I've seen for a while. And now, in complete contrast, it's like the great Arlott phrase, like a boy caught stealing jam. He goes back rather sheepishly back behind the stumps.
Didn't really want to get too close to Tom Langley there.
No, here's Van Buren in again. Bowls to Zabe, who aims for the sweep. It's beaten Bracey. It's running down towards the boundary for something. Now, did he get a little bottom edge on it or not? I suspect he probably didn't. Let's see if the umpire's going to give a signal. He does, and it's byes. So whether James Bracey was still quietly fuming about the stumping that wasn't given, but he missed that, and it's gone down for 2 byes, 168 for 3.
It did look as if it kept quite low on him.
It did. No, it's going to with Van Buren, who's firing it in, and that's driven by Zabe back to the bowler, who fields off his own bowling. And
was that stopped by Keogh?
I think
or
it was.
the bowler?
They were both in the same place at the same time. I think it was hard to say which of them got there first. Here's Van Buren in again. Bowls to Zabe, who's down the pitch on drives, and he's going to pick up a single as it goes out to the fielder at long on, emerging from under the Ken Turner indoor centre. One more to Zabe, 65 to him, 169 for 3.
It was stopped by Keogh. In fact,
Was
it was
it really?
stopped by Keogh's bat, actually, by the splice of his bat, which is why you did then look at it afterwards.
Run and it counts double. They both hit it. Here's Keogh driving that to extra cover, fielded by Tom Lace. Dot ball to finish the over. 169 for 3. Keogh 34. Zabe is 65. 130 runs needed. 26 overs left. Described it as the Ken Turner indoor centre. It's because, to me, it's still the old indoor school where you used to go in the winter, and it was they used to say it was the 2 fastest pitches in the world were the Wacker at Perth and the indoor centre at Northampton. It was like a hard mat on concrete, and Dennis Brooks in there will be telling you to get forward, son. You'll be playing forward and the thing will be flying past the end of your nose. But
it's proved quite good slip catching practice on there as well,
yeah,
maybe.
Happy days.
So Higgins then to continue from the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre end, and Zabe goes for a huge swing. It's it high in the air, running back from backward point, dives and takes the catch. So that is the moment that Gloucestershire needed to get rid of Safe Zabe. It certainly doesn't guarantee anything for the moment, but that is one of the wickets that was required, and it felt as if it was going to have to be Ryan Higgins with a few change-ups and a few slower balls, and that's exactly what happened. It went way up into the air, and it was a really well-judged catch. It was kind of over the left shoulder from backward point, and that is the wicket that Gloucestershire needed, and he had to dive really full length at that
really
last moment there. I think it may have been George Scott, substitute fielder, but we'll wait on that, I'm afraid, in amongst the excitement of trying to track the ball up in the air, which isn't always the easiest with a red ball. I'm afraid I didn't quite see exactly who it was underneath it, but either way, catch taken at the end of a tremendous innings from Safe Zabe. He timed the ball absolutely fantastically, and occasionally the placement wasn't there, but later on in the innings especially it was, and he's given Northamptonshire a fantastic chance to win this game.
He has. He's put them in with a sniff, hasn't he? But that was beautifully taken, and I must admit, my first thought was that he might just have misjudged. It was to be, I mean, I say swirling. There's not really a great deal of breeze out there, but it was up there a long time, and he just thought, is he just quite going to get under it? But in fact, it was Miles Hammond.
It was Miles Hammond. That was a choice of two, and I got my guess wrong.
No, it was very well taken indeed, and a very important catch, as you say, in the context. But yeah, well played, Safe Zabe. He took advantage of the licence he's been given. And as you say, he's given Northamptonshire a chance. Now, Josh Cobb, who ought to know a thing or two, as Northamptonshire's white ball captain, about chasing down targets. Obviously, different coloured clothing, different context. And he has played, as we've said, very little red ball cricket over the last 2 or 3 seasons. But you would think if any situation is going to suit Josh Cobb in red ball cricket, it's going to be this.
Interesting. They've actually put it down on the scoring website I've got here as caught sub, but
oh well.
Anyway, apologies for that. But as I
subject
say,
to audit.
Was too busy trying to make sure I didn't lose sight of the ball in the air. Here comes Higgins now to Cobb, who leaves his first ball outside the off stump, and it's almost, well, it's felt a bit like, not quite a T20, I suppose, of late, but it sort of feels like, you know, when in the 11th over or something of a T20, somebody comes out and leaves the ball, and you just think, oh, I love that. I love the, whatever the cojones, I suppose they'd say in the States, to go out and leave your first ball at that stage. Here comes Higgins then into Cobb. Cobb pretty much defending to mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Tom Lace. Gloucestershire haven't exactly gone right on the attack, but they've just brought, I think, probably one extra fielder in from the field to Safe Zabe. They've still got the deep square leg, they've still got the long leg, a deep cover and a third man. Here comes Higgins, he's in and bowls. And Cobb looking as if he's needing to adjust to the bounce on this surface, because he doesn't look best pleased with the way that ball came through to him. He defended it, but didn't look too happy down at the pitch.
Partnership between Keogh and Zabe added 89 in 22 overs, so 4 and over, which is okay. As I said, it brought Northamptonshire in with a sniff.
Higgins bowls on leg stump and flicked away for Cobb's first run out to George Scott at deep square leg. And so 170 for 4, 129 more runs required. First wicket, as I say, of several that Gloucestershire need, and Higgins is probably going to have to put in quite a shift here, because
yes,
he is the best one-day seamer in this lineup. Higgins in and bowls, full delivery. I'm not sure if it was the attempted Yorker or not, but Keogh flicks it out to deep square once more. And so 2 singles off the last 2 balls of the over, but the key wicket of Safe Zabe swinging for the hills, getting it way up into the air, and was taken really, really well at backward point by, I think it probably was Miles Hammond, actually, because George Scott is, well, actually, I think, well, we'll wait and see.
Yes,
I'm afraid running backwards and a long way out there and only catching a glimpse, they look all too similar. So apologies for that.
All these things subject to audit. We'll work it out at the end. It'll sort it out in the edit. Here's Graham Van Buren, who's back at the end of his mark. He's bowled 2 overs for 3 so far. And he's bowling from the David Capel end, round the wicket to Rob Keogh, who squeezes that just behind square. They go through for 1. If Safe Zabe was still in there, they'd probably be thinking about 2, but I don't think there's going to be 2 with Rob Keogh and Josh Cobb in. Anyway, a single accrues, takes Keogh up to 35, and Northamptonshire to 172 for 4, so 127 more runs required. There are 24 overs and 5 balls remaining. Here's Van Buren bowling round the wicket to Cobb, who pulls, going down to deep backward square. There's just going to be a single. Fielded down there by Matt Taylor.
How many more wickets do you think Northamptonshire would be happy with losing before they might shut up shop?
Certainly a couple more, I would have thought. And there's Keogh driving away off the back foot, where it's fielded by the substitute George Scott, who's been sweeping out there on the extra cover boundary. 1 more to Keogh. The scoreboard is now struggling a little bit to keep up, I think, in this over. I think that's 174 for 4, 125 more to win. And Van Buren in again, bowls to Cobb, who again can pick up another single. He drives it out to deep extra. Once again, George Scott in the action, sends in a good return, pinpoint return to James Bracey. Another single accrues, and they've now caught up, 175 for 4. With Rob Keogh on strike on 37. Van Buren bowls to him, drives back. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that. It was like the slap that he played a couple of times through extra cover in the first innings. It just goes back to the bowler, who's back at the market already and bowls to Keogh this time. Works it around the corner down to deep backward square where Matt Taylor is fielding in front of the main scoreboard, and they're through for another single. Keogh keeps the bowling. End of the over, 176 for 4 Northamptonshire. Keogh 38. Cobb is 3. Van Buren doesn't hang around between getting through his overs. 5 off the over there without any great violence being necessary. Northamptonshire need another 123 to win, and there are 24 overs left.
Well, at this point now, Van Buren can rattle through the overs because there's no chance they'll be getting any extras in. No. We've got 16 minutes left until 5 o'clock, and the last hour would start with 16 remaining, so they're not going to get 8 overs into 16 minutes however quickly.
No,
Graham Van Buren is bowling.
Simon Kerrigan's not playing, so...
Oh, yes, Kerrigan and Van Buren at opposite ends.
That would be something.
Here comes Higgins then into his 14th over. He's in and bowls. That's quietly turned into the leg side, and I suspect once again that had Safe Zaid been there, they may well have thought of a single there, especially because it was Tom Lace at mid-wicket who would have had to have been throwing quite away off balance in order to get that in, but as such, it's a dot ball, and Higgins with Bracey up to the stumps is in and bowls, and that's punched towards mid-on, and Van Buren will pick up. So 2 dots to start this over. And I suppose might be people saying, how can you possibly get George Scott and Miles Hammond mixed up? But perhaps they haven't seen Miles Hammond yet this season, and he's cut the flowing blonde locks back. It's very, very neat, very trim, but you don't have the hair flying out the back to be able to tell the difference very obviously anymore. Higgins in, and that's clipped out to deep square. George Scott comes charging in, but I'm not sure he needs bothered because they were jogging in the end.
He's put in a shift today, hasn't he, George Scott? I don't know what they give the 12thers these days. It's probably more than a pint of shandy that it probably was years ago, but
yeah, well, he's
sixpence for the trouble.
He is a tremendous fielder. He said he's, if it can be said of him that he hasn't quite found his role in Championship cricket yet, certainly you know that he's a terrific fielder. That part is not under question, as Cobb defends this one out to Chris Dent, and just giving himself a little bit of time to play himself in here. And I'm sure he also knows, Northamptonshire also know, that Higgins can't bowl forever.
No.
He might be able to bowl a 6-7 over spell if necessary, but be pushing him. Here comes Higgins. He's there now and bowls. A full of pace delivery, and I wonder if actually having bowled so many slower balls that Cobb maybe got done not just by the fact that it didn't bounce as much as he hoped it might, but also actually Higgins did surprise him a bit with a quicker one there, and it was turned straight to mid-wicket for no run.
Yes, he was just very firm-footed there, wasn't he? And Rob Keogh just had a word with him. Just imagine that was something helpful, probably.
Last ball of this over, Higgins in and bowls, and oh, he's gone for a booming drive and got an inside edge onto his boot, I think. So that ends a tremendous over from Higgins. It's only conceded 1, 122 required by Northamptonshire from 23 overs, so it's still the case that they can afford a few overs like this, but they have just dragged things back a little bit, Gloucestershire, but the required rate sitting at 5.3 is not going to worry Northamptonshire at this stage.
It's not, but my goodness, he's a class act, isn't he, Ryan Higgins? I mean, he's so versatile. He's a captain's dream if you've got a bowler like that in your side that can bowl in so many different modes. He can be operating with the new ball with 4 slips and a gully in place and nibbling it around, and in these sort of circumstances, is Van Buren bowls short to Keogh, who rocks onto the back foot, plays it up to long on for a single. Keogh to 40, Northamptonshire to 178 for 4. And in these sort of circumstances, with an old ball, he can mix up, bowl his variations, and he's still setting a tough examination, however he decides to operate. Terrific cricketer. Here's Van Buren in again and bowls to Cobb, who this time drives up to long off for a single. It's almost like there are two different games going out there at the moment. There's Ryan Higgins, who's proving such a handful, and it's almost as though they're thinking, well, yeah, as you say, play him out and milk a few at the other end. Is Van Buren bowls quick and short, and Keogh again punching it away out to deep mid-wicket for another single. So 3 balls, 3 runs so far. Keogh to 41 and Northamptonshire to 180 for 4. Van Buren in again, bowling to Cobb, who looking to force that away off the back foot. Just runs it behind square to backward point. Fielded by Ben Charlesworth, and they're through for another single. 4 balls, 4 singles. 5 to Cobb, 181 for 4. Van Buren already back. And bowling to Keogh, punches that up to long on. Again for an easy single. 1 more to Cobb. 42 to Keogh, rather. 42 to Keogh. 182 for 4. 117 more runs required. 1 ball to go of the 60th over. So 22 remaining after this. Van Buren in bowls to Cobb, and it's that rarity in this over. First dot ball as he forces it away on the onside, and not for the first time. Van Buren and Keogh slightly get in each other's way, but the upshot of it is there's no run. So 5 runs off that over. Van Buren's bowled 4 overs for 13, and at the end of 60 overs, so 22 remaining, Northamptonshire 182 for 4. Keogh is 42, Cobb is 5, and Northamptonshire need 117 off 22.
It's very cat and mouse, really, isn't it, with Graham Van Buren bowling? It feels as if Van Buren's relatively happy to let. I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't necessarily want it to be 5 singles and over, but 4 singles and over just about live with. Whereas Northamptonshire will say, yeah, we're quite happy with that at this stage. We can let the rate build a little bit because of who we've got left in the tank. Still McManus, Tom Taylor, Gareth Berg. Here's Higgins, and he bowls to Keogh, who defends to mid-on with a high elbow. And he is. I mean, we mentioned it enough times in the first innings, and I certainly don't need to tell Northamptonshire fans this, and I don't think we need to tell Gloucestershire fans this either, but he's a really attractive player, Keogh, even in defence. So rarely looks troubled. Higgins is past the umpire, and he bowls. That's a lovely drive down the ground, and he's split the gap between mid-off and mid-on, and that is a really beautiful 4 runs from Keogh. He started off with a dot ball, but Ryan Higgins concedes the boundary off the 2nd ball of the over, and Keogh moves to 46.
Down at Hove, Nottinghamshire have beaten Sussex by 10 wickets. Took just 13 balls to knock off the 14 runs they needed. They take 23 points. Strong start for Nottinghamshire to their Division 2 campaign. Started as favourites, of course.
Yep, Sussex provided plenty of resistance in the first innings, especially 375 they made there, as that's a short ball from Higgins. It's pulled hard, but will be stopped by Scott out on the deep forward square boundary. So another single, Keogh 47. So I'm sure that Sussex would be pretty pleased, I should think, even though it is a 10-wicket loss, and also they were shorter batsmen, so 10 wickets is maybe a little flattering. Higgins moves in and bowls, and that's a flashing drive, a wristy drive really from Cobb out towards deep cover. Fielded cleanly, throw comes in, and another single is added. So as Higgins overs go, this is a more expensive one. They've already had 6 off it with 2 balls remaining. So Keogh on 47, and once again, like in the first innings, is just moved fairly imperiously through his innings. Not offered up a chance. And Higgins is in. Now that's clipped. He tried to roll the wrists on that, but it's just a hint that that one might have potentially come close to being a problem in terms of a leading edge, but it fell, fell fairly quickly in the end. No run, though, to mid-wicket.
May just have stuck in the pitch a tad, I think.
Yep.
I think other than that, he was looking obviously to drop it squarer for the single.
Last ball of the over. Higgins bowls to Keogh, who drives, and he's got the bottom of the bat on that, and now ringing out that right hand that had, I'm afraid to say, that kind of hollow bat sound that we talked about before, the quick cricket bat.
He's got his glove off and wringing his hand now. We were talking, I think, yesterday about in the old days of the club bag, that there was always one bat in there that if you finished up using it, you knew you were going to finish up jarring your hands. It was a sort of, I don't know, William Gunn autograph from about 1890, and the old three-springer, and it shook your hands. And yeah, Rob Keogh jarring himself a wee bit there. Consultation between the two batsmen.
Still a 6 off the over, and it just shows you really it's only one boundary in the over, and Northamptonshire are pretty much sorted for the over.
Well, Graham Van Buren ringing the changes because Zafar Gohar is coming back into the attack. He's bowled 19 overs so far, 2 maidens, 1 for 62. Picked up the wicket of Ben Curran, LBW, early on. At that stage it was 80 for 3. Then we had that partnership between Keogh and Zabe that really brought Northamptonshire back into the hunt. And now Gohar bowling to Josh Cobb, who goes for a big swing over deep mid-wicket. There is a man out there. In the end, it was just a little bit too slow. He was through his shot early. It hit him somewhere on the upper body, drops down, and there's no run.
Short boundary, far too tempting.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yes, he was itching to hit over there. Here's Gohar again, bowls, and he swings round, looking this time for the sweep, and that's called a wide. That's called a wide down the leg side.
Well, it is. I'm afraid it is. It's what's written in the championship regulations.
Absolutely. Here's Gohar again, fires that one in, and Cobb just tickling it round the corner. Fielded by Tom Lace down there.
I think it's Higgins.
Oh, it's Higgins, beg pardon. Yes, he picked it up and got rid of it with the air of a man who picked something up that he didn't really want to pick up, and he was looking for a tissue to wipe his hands. 190 for 4. Cobb up to 7. Consultation between bowler and captain, Graham Van Buren. Cobb leaning nonchalantly on his bat, presumably having a chat with the umpire. Usually he's having a chat with the umpire. It's a safe-ish bet.
It's exceptionally nonchalant, that.
190 for 4 as Gohar comes in, bowls. Slower ball, well flighted to Keogh, and that's another wide. It's down the leg side, and Keogh was trying to sweep it, and James Bracey, hands outstretched as though saying, well, what else am I supposed to do? What else are you supposed to do? But it's called a wide. It's one more onto the total, 191 for 4. Here's Gohar again, bowls to Keogh, who sweeps uppishly. It's going all the way, I think, for 6. It's slapped into the boundary boards, and the umpire's just checking if that's gone for 4 or 6. It looked to me as though it hit the board on the full. It's 50 for Rob Keogh anyway, and he's acknowledging the applause, and it's signalled as 6. It looked to me as though it hit the boundary board sort of on the half volley. So, well, what a match Rob Keogh's having. He moves up to 53, and Northamptonshire to 197 for 4. 102 more runs needed. 50 there for Keogh. I'll give you the stats of that in just a second. But 113 in the first innings, 53 not out in the second. Gohar in again, bowls to Keogh, who sweeps once again. This time he's going to get just a single. As it goes down there to Matt Taylor, fielding just behind square on the boundary. And it's one more to Keogh, 54 to him, 198 for 4. Now Josh Cobb comes back on strike. And Cobb goes for the sweep. And well, Matt Taylor's in the work again as he has to send in a return, but quickly to the ball, and it's just a single for Cobb. He looks a bit frustrated that he didn't do more with that, but did all he needed to do. 199 for 4, so 100 needed now. Cobb up to 8. One ball left to go in the over. No close catches inevitably, and Gohar bowls again. Once again, Rob Keogh sweeps. Groundhog Day in that over, and it's another single. It's 200 up for Northamptonshire, And at the end of another productive over, 200 for 4. Keogh is 55, Cobb is 8. Northamptonshire need 99 to win. And it's 20 overs remaining.
And it really goes back to the point of, actually, I think Gloucestershire would, and Zafar Gohar in particular, would much rather be bowling at left-handers than right-handers, because where the turn has been where it would trouble the left-hander, not the right-hander.
No,
and
absolutely.
it's just completely opposite to normal, where the left-arm spinner would cause the right-hander more problems.
Absolutely
and so,
right.
you know, he's got no choice but to bowl, in a way, into the area where it might turn, but equally, if it doesn't, then it's a wide every time.
Well, we mentioned this on commentary, the rather odd nature of Northamptonshire's batting line, because you've got 4 left-handers at the top and then seven right-handers thereafter. So,
yep, top heavy with the left-handers. Higgins to continue, and he's bowling to Keogh, who just checks the drive. The on-drive will be intercepted by Tom Lace from short mid-wicket in a dot ball, and I wonder, I suspect that, and I can see again, I can see why Van Buren decided he had to go back to Zafar, just go back to his wicket-taking spinner in a way, or the more attacking spin option, but it didn't work out, and he may have to bowl himself again. Higgins in and bowls. Keogh is defending out towards extra cover, and you've got to give so much credit to Northamptonshire so far. They have played this so intelligently, and even though Zabe was out to a huge heave, I don't think you could even really say to him he shouldn't have gone for that.
No, he'd done what he was put in there to do.
Higgins bowls to Keogh, who once more looking to drive on the onside, but it's fielded up at mid-on by Van Buren, no run.
And it was very noticeable after tea when he came out that he immediately was looking to get after it. So obviously they discussed it and they said, yeah, as we said on commentary, you go for it. Keogh's going to play the anchor role. He's going to score reasonably quickly anyway. It's just the way he plays. But Keogh went in. Zabe actually played a really valuable hand.
Higgins in, slightly uppish drive that time from Keogh. It's one of the rare times. In fact, I'm not sure I can really remember another drive that's really gone in the air at all. It was such a hallmark of his first innings, the drives that just went all along the carpet and out to the cover boundary in particular. That one did just pop up a little bit. There's no run there again as it went up towards mid-off. 4 dots to start this over, and Higgins bowls to Keogh, who's just defending. You get a huge over. The previous over, 12 runs from it.
We've
just seeing off Higgins now.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've touched on this discussion before, Ed, but it's from Northamptonshire's point of view, it's going to be interesting, as I say, with the 2 overseas coming back, and also with Luke Proctor, presumably, who you would automatically have in your first choice side, probably for Josh Cobb. I don't know, because in the sense that he gives you a bowling option as well.
Higgins bowls to Keogh, who drives, and he's beaten extra cover this time. It'll be 2. I think that's all, as Zafar Gohar gets the throw in. So not a maiden over. It's a good one nonetheless from Higgins, nice and tight, but unfortunately there's just really nothing in this pitch whatsoever at this stage in order to try to create a wicket through, it feels like anything other than pilot error. And 97 runs required by Northamptonshire from 19 overs, 6 wickets in hand. Pardon me, I was going to say Gloucestershire. It's not quite approaching miracle territory. We're not there yet, but they really need to get particularly Keogh out, and because then potentially Northamptonshire might either overplay their hand, or you get somebody in who maybe isn't so used to trying to block it out for a bit, and you create a bit of a collapse that way.
Here's Zafar Gohar starting his 21st over, bowling round the wicket to Cobb, who pushes that into the covers for an easy single, fielded there by Graham Van Buren. Cobb to 9, Northamptonshire to 203 for 4. We were talking, I think, on the first day, we had a message from Andy, who's out in Mauritius at the moment. I had a tweet from Simon Brett, who's in Pathos. He sent me a picture of the beer can. And that's a superb, as he's dropped it. I was just going to say it was a superb caught and bowled, because he dived away. It was a drive, an uppish drive by Rob Keogh, and he dived away for it, and I thought he got both hands on it. It was a superb effort. It just didn't quite stick in his hands. It's unlucky for the bowler. Terrific effort. He'll feel he probably should have hung on to it having got there.
It was kind of spooned off the bottom of the bat, but yeah, like you say, it was enough off the ground that he'll think he should have caught it.
It was a let-off for Keogh, who drives again slightly uppishly. This time it eludes the bowler, runs up to long off, coming in off the boundary, and they're through for a single. One more to Keogh. 58 to him, 204 for 4, 95 needed. Yeah, so following from Pathos, hoping the county can knock them off. Top batting from Rob Keogh. Well, he's still in. He's still got a bit more work to do.
The first chance he's offered up. Scoring,
first chance he's offered, yeah. But
scoring all those runs.
There's plenty of cricket left in this match. And how brilliant. 4 days of cricket, and we still don't really know what's going to happen. Is Gohar in, bowls a quicker ball, a little bit short of a length, and Josh Cobb pushing it defensively out into the covers, fielded again by Van Buren, and there's no run.
How long before that slog sweep comes out again?
He's itching. He's itching. There is a big gap. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, but fairly wide, and a long on the boundary, and he's gone for the slap instead through the covers to this next ball, and George Scott is out there. And once again, quickly to the ball. He's saved runs aplenty out there today, George Scott. One more to Cobb. He goes up to 10, and Northamptonshire to 205 for 4. 94 runs needed. One ball to go, and there'll be 18 overs left. Here's Gohar in, bowls to Keogh, studiously forward defensive. Again, with an eye on the photographer, wherever they might be. End of the over, 205 for 4, 64 overs gone, so 18 left. Cobb is on 10, Keogh is on 58. Northamptonshire need 94 more runs to win. They have 18 overs in which to get them, and I don't think we're going to have any trouble with the light. The lights are not on. I suppose there may come a time in the next 10 overs or so that they might need to think about putting them on. The light isn't bad, it's just a little bit hazy, which it has been, in fairness, for much of the day. But
yeah, and I suppose in a way, not that I think bad light is going to come into it, but at least having actually had now that reading from yesterday, there can be no quibbling about when should they or should they not go off, because they'll just go on that reading. And I suppose in a way, whilst it's really frustrating sometimes when they have to go off after having set it, that is also why it's done that way, because it removes the potential controversy from that kind of a situation.
Well, the umps just came together. Rob Keogh is having a drink, in case you wonder why we're not describing any action. The physio's come on with a drink, and I think maybe he was asking a little while ago for some tape, possibly just to tape up a glove or something. He's just holding a hand up to the umpire to say sorry for holding up the match. I can tell you that at Edgbaston, the match between Warwickshire and Surrey has drifted to the inevitable draw. Surrey 43 for no wicket in their second innings after Warwickshire made 531 all out.
Here is Higgins. He bowls, and that's flashed through extra cover by Josh Cobb, but protection out on the rope, and it means it's just the single. It sort of feels as if we'll be potentially the last ones to leave the party here.
Well,
sort of
we are, but it's certainly division.
Bleary-eyed at 5 a.m. equivalent.
Well, I can tell you that they've finished at Chelmsford as well. Match drawn. Essex 68 for 1 in their second innings. So 2 draws. Very easy win for Hampshire against Somerset. And this one, take your pick.
Higgins bowls, driven down the ground by Keogh, and Van Buren's had quite a workout off the bowling of Higgins as Keogh picks him out once more, and there's no run. 6th over in this spell, this for Higgins, so how many more overs can he go? I mean, if you're Van Buren, you would love to bowl him for the entirety of the rest of the match, but I don't think that's going to happen. Higgins is in, and that's cut on the bounce to backward point. And Miles Hammond is there, so there is no run.
Nice little red inker for Sir Alistair. That game drifted to a draw, 26 not out.
Just up the average a little bit.
Absolutely.
By probably about 0.001, given how many matches he's played. Higgins in now, and bowls to Keogh, who he sort of collapses down on the ball as if to suggest that it rolled along the floor. But the thud would tell you that he got plenty of bat on it. And no run there. Still, Northamptonshire just content not to take the risks off Higgins. And Higgins, I think, also realising that, has put away some of the tricks which might potentially go wrong, and he's just tended to bowl stump to stump here. He does so once again, but Keogh works us into the leg side. They run the first one as hard as they can, but George Scott is too quick in off that, I say, deep square leg rope. He ended up picking it up more of a mid-wicket position. But one more run goes to the tally for Northamptonshire. 92 more needed, and the last ball of this Higgins over, maybe one more, but I don't know that they'll want to stretch Higgins too much further than that. Higgins bowls, and there's another delivery which is kind of hit more towards the bottom of the bat, and Cobb will not get a run as it's picked up at mid-on. 17 overs remain, 92 more runs for Northamptonshire to get, and well, what's going to be Gloucestershire's choice if they are to make one to replace Ryan Higgins? And it may well be that the decision might be coming now. Higgins has got the sweater back on, putting the cap on. Long discussion with Van Buren. I'm sure he'll be saying that he can go another over, but
yeah,
at the same time, Van Buren's got to know when to wrestle the ball out of his hands.
It's a difficult one for Graham Van Buren in these sort of circumstances. I mean, I think he's done a very good job with the resources available, with obviously being a frontline bowler down, which we should never forget in any sort of assessment of what's gone on today. With Gloucestershire not having Naseem Shah available, it does make a huge difference. But he's juggled his resources, I think, pretty well. And, well, who knows? Game's not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. Zafar Gohar about to start his 22nd over from the David Capel end. He bowls to Rob Keogh, who drives crisply up to long off for a long single. One more to Keogh, who's up to 60, and Northamptonshire to 208 for 4. 91 more runs required.
Might have to be spin from both ends.
Well, that's the other possibility. Here's Zafar Gohar in again, bowls to Cobb, who plays that late, cuts it away down towards third man, but a good bit of fielding by Ben Charlesworth, anticipating well. Moved to his left quickly. That's really good fielding from Charlesworth.
Yeah, they do enjoy Charlesworth's fielding,
Yeah.
I think, out there.
Well, he's excellent. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Cobb, who tries the same stroke with the same result, except he didn't time that quite as well, and it just went straight to Charlesworth rather than having to make any ground. But a good start to the over for the bowler. Just one run off the first 3 balls. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Cobb. Make that one run off the first 4 as he plays that back down the pitch. Fielded by Gohar, and there's no run. Cobb, of course, with all the experience in the world, but Northamptonshire don't want to be having to up it to sort of 6-7 and over if they can help it. And there's another dot ball as Cobb plays that to backward point. Once again, Charlesworth fields, and there's no run. This has been a good couple of overs for Gloucestershire, and it's the sort of circumstances where we often say about good sessions. In this sort of instance, a good 5 minutes can make a difference. Is Zafar Gohar, big appeal for LBW against Josh Cobb as he tries to swing away over the leg side. Not out, says the umpire, but a super over there by the left arm spinner. Just one run off it at the end of it. 208 for 4, Northamptonshire. Cobb is on 11, Keogh is 60. Northamptonshire need 91 more runs to win off 16 overs. Going down?
I think probably, yes. Yeah. It would have had to have turned.
Yeah.
Keogh, Cobb has got a big stride forward there, and it's got a fair distance to go, and it struck him in front of leg, and I just don't think it's ever actually turned from that kind of a line in order to go on to hit the stumps. And I mean, you can tell why Zafar Gohar really is going up for absolutely everything you would in this instance, but afraid that one was always looking not out. So Higgins will get another over, and he'll start by being driven by Keogh out to deep cover for a single. 61 now to Keogh, 209 for 4.
And it's noticeable, Ed, that Gloucestershire have really done a good job in the last few overs, because Northamptonshire, I'm just making a bit of a note here, they needed 99 off 20. It will be 15 overs to go after this one, and they need 90. They scored basically 9 runs in the last 4 and a bit overs.
Here comes Higgins, he bowls, and oh goodness me, Cobb has gone for a wild hoy. It's gone off an inside edge towards Bracey, who then shied at the stumps and hit them. There was a brief appeal. It actually just removed the leg bail, so it must only have absolutely shaved the stumps. James Bracey's 10-pin bowling effort certainly would not have been a strike. Might have got a couple of the outer pins down, but no more than that. But either way, it didn't really matter because Cobb was in his ground. No run in the end after all that, and Cobb slaps this one down the ground. It'll be stopped comfortably at mid-off, and they can come through for 1 run.
That bat didn't sound very pleasant again, did it?
No, I don't know exactly where he was looking. He seems to be looking to hit it hard,
yeah.
but where, I'm not sure. It was just it's a bit of a thrash, really.
He's examining the toe end now of the bat, but this has been a really good little 5-over session for Gloucestershire. They say they conceded just 10 runs.
Here comes Higgins, halfway through this over now. He bowls. Keogh flicks through mid-wicket. More work for Scott to do. He's going to have to do well to keep them to 1 here. They're coming back for the second, and they will make it. Nothing Scott could do better there. He moved as soon as the ball was hit, got the throw away quickly, but it was just too well placed from Keogh, and that has been the story of the innings for Keogh, as Higgins is now in a bowl, slower ball, wide and well stopped by Hammond away to his right at backward point. And there's no run. I think, have I missed a no ball here? Because, no, they've taken it off. Maybe they saw a no ball because the scoreboard by the signal box is still saying 214, but the new scoreboard was saying 214, but now it says 212.
I didn't notice a call.
No, neither did I, but I saw there was a discrepancy of 2 between what I thought the score should be and what it was. Higgins in now, bowls, and a back foot drive attempted by Keogh, and once again he's wringing out his hand there. I mean, it can't be the most pleasant to bat out there, trying to force the ball on this pitch, which has just really lost all life that it had early on, and it had plenty of life to start the match, but it's just gone out of it. 87 more needed from 15 overs, and I don't know, I just have the feeling Higgins is going to have to take a breather, and then it's, do you go seam with Matt Taylor or do you go spin with Graham van Buren?
Well, I can only think, Ed, the way Northamptonshire played it in the last couple of overs, that's in their minds, that they know that Higgins is not going to be able to bowl that many more. But if you look, it was 99 off 20, it's now 87 off 15, so basically they've scored 12 runs in the last 5 overs, which is testament to just how well Zafar Gohar and Ryan Higgins have bowled. Here's Gohar starting another over, round the wicket, bowls to Cobb, steps back, cuts out to George Scott, who's about 10 yards in from the boundary at deep cover, and they come through for 1 run. Cobb to 13, Northamptonshire to 213 for 4. The scoreboard's still disagreeing with each other. Here's Zohar, and again bowls to Keogh, 40s that nicely away off the back foot through the covers. They've come through for 1. There's an easy 2 as it's fielded out there in front of the new pavilion. A deep extra. 2 more runs to Rob Keogh. He goes to 65.
Ben Charlesworth was warming up just then.
Right. Well, maybe that's the option then. 215 for 4. Here's Gohar in again, short, cut again by Keogh, and he's going to get a single once again. George Scott, a bit like Ben Curran yesterday, George Scott's positively ubiquitous in the field today. Sends in his return, not the best, over the head of James Bracey, but they're through for a single. 216 for 4, 83 more runs needed. Keogh up to 66. Brings Josh Cobb back on strike. Round the wicket goes Zafar, appeal for a stumping as Cobb again goes for that big slog sweep over the scoreboard.
He could almost have got that one on the rebound. Well, the second swing. Yes. He was through it so early.
One of these days he's going to make contact with one of those, but he didn't there. Bracey had the bails off very quickly, appealed for the stumping, but not out. Again, without a great deal of conviction. A smart bit of work by the keeper, though. Here's Gohar bowling to Cobb. It's in the air. It's dropped just in front of Matt Taylor. Down at deep backward square. They've come through for a single, and Josh Cobb rehearsing the stroke. He's just not timing it at the moment at all, but 14 to Cobb, 217 for 4. Keogh back on strike. Gohar bowls to him, and he drives, and he's going to get a single up to long off. So more productive over for Northamptonshire there. They managed to take six off it. Yep, 218 for 4 at the end of the over. Keogh is 67, Cobb is 14, and Northamptonshire need another 81 runs to win, and they have 14 overs left.
I don't think they'll do this because I suspect McManus would be the next batsman out. But if they sent in Gareth Berg to try and hit a few, I mean, it would fit the pattern of this match. These individual performances that we've seen. If Berg did come out, and
I suppose if it got to the stage where they were looking for somebody to have one big over, maybe Nathan Buck might be the choice. Who's long levers, hits the ball a long way. As we say, the happy hacker, as he calls himself.
Well, it is still Ryan Higgins, and he's in now and bowls, and Keogh jams down on top of it. Higgins covering his mouth with his hands, but, well, he's into his 8th over now of this spell, an extraordinary shift, and the more overs he bowls now, you wonder if he's going to be able to come back for a couple right at the end. I suspect they'd want him to. So,
and we welcome listeners to BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Higgins in and just dabbed with an open face of the bat down to third man by Keogh. Northamptonshire now require 80 runs, and they have 13.4 overs in which to get them. Keogh 68 and Cobb 14. Rob Keogh has been one of the big stories of this match. He made 113 in the first innings, and most of those runs were scored with his sides back to the wall. They were 129 for 7, staring down the barrel of defeat, as Higgins is now in slower, wide Yorker, and Cobb has just put the bat on it, really, and it's gone straight to Hammond at backward point for no run. Probably a bit frustrated with that, but then Higgins actually, you can bowl that as wide as he likes almost, as long as it's not off the pitch, given that we're on championship wides now for... It's only the spinner bowling over the wicket and firing it down the leg side where the strict wide law comes in, or rule, I suppose, regulation. I'll get it right eventually. As that's inside edge onto pad, I think, from Cobb, looking to slam the ball down the ground somewhere, and it's ricocheted out into the offside, and a single can be taken because of how softly it was hit. Hammond is quite deep at backward point. And 79 more runs required from 13.2 overs by Northamptonshire. But both sides, at varying points in this match, have looked as though they were down and out. Gloucestershire twice in both their innings, Northamptonshire in theirs as well, as Keogh defends to mid-on, and no run to be had there. Gloucestershire, thanks to James Bracey in the first innings, who made 117, got to 223 all out. Northamptonshire bowled out for 288 in the end, but they were 129 for 7. Gloucestershire, thanks to Ryan Higgins, 139, and Tom Lace, 73, recovered from 21 for 4, as that's pushed up towards mid-on by Keogh for no run. Recovered from 21 for 4 and 98 for 5 to make 363, set Northamptonshire an imposing target of 299 runs to win, and 219 for 4 with Keogh and Cobb at the crease. And, well, you're probably still betting on Northamptonshire just about. Not that you would ever do such a thing, of course. but
I think Northamptonshire still just about favourites, but they're relying very much, I think, on what they can do when Ryan Higgins gets out of the attack. I'm Andrew Radd. My colleague Ed Seaborn is with me alongside, and it's been Ed was just saying, it's been a fascinating contest so far from start to finish. The only match still on in Division 1, of course. You have the two draws at Edgbaston and at Chelmsford after Hampshire had demolished Somerset yesterday with a full day to spare. Bring you up to date, of course, with what's happening in the outstanding Division 2 matches that are still going on. But it's for now going to be Zafar Gohar starting his 24th over of left arm spin from the David Capel end, bowling to Josh Cobb, who comes down the pitch looking as though he might have been considering the inside outer over extra cover. In the end, just drives it up to long off for a single. Cobb goes up to 15 and Northamptonshire to 220 for 4. They need 79 more runs to win. And, well, where's your money? Here's Gohar in again. Bowls this time to Rob Keogh. Forces off the back foot nicely. Well fielded in there at extra cover.
Graham Van
by
Buren.
the Gloucestershire captain, Graham Van Buren. He's certainly been setting a terrific example in the field today, along with George Scott, who's been on as substitute all innings. Here's Gohar in again. This time, Keogh does manage to thread it past Van Buren, but it's out to the aforementioned George Scott, who's been sweeping in front of the West Stand today, out on the extra cover boundary, and that's a single to Keogh. He goes to 69, double Nelson, 222 for 4. Northamptonshire needing another 77 runs to win. No close catches, of course, as Gohar comes in again, bowls to Cobb, wide outside the off stump, and James Bracey has the bails off in a flash, and Cobb was, sense, just itching to try the late cut. He tried that a couple of times in the previous over, didn't manage to beat Ben Charlesworth. But Gloucestershire are having a good little session here. They've managed to apply the brakes. Here's Gohar in again, bowls, and that's muscled away by Josh Cobb. Doesn't time it at all. He was aiming through mid-wicket, I think. It finishes up at long on. But he picks up a single, which is all that matters as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. 17 to Cobb, 223 for 4. Josh Cobb, of course, making a rare red ball appearance for Northamptonshire. Here's Gohar again, round the wicket, flights that up. Well played by Keogh, who comes down the pitch, meets it, drives it up to long on for a single, and that ends the over. At the end of it, Rob Keogh has made 70, Josh Cobb 17, 224 for 4. Northamptonshire need another 75 runs to win. They have 12 overs to go. Let me just bring you up to date with what's happening in the Division 2 matches. Down at Cardiff, Glamorgan hanging on there, 211 for 5 in their second innings against Durham. So Glamorgan leading by 62, so you think that's probably going to be a draw as far as events at Grace Road are concerned between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Leicestershire 194 for 9. And obviously set 370, so they're not going to win. See if Worcestershire can take that last wicket to wrap up victory there.
Higgins is in now to his 9th over, and a bit of bat and pad there as it trickles away behind square on the leg side. And I think it was bat first anyway, but I'm not sure it would have been LBW even if there hadn't been. And another single added, 225 for 4, 74 more runs required from 11.5 overs.
Looking probably like a draw at Lords, where Derbyshire set 356 to win by Middlesex at 226 for 5.
Stubborn resistance there. Higgins in and bowls, and that's slammed down the ground by Cobb without perfect timing. Van Buren's herring after it and will cut it off well before it crosses the boundary, and 2 runs taken. Eventually, Josh Cobb is going to get one of these out of the middle of the bat. But ominously, from Gloucestershire's perspective, he's getting closer and closer to doing so. Long on, as a consequence, is going to be put in place. Van Buren had been at mid-on. So another fielder out in the deep. Higgins is in, and that's driven down the ground by Cobb, just taking what was on offer with the long on having been put back there. And Northamptonshire are just, I'm not going to say they're leaving it for a late charge, but you know, it's a runner ball. It's not really a charge, but it feels to me as if they've just really made doubly sure that a quick collapse is unlikely to result in them losing the match. Higgins moves in, bowls, attempted Yorker, and it was a low full toss in the end, whipped wide of mid-wicket by Keogh, and that's going to be another 2 as Scott runs round from the deep mid-wicket boundary. So a handy over this so far from Northamptonshire. And I'm tired of saying it, almost. I'm sure you're tired of me saying it, but Higgins can't bowl. He just can't bowl until the close. Surely you can't. Here is Higgins, he bowls, and that's another attempted Yorker, which Keogh has squeezed out through square leg. Nicely negotiated once more. Keogh examines the bottom of that bat, which has had quite a workout. And another single taken, 231 for 4, 68 more runs required from 67 deliveries. You can kind of start to talk about runs and balls here, rather than overs, and really mentioning the wickets column too much. Higgins moves in and just driven down the ground. Van Buren was kind of hovering at a deep mid on there, but allowing the single, excuse me. And at the end of the over, Higgins has bowled 20 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 41. But in the context of what has been a chase from Northamptonshire, Higgins has been outstanding, and it's been a really quite a dead pitch to work with at this stage, and Higgins going through some variations in his later spells, but also keeping things tight with a new ball. He's been magnificent here, and bizarrely, although I think he got the 4 wickets in the first innings, he might almost be happier with the way that he's bowled this innings. He's kept the no balls down, and he's also gone at, well, pretty much 2 and over, just over 2 and over this time, rather than 4 in the first innings.
No, he's been absolutely terrific today, Ryan Higgins, and as we were saying a little bit earlier on commentary, you know, he's such a versatile bowler. I mean, he's made 139 in the second innings, let's not forget, so he's made a stamp on this match, whatever. But he's such a versatile bowler. Rob Keogh was saying after making his 100 in Northamptonshire's first innings that he regards Ryan Higgins as being one of the best new ball bowlers in the country, and as we were saying earlier, he can come on, take the new ball with all the slips and gullies and pick up wickets that way. And then in this sort of circumstance, when it's almost like white ball skills required to keep the runs down, he can come on and do a terrific job for his side, and apparently tireless as well. 22 overs he's bowled, 20 overs now, 7 maidens, 1 for 41. And Northamptonshire needing another 67. Well, it's 67 off 66 balls now, so even I can work out that's pretty much a runner ball. And Josh Cobb has just changed his gloves and had a drink. He's on strike as Zafar Gohar comes in again. Start a fresh over, short and wide outside the off stump, and Cobb cuts that away to deep point, where George Scott is on fielding a substitute for Naseem Shah, who, let's make it quite clear, Gloucestershire have been handicapped by the absence of one of their frontline bowlers. Here's Gohar in again, bowls, and he's going to be caught, and Gohar gets the key wicket of Rob Keogh, who chips that to extra cover. It's a good catch by the Gloucestershire captain, Graham Van Buren. Keogh goes for 74. And does this match have another turn, another little twist in the tail? 233 for 5, Northamptonshire now. They need 66 more to win. And Rob Keogh, who's been playing the anchor role for much of the innings, 113 in the first innings, goes for 74 in the second.
Well, first thing to say, well batted, Rob Keogh, really well batted. He gave up one chance in the late 50s, caught and bowled chance, which was difficult, low down, and Zafar Gohar just couldn't quite hold on. But other than that, it has been tremendous batting from Keogh, and just superb control and placement. He's only actually hit 4 fours and a 6 in this innings here of 74, and that should tell you all you need to know. He's picked the gaps just beautifully, 2s, singles, and he's been the linchpin. And now the question is, do Northamptonshire go hard at this for a bit? Can they afford to? I suppose if you were to give Gloucestershire the option of getting rid of Keogh or Cobb, whilst Cobb on the face of it is the more dangerous of the two, I think you'd have taken Keogh because of how he could have been the lifeline in a way, and it was just for once out in front of that drive a little bit, and as a consequence chipped it in the air, and Van Buren with a very straightforward catch at extra cover.
So 233 for 5, 66 runs required by Northamptonshire. They've got 10 overs to go after this one. When you consider that Northamptonshire needed 99 off 20 with 4 wickets down, it's now, what, 66 off nearly 10. So the last 10 overs, they've only been going at, what, 3.5 and over. And it gives you an idea of how well Ryan Higgins and Zafar Gohar have been bowling. And also, I think, to be fair to the captain, let's give a little bit of a shout out to Graham Van Buren, who I think has done really well today.
Yep.
As I say, considering one of his frontline bowlers is not available to him, I think he's manipulated what he has very skillfully. The new batsman is Lewis McManus, who's making his first-class debut for Northamptonshire on loan from Hampshire. And Gohar comes in bowl. The first ball to McManus, who's in behind that, just pushing it up to extra cover where Van Buren fields and there's no run. For the last ball of the over, bringing up long off, I was going to say into the circle, because that's sort of circumstance, but it's up to mid-off. And now he's dropping him back, so he's about halfway back at mid-off. 4 men in the ring saving the one, and that's pushed forward by McManus back down the pitch. Fielded by Gohar, and there's no run. Looks as though, I think...
Well, we've had both Charlesworth and Ajit Singh Dale warming up.
Warming up, yes. So take your pick who's going to bowl instead of Higgins. That's a quicker ball from Gohar, and McManus jams down hard on it, plays it up to Ryan Higgins at mid-wicket. Can't keep him out of the game. Tries to shine the ball, just trying to get a little bit of work on it. But the ball, what, nearly 72 overs old. Here's Gohar round the wicket again. Bowls to McManus. He's gone for the reverse sweep and he's just managed to clear. Ben Charlesworth is running down towards the boundary in front of us at the Lynn Wilson indoor centre. Super fielding by Charlesworth, who manages to claw it in around about a yard from the rope. Down immediately in front of us, but they come back for 3. So Lewis McManus is away with 3 runs, and at the end of the over, Northamptonshire 236 for 5, the over that saw the dismissal of Rob Keogh. That means there are 10 overs to go. Northamptonshire need 63 runs to win. Gloucestershire need 5 wickets for a victory of their own.
Yeah, I mean, pretty decent shot, has to be said, from McManus. They're so used nowadays in white ball cricket to play that reverse sweep over the fielders on the edge of the circle. And yes, it was fairly close to Charlesworth, but I think that, as I say, the good players of the reverse sweep, they just know they have that feel somehow. I've no idea how, as somebody of useless ability, how they manage it, but they just know how much to get on it to get it over that fielder. So it's 63 from 60 balls, the equation, with 5 wickets in hand, and it is indeed Ajit Singh Dale. And it looked for quite a long time as though Charlesworth was going to be the choice. Maybe just the dismissal of Keogh has somehow changed that. The floodlights are just coming on now, just about glinting into life.
They found 50p for the metre.
So Ajit Singh Dale, who's only bowled 4 overs in this innings, is now in and bowling to McManus, and just giving him the hurry up a little bit there as he defends. And Ajit Singh Dale has it in his follow-through. Bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 19. Keogh struck 3 boundaries. Pardon me, it was Zabe who struck 3 boundaries in his 4th over. He bowled 3 very tight ones, and then Zabe tucked into a couple of half volleys, and then one which was certainly not a half volley and is certainly in line for one of the shots of the day. Here is Ajit Singh Dale, and that's a bottom edge, inside edge, something like that anyway, certainly squeezed out down towards fine leg, and McManus does get a single for that, but Ajit Singh Dale will be feeling that he was almost through there, and he was. 62 more runs required now by Northamptonshire. Certainly no question with McManus coming out there that Northamptonshire would ever think about shutting up shop at this stage. It's certainly not to that level. Everybody out deep on the leg side now as Ajit Singh Dale's in, and that's clipped into the leg side by Cobb. They're going to try to push hard for the second run, and Cobb wanted it, but McManus didn't, and quite rightly so. Just a single.
McManus just indicating there the fact that who had actually picked the ball up and said no, not to him.
It's a huge, huge moment for Ajit Singh Dale in his young career. Just his 3rd first-class match. He's never played a List A or T20 match, and he's now in a situation where he basically is making his his List A debut just in a championship match. Here he is, he bowls, and that's driven beautifully down the ground. It'll be stopped by Matt Taylor from mid-off, and hits the stumps direct. McManus was, I don't think we'd say he was ambling the last few steps, but I think maybe he was just having to get round the bowler, and he was in by a mile. It was just for a moment, you just thought, well, you just got to make sure you get your bat down there, because otherwise something a little bit unwanted might have happened. 60 more needed by Northants from 56 deliveries. And Ajit Singh Dale now to Cobb. And he's in and bowls with that slinging action, and that's clipped out to deep mid-wicket, deep wide mid-wicket, really, for a single. I say it's slingy. It's not really. It's sort of like a sort of a slingshot motion.
Yes,
he's not. I mean, if I say slingy, you'll think somebody like Malinga, and it's certainly nowhere. You know, he is a high arm bowler. It's just it's kind of exaggerated preparation with the front arm. It gets quite side on, and then really kind of slings through the action. As he's in now and bowls, and that's clipped in the air and wide of mid-on. Nice shot from McManus, and that's 4 runs. A boundary which was, I'm not going to say required. It certainly wasn't required by Northamptonshire, but that really turns that now into a good over. And that's 8 runs that have come from it. And it's 55 more required from 54 balls, and just good placement from McManus. And yes, it was aerial, but it was in the gap and away for 4.
Yeah, I think Northamptonshire needed a boundary. There's just been a while since they've had one. You say Gloucestershire have had a really good little spell, including the wicket of Rob Keogh, but Ryan Higgins and Zafar Gohar done really well. Now, as you say, absolutely no pressure at all on Ajit Singh Dale, who suddenly finds himself in this highly pressured situation, and I suppose it's good for him that his captain has got confidence in him, trust in him. But it's now Zafar Gohar who's into his 26th over, 2 for 92 so far, 55 to win off 9 overs. And here's Gohar round the wicket, bowls to Cobb, who dabs that down to backward point, fielded by Ben Charlesworth. And there's no run.
Amazingly, Josh Cobb has yet to hit a boundary.
Yeah, it is extraordinary. I say he's played very little red ball cricket, played 1 game, the last game of last season, didn't play at all in red ball the previous season. It's short, big appeal for LBW as Cobb tries to pull. Would have thought that was probably going over the top and not out, says the umpire. Cobb just goes for a little wander off towards square leg, and now Lewis McManus is coming and having a word with him.
It's almost hit him in the box, that,
well,
actually.
It's interesting, the umpires, the square leg umpires, moved across to point, and often at this time you want to be over that side because the sun is very low, but there's actually no sun out at the moment as Gohar bowls short of a length to Cobb, who rocks onto the back foot, plays it out to deep extra cover, where it's fielded by George Scott, coming out from in front of the west stand, and that's another single to Cobb. 25 to him, 245 for 5, 54 runs needed.
And you certainly wouldn't say that it's anywhere near going off bad, but you do notice the effect that the floodlights have now that they've really taken full effect.
It's a little bit murky out there now. Here's Gohar, comes in, bowls to McManus, who paddles that round the corner, runs for him here. It's gone down to square leg. They might have thought about a second, but no, they're going to settle for 1. McManus already has moved into double figures, 10 to him, 246 for 5. Busy player, Lewis McManus. A lot of white ball cricket for Hampshire, as well as red ball. Northampton's 532nd first-class player. Here's Gohar in, bowls to Cobb, who cracks that up to extra cover. It's fielded by Graham Van Buren, who shies at the stumps at the bowler's end. Fortunately,
to have some trust in the hands of Ryan Higgins.
Well, fortunately,
there.
Ryan Higgins was backing up. We did have a 6 yesterday with a 2 and 4 overthrows, courtesy of a throw from Ben Curran. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Cobb, comes down the pitch, slaps that away, back over the bowler's head, and it's split the 2 fielders, and it's gone for 4. There's a long off, there's a long on, and that's gone straight between the 2 of them. That really was an old-fashioned slap down the pitch, but it's proved in this occasion mightily effective, and it's 4 more to Josh Cobb. He goes to 29, finishes the over, at the end of which Northamptonshire are 250 for 5. They need 49 more runs to win. There are 8 overs remaining. Josh Cobb is on 27, Lewis McManus on 10. Batsmen confer in mid-pitch.
He still hasn't timed a ball, Josh Cobb. That was it. I mean, you know, I'd absolutely not take any credit away from him, because what he did was he made sure he hit it dead straight, and you don't get in trouble if you hit it dead straight and you just get enough elevation, but it was right off the bottom of the bat, and I don't know that Josh Cobb could hit it too much worse than that, as powerful as he is. So Ajit Singh Dale to continue. And it's McManus on strike on 10, 49 needed from 48, and McManus just defends this one. Back to the bowler, he certainly can give you the hurry up, Ajit Singh Dale. And these two, I'm not sure exactly, McManus would have been in the first team, I would have thought, pretty much all the time, but these two both with the Hampshire connection. Ajit Singh Dale, who signed for Gloucestershire at the back end of last season, but didn't play in the first team. He signed, from memory, it was actually maybe even into August, as he comes in now and bowls short, and trying the uppercut there was McManus, but he doesn't get anything on it, and it goes through to James Bracey. So a couple of dots to start the over, but nothing too alarming for Northamptonshire. What would potentially be alarming is, and it feels as if Gloucestershire do potentially need something like this, an over in which 2 wickets fall.
And just to welcome back listeners to 5 Sports Extra, back with us here at the County Ground at Northampton for the denouement of this fascinating First Division match. 49 runs needed by Northamptonshire, 7 overs and 4 balls remaining.
Here comes Dale, he's in and bowls short, and it's clattered away out to deep mid-wicket. Scott does fumble the ball a little, but they were always content with a single. It was just hit too hard by McManus, actually, to even think about coming back for a second run on the slight misfield. 48 more needed by Hampshire, and I suppose from Gloucestershire's perspective, bowling a few bouncers with Ajit Singh Dale, that'll be the worst thing, with the light gradually getting worse. And again, as I say, they've been out there in much worse than this already. Here's Dale, he bowls, and that's down the leg side, and a terrific take from Bracey, who then motions as if to shy at the stumps, but Cobb wasn't wandering too far outside his crease. I'm not sure if did that catch a bit of pad, do you think?
I think so. And what another super stop by James Bracey, who again has had an outstanding game, both with the bat and behind the stumps. He's already taken 7 dismissals so far. Batsman having another chat. Lewis McManus coming and offering a word or two of advice to Josh Cobb. And
this is the sort of situation where perhaps almost everybody can be out. And in fact, there's only 3 fielders who are even pretending they're saving the single. As Dale's in down the leg side, Bracey is able to knock it down. They'll get 1, I suspect, bye, even though it was a long way down the leg side. Yep, it is just the bye, but it's only for the spinner that leg side wide theory applies. So Dale is quite within his rights to fire it as far down the leg side as he can, and it's consistency throughout the match as far as the wide is concerned.
And what is interesting is Ryan Higgins, who's fielding down below us at long on, is still doing his bending and stretching.
He'll want to come back on.
He will.
Been a great over so far from Dale, as he's in now and bowls, and that's pulled out to deep straight mid-wicket, and Van Buren will lob the throw in on the bounce, and a tremendous over from Dale. It's not really necessarily about line and length at the moment. He fired that last, well, the penultimate delivery of the over, I should say, as far down the leg side as he could, whilst Bracey could still get a glove on it. I suppose in an ideal world he'd probably have fired it a bit less far down the leg side so that it wasn't the bye, but overall just the 1 run and the 1 bye, pardon me, sorry, the 2 runs and the 1 bye from the over, and Northants 46 runs required from 42. It's still just the case as in these sorts of chases, and over with a couple of boundaries in, and you've got the run rate required right down.
Yep, Andrew Rowd and Ed Seaborn with you here at the County Ground at Northampton, with, let's say, the light not great. The lights are on. They've been on for about the last 10 minutes or so. But we have played on, as Ed was saying, in worse than this in this match so far. Here's Zafar Gohar starting over number 27 of his, and he bowls short outside the off stump, cracked away to backward point, and he's, oh my goodness, a terrific bit of fielding by Van Buren in the covers, shied at the stumps with Lewis McManus running towards the non-striker's end, just got home. Terrific bit of fielding by the Gloucestershire captain, but it's 1 more run, 13 to McManus. 254 for 5, 45 runs needed. Here's Gohar in again, bowls to Cobb down the pitch, and he's gone big. and he's gone very big, and I think that's in the gardens in Wantage Road. And Josh Cobb has been itching to do something like that for about the last hour, and is finally middled one, and that's gone a very long way. In fact, I think it's just about bounced back off the fence at the back of the Spencer Pavilion, so it's still in the ground, but it's 6 to Cobb, 35 to him, 260 for 5, 39 needed, 40 balls, and Gohar in again, bowling to Cobb, short. Cobb on the back foot, rocks onto the back foot, cuts it out to deep extra cover, where it's fielded out there by George Scott. One more to Cobb, 36 to him, 261 for 5.
It's reached the stage where every run is now getting applauded by the Northamptonshire balcony as well.
Absolutely, and there's a few spectators in as well. Here's Gohar, round the wicket, bowls to McManus, slightly quicker ball, just plays it up to mid-wicket. No run for him there. Josh Cobb, as we were saying earlier, has played very little red ball cricket in the last couple of seasons. He played one game last year, none the year before. But Northamptonshire's white ball captain, of course, Gohar in bowls to McManus, who sweeps from outside off stump, has to fetch it round, but gets enough bat on it to take a single as it goes out to deep mid-wicket. One more run to McManus, 14 to him. Northamptonshire 262 for 5, 37 needed. If Northamptonshire do get home, they'll reflect on a win achieved without their two overseas players, Will Young and Matt Kelly, who should be available for their next match. Here's Gohar, and again, bowls to Cobb. He's gone aerial again. He's gone up in the air. He must be caught. He is caught. And Josh Cobb goes, and this match has still got a few twists and turns in it. He tried to fetch that away from outside the off stump, much as Lewis McManus had done the ball before. It went straight up in the air. And Josh Cobb goes. It's another wicket for Zafar Gohar, and 262 for 6, 37 runs needed. A
relatively simple catch for Ryan Higgins, but I think at the moment there's not too much that's simple out there. It's extraordinary, isn't it? You spend probably so much of the late off-season preparing for championship cricket, and all of a sudden you're basically involved in a 50-over match almost. the skills that are required, the fielding, the change-ups in terms of pace for the bowling, and those high catches, which of course they practice still, but I'm sure you practice them a lot more when the T20 and the Royal London Cup come around. So Higgins, with the catch, as I say, he had a little way to move, and he did still have to judge it, but he got there relatively comfortably in the end.
It was in the air for a while, wasn't it? So Tom Taylor comes to the crease. The batters to come. There's Taylor, of course, in now. Then Gareth Berg, who played so well in the first innings for 66. Aged 41, he loved the prospect of herring up and down for a few 2s and 3s. And then Nathan Buck, who, well, can hit a long ball, long levers, hit the ball a long way. And then Ben Sanderson. So Gloucestershire, well, they won't have given up hope of winning this themselves. I suppose the option that Northamptonshire have, of course, is were 2 or 3 wickets to fall quickly, they always have the option to sort of try and block it out. But so close now, Northamptonshire, to what would be a terrific win in what's been a terrific game of championship cricket, and reflects extremely well on both sides.
Yep.
Two evenly matched sides, I think it's probably fair to say.
Yep, been an outstanding game, and evenly matched. Northamptonshire, of course, have had the better of the meetings in general. Gloucestershire did win the last one last year, but this has not been a happy hunting ground here for Gloucestershire. They've not won here since 2010. So Ajit Singh Dale will continue. McManus is on strike and is... Oh, I thought about a single. That would have been absolutely suicidal, with Chris Dent, especially the fielder, coming across from extra cover. So a dot ball to start this over. Higgins was lurking, I think it's fair to say, near the bowling crease. I think really hoping that Van Buren was going to say, all right, you can come back. But it's Ajit Singh Dale for now, and Gloucestershire need another over from him like his last one, which just went for a total of 3 runs. He's in now and bowls, and McManus turns into the leg side. Lots of room there, but even with McManus running, they can't think about a second run. It's quite a long boundary out there, but George Scott and Graham Van Buren, 2 of the quickest fielders in this Gloucestershire lineup, and they have them positioned out there to prevent the second run. So now how much does Van Buren attack? And it's such a what a test for his captaincy. And so far, for my money, he has passed with pretty much flying colours so far. But now with the
two newly appointed captains in this game, of course.
And now with Tom Taylor, the new batsman, in how much does he attack? And Tom Taylor defends firmly back to the bowler. I think Ajit Singh Dale wanted to have a bit of a staring match there, but Tom Taylor had walked off towards square leg and was not interested in it.
So how deep do Northamptonshire go? If a couple of wickets fall, they've got to keep going for at least a little while, haven't they?
Yeah, surely. I mean, surely you've got to back Buck and Sanderson to potentially to block out for, or even Buck comes in before Berg, or Berg and Sanderson block out for 3 or 4 overs. The game is there for them. Dale in, driven down the ground, well stopped by Dale in his follow through it. Dribbles onto the stumps, not with enough pace to knock off the bails, but McManus had already brought out the teapot and been leaning on his bat by that point, and all it would have meant was that Tom Lungley would have been called into action in order to repair the wicket.
Just a result. Sorry, I was going to say a result in Division 2 down at Cardiff. It's the expected draw between Glamorgan and Durham, so that match drawn lost of quite a lot of time, of course, because of the weather down there. But Glamorgan finishing on 220 for 5 in their second innings.
Kieran Carlson and Chris Cook, I believe, the two architects there, as that's wide and driven and stopped by Chris Dent at extra cover on the bounce, or maybe on a couple of bounces actually. So Tom Taylor looking to open the shoulders, but can't get it away, and it's just the 1 run off this over so far from Ajit Singh Dale. 1 ball remaining in it, a critical ball. I mean, you go back to white ball mentality, last balls of overs.
Getting out of the over,
exactly.
Isn't it?
So everybody back, apart from backward point and extra cover. They could have everybody back if they wanted to, and it's the youngster, 21 years of age, Ajit Singh Dale, in and bowls, and Taylor works into the leg side. Scott steams off the deep square leg boundary, and so Tom Taylor will keep the strike. He gets his first run, but Gloucestershire, I think, will be relatively happy. Of course, they don't really want to give away runs at this stage, but if it gets the new man on strike, McManus has looked quite good out there, 15 off 18. You feel there's plenty enough in his tank, so to speak, to get Northamptonshire over the line. So for the moment, I think they'll be wanting to bowl to Tom Taylor. And, well, Ryan Higgins has got his wish. He's coming back on, and he's replacing Zafar Gohar, who has put in a tremendous shift. 27 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 107. Personally, I believe, do no justice to the way that he's bowled.
I would agree with that. Yeah, Tom Taylor's had a fairly quiet game by his own standards. He was out for naught in the first innings, picked up just the 1 wicket, one of Northamptonshire's 2 new red ball vice-captains, sort of co-vice-captains, with Simon Kerrigan, who's not playing in this match. So Taylor and Kerrigan, the right-hand men of the new red ball captain, Ricardo Vasconcelos, of course, has taken over following the decision to remove Adam Rossington as captain. He's now moved down to Essex, of course. Here's Higgins in again, bowls to Taylor, who slaps that up to long on for a single. Higgins has just been a Herculean effort from him today. He's been quite outstanding, as we've said. It's hard really to overstate his importance to this Gloucestershire side, and the
batting for 6 hours.
Yeah, and the contribution he's made
well.
is he'll welcome a couple of days sitting down, I think. Anyway, 1 more to Taylor there, 2 to him, and 265 for 6, 34 runs needed. There are 29 balls left, and a change in the field, because obviously there are no close catches. They've got a 3rd man on the boundary, extra cover on the boundary, long off on the boundary, long on the boundary, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, long leg on the boundary. 3 in the ring, if you like, saving 1. Keeper standing back as Higgins comes in, bowls to McManus, who flays that away. Is it going to be caught? It's a very good effort, and he's caught at the second attempt by Ben Charlesworth, running back at backward point. He missed it the first time, knocked it up with 1 hand, took it on the way back down again. That's a terrific catch by Ben Charlesworth. And well, now, what price a Gloucestershire victory? 7 wickets down for Northamptonshire. McManus goes for 15. Higgins brought back into the attack almost inevitably has picked up a wicket. 265 for 7. Northamptonshire still need 34 to win. They have just 3 wickets in hand now. And, 4 overs and 4 balls remaining.
Well, McManus, I'm not sure whether he's looking to launch down the ground or not, but it scooped up in the air. Charlesworth running back, and he's getting a big hug from Josh Shaw, who's, I guess, 13th man coming on with a drink for the Gloucestershire fielders. And oh, goodness me, that was heart in mouth doesn't do it justice. I think the heart was coming out and halfway down towards the floor there, because Charlesworth looked as if he was going to drop that for all money. He's talking it through with George Scott now. There was a panicked look on his face as he ran backwards. Just knew he had to get there. I don't know, I've seen Charlesworth move as quickly as he did back to that. And then it looked as if it had popped out, and it was a really tough catch over his shoulder. And coming out of, I guess, well, leaden skies and the floodlights as well to deal with, and he held on at the second attempt. But once again, the skills of Ryan Higgins just to be able to miss the middle of that bat. And McManus, he had to go for it, really. They needed a boundary, having only had 2 off the previous over, and Ajit Singh Dale deserves an assist, really, on that wicket, because he's bowled terrifically the last 2 overs. And, well, now Gareth Berg comes out. What's the plan?
Yes, well, they're having a long consultation between Berg and Taylor, as you might expect. The light, say, just getting a little bit gloomy. But here's Higgins running in for the David Capel end, bowling to Gareth Berg. 34 needed. Berg drives, and there's a diving catch, and he's brilliantly caught. And it's Charlesworth again. 2 in 2 balls. Diving catch at backward point. Berg goes, first ball. Higgins is on a hat-trick, 265 for 8. Boring old county championship cricket.
Oh, this game, Andrew, I don't think I've got any nerves left. What an extraordinary match. And Charlesworth, again, extraordinary celebration. As soon as he caught it, 2 hands went flying up with the ball, sending it miles up in the air, and then the cap went flying as well. Extraordinary celebration. And Ben Charlesworth, he did take the vital wicket of Rob Keogh in the first innings, but I think you'd have to say even that was not his most vital contribution to this match. Those 2 catches in 2 balls, so bizarre. I mean, who would have seen caught Charlesworth bowled Higgins 2 in 2 balls being a thing? But it was, well, and Berg has gone, and now.
That was a stunning catch.
It was.
I mean, the first one was he made, in a sense, good by dropping it first time and taking the rebound, but that was just a stunning catch by Ben Charlesworth. And yeah, Ryan Higgins, he's had a steady game, it's probably fair to say. 4 for 68 in Northamptonshire's first innings, 139 with the bat in Gloucestershire's second innings. He's now taken 3 for 42, including 2 in 2 balls. Nathan Buck comes out with Higgins on a hat-trick. The light isn't great. The umpires having a little word, I think, with each other. Surely
I think they might
can't.
be. Oh, I thought for a moment he was going to take the bells off to take the reading. Yeah,
it is getting a wee bit dark. And now
Northamptonshire are the ones potentially stalling a bit. I don't know.
The question that we posed, Ed, a few moments ago in slightly different circumstances was, how deep will Northamptonshire go? Will they, wait until it's 9 down and just leave it to Sanderson and whoever else to block it out? Nathan Buck usually will go for his shots. I wonder what he's been told. I wonder what the instructions are. Here's Higgins on a hat-trick, running in from the David Capel end. Bowls to Nathan Buck, who plays a studious, studied forward defensive stroke, which makes me think maybe Northamptonshire are thinking, have we possibly taken this as far as we can? 34 more runs needed. There are 4 overs to go after this one, so 4 overs and 2 balls, 26 balls left, 34 needed. Just 2 wickets in hand. A couple of boundaries had changed the complexion of it, but there they go for it. Here's Higgins in again, bowls to Buck, steers that down towards third man. That man, Ben Charlesworth, comes round from backward point to field. They pick up a single. Buck off the mark. 266 for 8. 33 more runs needed. 25 balls remaining. Tom Taylor on strike?
Well, you'd have to have some serious nerve, wouldn't you, to openly risk Ben Sanderson coming out now, wouldn't you? I think
it's one of those with the points available for the draw as well. Anyway, here's Higgins in, bowls to Taylor, who just pushes out into the covers. Charlesworth fields, and there's no run, so maybe Northamptonshire think discretion is the better part of valour, and what we have will hold, and they'll finish up with a decent wodge of points from this, as would Gloucestershire in a draw. And I suppose then, if it is a draw, Northamptonshire possibly be left thinking on what might have been.
Well, I think in a way, both counties would be, because, well, more than in a way, because whilst Ryan Higgins has been absolutely outstanding, he will not, I'm sure, still have forgotten about the no ball that Gareth Berg could have been caught. Well, he was caught, but it was not a fair delivery in the first innings, and, well, Gloucestershire could have been on for even as much as an 80-run lead or something like that, had that moment gone Gloucestershire's way. So Ajit Singh Dale will continue. 4 overs remaining, 33 runs in theory required. Gloucestershire bringing a few more fielders in, but at the moment still no close catchers. Van Buren is at a fairly short mid-wicket. And here's Ajit Singh Dale charging in. And he's there and bowls, and forward in defence, Nathan Buck back to the bowler. And I think, that I was willing just to give it maybe 2 deliveries to see whether he was just having a sighter. Wow. But I think
I tell you what would be interesting now, Ed, is if they brought they brought either Van Buren himself back into the attack, or Zafar Gohar to bowl to Nathan Buck. Whether he would, if they got it up above the eye line, whether he would be able to resist the temptation. He's got long levers. He hits the ball a long way.
Yeah, well, maybe next over from this end, because you probably want Higgins bowling out, but that would be a good option. Ajit Singh Dale is in, and that's left alone by Nathan Buck. Goes through low to James Bracey, because, two more tight overs and Northamptonshire couldn't win it even if they went for it. Yeah. So who do they think is the better chance of taking a wicket or 2 wickets? It's probably, you'd have to say, it is Zafar Gohar, and that takes nothing away from the job that Ajit Singh Dale has done, and I'm sure that will be acknowledged, because he created the pressure which meant that they had to go after Higgins. They had no choice but to go after him. Ajit Singh Dale is in full and defended by Buck towards mid-off, and having been in one-day mode for, isn't it just championship cricket? And I will say the term red ball cricket, because test matches, of course, can do this as well. But just the way that things can, after 3 3/4 days, you can suddenly find yourself playing what feels like a white ball game, and now we're just suddenly back into red ball mode, and the strategy involved, you can't match it. You just cannot match it. Ajit Singh Dale is in, and that's a delivery which Buck has kind of ridden the bounce of. I think even if there'd been a short leg, it would have been quite some effort to dive forwards and catch it. So he's played that quite well as Nathan Buck.
Well, you have to say, it's been a terrific advert for county championship cricket. It reflects whatever happens in the next few minutes, reflects great credit on both sides. A word also, I think, for the pitch for this match, which has been a terrific cricket pitch prepared by head groundsman here, Craig Harvey, and his team. It's given a little bit to everybody, and it's allowed us to watch and be privileged to watch what has been a wonderful game of cricket with some outstanding individual performances from Bracey, from Higgins, from Keogh, from Berg. Sanderson, 9 wickets in the match, and, well, there may still be time for somebody else to make a name for themselves.
Well,
in the next 3 overs and 2 balls.
In theory, it's 33 required from 3.2 overs, but I don't know. Graham Van Buren's probably thinking, I just don't want to take the risk that all of a sudden bring everybody up, and he might, and Buck might actually fancy a bit of a swing. So here is Ajit Singh Dale. He's in and bowls, and another full straight delivery, which is defended down the ground, and Tom Lace picks up from mid-on, so in danger of being a maiden over. That's exactly what Northamptonshire are playing for at the moment, and I'm sure everyone will have their opinion on
yes.
how it should have been played and who should have done what. But at the moment, sitting here, it's hard to find any fault in anything that was done by either of these two sides. I think they've played it right to the book, and here we are. With 3.1 overs, Gloucestershire need 2 wickets to win. Ajit Singh Dale bowls, and it's a full delivery. Well, what a surprise. A batsman examining the bottom of their bat. I haven't seen that at all today. The end of the over, and in theory, 33 runs required from 3 overs. I have absolutely no doubt that Higgins will continue from one end or the other. I suppose the only thing they might consider is switching, but I don't imagine they're going to do that. I think the only question is, will it be Ajit Singh Dale or will Zafar Gohar get one more over?
Well, lots of consultations out there at the moment. There's Ryan Higgins having a chat with Chris Dent, the umpire Tom Lungley having a chat with Ajit Singh Dale, James Bracey having a chat with anybody that'll listen, the 2 batsmen having a chat with each other. And I think is that Josh Shaw. I think he's
yes,
ventured onto the field. He's now having a chat with his captain, Graham Van Buren. So, conversation piece. And we have 3 overs left, 266 for 8. Northamptonshire, in theory, needing 33 more runs to win. I think we've probably safely established that they're not going to go for those. But the question is, can Gloucestershire pick up the last 2 wickets? Is Ryan Higgins running into bowl to Tom Taylor, who's pushing that up to extra cover, fielded by Graham Van Buren. And there's no run.
Well, it's the next match on Thursday. I'm not sure I'm going to have recovered by then.
It'll be like a damp raghead by the time we go.
Oh,
Northamptonshire, of course, having just got into the swing of things, then actually have a week off. Don't feature in the next round of Division 1 matches. Back in action against Yorkshire here at the county ground at Northampton on the 21st of April. Here's Higgins in again, bowling to Taylor, plays it up towards mid-wicket. It runs all the way out to the boundary. They're not even bothering to run for that. So the draw, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, is the best option. They would pick up 13 points, of course, 5 plus 8, 4 plus 8 for Gloucestershire 12, and I suppose both sides in the end will think, well, that's not a bad outcome. But as we've been discussing throughout the match on commentary, Ed, this is a match that both sides would have looked at and thought, when we think of all the other sides we've got to play, this is potentially a winnable game. And I suppose, in a sense, that makes Northamptonshire's decision not to go all the way entirely understandable.
Yeah, I think so. And you go back to that, to what we said at the beginning of the day, the Graham Gooch, Fiery and Randall thing. You don't give ground to those who might be around you. Yeah,
absolutely right. A little bit more of an attacking field now as Higgins comes in and bowls to Tom Taylor, who just steers that down to 3rd man, where it's fielded by Ajit Singh Dale down in front of us, in front of the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre. Still no slips or gullies, but they have now got a couple of men on the drive, one at mid-wicket, one at short extra, and that, in a sense, again, I think is a good idea, because...
Yep. I know, sorry, Andrew, I think I was just thinking, now it's time to get a slip in, and that's exactly what
they have put a slip in, but they've got a couple of men on the drive, and with a pitch that's just pretty flat now, and an old ball, you probably stand more chance maybe getting a catch on the drive there than you are in the slip cord. Miles Hammond's in there at slip. Higgins comes in and bowls to Taylor, who rocks onto the front foot, plays it back down the pitch for Higgins to field, and there's no run. Higgins into his 22nd over. 7 maidens so far, 3 for 43. It's a good job, Ed. They don't have Man of the Match awards for these games, because
they do the polls usually on social media.
Yeah.
The counties can do them, but
I really wouldn't know where to start.
Nope.
There's been any number of terrific performances on both sides. Here's Higgins in again, bowls short to Tom Taylor. Tom Taylor, just tall man that he is, ducks underneath it. Taken by James Bracey, umpire signals 1 for the over.
Although I think, despite the extremely impressive and resilient and robust efforts of Bracey in that first innings, without which Gloucestershire wouldn't have a chance, he made 117 there. It really, from a Gloucestershire point of view, has to be the man bowling, I think.
I think so. Here's Ryan Higgins running in from the David Capel end and driven up to mid-on by Tom Taylor. And that's the end of the over, and Northamptonshire 266 for 8. 2 overs to go. I think we can forget about 33 runs to win, but still 12 balls in which Gloucestershire could pick up 2 wickets and win this match. Yes, I think Higgins for Gloucestershire without a doubt. Keogh for Northamptonshire, and probably let's not try and split those two. Although then Sanderson might have something to say with that, of course. 4 wickets in the first innings, 5 in the second.
And I think, well, Ajit Singh Dale is going to bowl, so they're not going to go back to the spinner. It will be Ajit Singh Dale to finish off, who is, whilst he's not picked up a wicket in this spell, he's just as much a part as Ryan Higgins, almost as much a part as Ryan Higgins, in terms of dragging Northamptonshire back and meaning they couldn't go for the win. And I think in the end, I guess the tiredness and the slowness of the surface has probably just been, in addition to the skill of Higgins, of course, in exploiting it, the thing that has just done for Northamptonshire and done for their efforts. As soon as they started to need to swing, not swing wildly, but really go for clearing the boundary ropes rather than just timing it into the gaps, that's when the problems have arrived. And
they've got a forward short leg in now under the helmet.
They have
so
2 slips in place as well.
And a leg gully.
Yes, it's an intriguing position, I suppose, just for the fend off to the back of a length delivery. So Ajit Singh Dale to Nathan Buck. Not too much matters really now, other than 12 balls, 2 wickets needed for Gloucestershire. Ajit Singh Dale's in, that's fired way down the leg side, and that will allow them to come through for the bye. So if the leg side firing down in a couple of overs before was perfectly good and perfectly deliberate, that one possibly just trying a little bit too hard there.
And now Nathan Buck's coming down and having a chat with Tom Taylor. What they can possibly need to discuss, I've absolutely no idea.
Watch the ball, I suppose, those sorts of things.
Watch the ball, son. Yeah.
So 11 balls left, and Tom Taylor now on strike as Dale comes in and bowls short and dropping the hands nicely, playing it well, Tom Taylor, and it carries through to James Bracey. And again, you still like to see the pace and the aggression that Ajit Singh Dale brings, and you can see exactly why Gloucestershire wanted him. And even that, actually, on a tired surface, that was well played by Tom Taylor. It did carry through a decent pace. Graham van Buren moving even closer now. He's not quite as silly mid-on, but mid-off, pardon me, is short mid-off certainly. Ajit Singh Dale in, that's clipped away on the bounce to that leg gully. Well, it was in the air for some time, actually, and it didn't bounce too far short of George Scott, who's been substitute fielder extraordinaire in this innings, whilst, of course, Gloucestershire would have preferred still to have had the services of Naseem Shah, and haven't been able to today due to a shoulder injury. The replacement in terms of George Scott has certainly been responsible for saving, well, what do you reckon, a good 10 runs?
I was going to say a dozen, yeah.
Yeah.
He's been outstanding out there all day.
So now they've got a gully in as well as Ajit Singh Dale in, and that's clipped leg side by Tom Taylor, and there's no run, and you start to see again the, I suppose, easy's not quite the right word, nature of the pitch, but as soon as Northamptonshire have started to block,
yes,
so far, it's
hard.
Just middle of the bat every time,
Yeah,
even from 10 and 8.
It's pretty hard to get out if you're not actually looking to force the pace, as you've said. Just to bring listeners up to date with what's happening elsewhere in those Division 2 games that are still going on. Leicestershire are hanging on for grim life against Worcestershire at Grace Road. Leicestershire 218 for 9. And the match at Lords has just been left drawn. Derbyshire 255 for 5 in their second innings drew with Middlesex.
Here's Dale. He's in and bowls. It's a drive from Tom Taylor, a slightly more expansive shot than others that we've seen, and probably that's the reason that James Bracey's got his hands on his head as if to say, are you sure about that? Did you really mean to do that? He drove it straight to mid-off in the end and didn't even get a run for it. Not that, well, actually, they probably would have tried to run the single, but had the fielder not been there, would have gone all the way to the boundary. So 32, sorry.
No, as I was just thinking back to the first day when Northamptonshire picked up those early wickets with a new ball, and I got a message to say Northamptonshire are top of the table at the moment. Stop the count.
Yes.
Top of Division 1.
It's 32 needed from 7 balls as a defensive shot back up the pitch. Oh, they're going to go for a single here, and well, a throw left-handed, and it missed the stumps, but well, I guess they wanted the single rather badly there. I think they would have made it because it was just such an awkward throw that had to be made from Matt Taylor, I believe. But
Tom Taylor, I'm all in favour of the sort of the senior batsman, if you like, taking responsibility. But if he'd been run out there, my goodness,
that was just a bit too close for comfort. I suspect.
Shudder to think what the word would have been when we'd gone to have do the old post-match interviews. I think the door might have been shut for a while. Happily, from Northamptonshire's point of view, the throw missed the stumps. 268 for 8. So the last over coming down. Ryan Higgins is sort of running up and checking his run up as though hasn't bowled in this match before. He's bowled 22 overs in this innings. He bowled 17 in the first innings. He's taken 7 wickets in the match. He scored 139 in the second innings, plus a brisk 28 off 31 balls in the first innings. Yeah, he's earned his sit down, although not much of one, as you say, because Gloucestershire starting their next match on Thursday against Yorkshire. Of course, haven't played in this round at all, so it'll be Yorkshire's first game of the season, and then Northamptonshire play Yorkshire here at Northampton, I say, starting the week after on the 21st. But here we go.
This is a field, isn't it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips, 2 short legs, extra cover and mid-on as Higgins comes in to bowl to Tom Taylor. Last over of the match, and Taylor plays it just wide of one of those men in close on the leg side. He's running away towards the boundary. They come back for a couple of runs. Well, it was low. It was just about past the man in front of square. If he caught that, then where would we have been? Well, we'd have been in for 5 very tense deliveries, potentially, as it is. 1 ball gone, 270 for 8. 5 balls to go. Can Ryan Higgins, who's been just outstanding in this match in all departments, and now we've got 5 slips, a forward short leg, a sort of short mid-wicket, silly mid-on, and now silly mid-off, coming right straight, just on the edge of the cut square in the batsman's eye line as Higgins comes in, bowls to Taylor, who steers that down just wide of 5th slip. He's running down towards the boundary, down in front of us. And Tom Lace has won the race from George Scott to get to the ball first. Picks it up, sends it in. 2 more runs to Taylor, 272 for 8. Taylor up to 7, 4 balls to go. There's the, was it the Carmody field they used to call it after Keith Carmody, with sort of the umbrella field. But this is, so you got a photo of it there. It's extraordinary.
There weren't quite enough in the slip cordon, so
they've got another one. So we now have 6 slips and 3 short legs as Higgins comes in, bowls to Taylor, who drives it back to Higgins. Low. Was that a chance? It was very, very low at sort of ankle height, but judging by the reaction, not quite behind the line, that looked as though that might just have been a very, very hard chance. And I think it's Matt Taylor there patting Higgins on the back.
Yeah, in fact, it was actually even higher than I thought. I mean, it was actually around about knee height from Higgins.
I was going to say it looked sort of shin ankle height, but no, it was. I think it was a chance. So a very, very difficult one. It was just a reaction job, but 3 balls to go. Here's Higgins in, bowls outside the off stump. Taylor doesn't need to play it. Doesn't. Lets it go through to James Bracey. So Gloucestershire need to take a wicket this ball. If they don't take a wicket this ball, one imagines it'll be shake hands and off we go.
Yes, I don't imagine they'll try to stump him off a wide.
Stumped off a wide. No, hit wicket off a wide. That's possible. But, well, my goodness, if he'd held on to that. But he didn't. Here's Higgins in again. Bowls to Tom Taylor, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. And with 1 ball to go, that's that. The players shake hands, the umpires take off their Panama hats, and it's handshakes all round. And what a terrific game of cricket we've had here at Northampton. Match drawn between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire in Division 1. Northamptonshire finishing on 272 for 8. Ryan Higgins, 22 overs and 5 balls, 8 maidens, 3 for 47. Tom Taylor not out 7. Nathan Buck not out 1. Northamptonshire take 13 points. Gloucestershire take 12. And what a start to the championship season.
Extraordinary. An amazing game of cricket. And Gloucestershire seem to make a habit of this, going down to the final hour of the final day. They did it all the time last season, but I think for me, as a match, as a whole, even though it's ended up in a draw, for me, this matches anything I've been lucky enough to commentate on, and I think I would say that this has been the best match that I've had the privilege and the pleasure to commentate on. It just for the unpredictability of it, the way that both sides looked as if they were going to lose and lose easily at varying stages, and both sides had to come back from serious adversity. And you know, it's easy to say, well, neither side deserved to lose, but also both sides will feel they deserve to win, and both sides will feel they could have won had a few little things here and there, and only little moments had they gone a different way.
Well, you think also, Ed, we were sitting here yesterday morning when Gloucestershire were falling apart in their second innings, and the general consensus was that today would be, I don't know, sitting in the back garden, cooking Sunday lunch, you know, hitting the golf course or whatever, and that we were very unlikely to be here and watch any cricket at all. As it is, it's 25 past 6, very nearly, here at the county ground in Northampton. We've gone to the last, or the penultimate ball of the match. It's been an absolute corker. I mean, it's setting a very high bar, it must be said,
well,
at
yes.
the first match of the season for both these two sides. But yeah, it's been a wonderful game of cricket, and we've thoroughly enjoyed bringing it to you. And well, Northampton just go through the bowling figures, because I know there are people at home with their scorecards that do like to have all the relevant facts and figures. So Ryan Higgins, take a bow, 22 overs and 5 maidens, 8 maidens, 3 for 47. Matt Taylor, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 49, was excellent early on. Zafar Gohar, very hard working today, 27 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 107. Figures don't really reflect how well he bowled. Graham Van Buren bowled 4 overs for 13. Miles Hammond, 2 overs for 9. Ajit Dale Singh, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 32, but played his part in pegging Northamptonshire back in those crucial overs. And Ben Charlesworth, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 6, but held those 2 catches in 2 balls off the bowling of Ryan Higgins to bring Gloucestershire right back into the game. So there we are, Northamptonshire 272 for 8, match drawn. Ed, thank you very much indeed for your company. It's been great to have you here at Northampton for the last 4 days.
Well, I have absolutely loved it, I have to say, and you know, you couldn't have wished for a better match to commentate on, and from my point of view, you couldn't have wished for better company to commentate on it with.
Yeah,
I mean that.
Thank you. Well, it's been very good fun, and well, for me, I'm just looking forward to the return match at Cheltenham
Absolutely.
in July.
And it's my birthday as well, so how's that?
Oh, well, the sherbets are on you then. But, well, thanks very much indeed, Ed. Good to have you with us, to say, and I hope you've enjoyed it at home. From me, Andrew Rad, from Ed Seaborn, from Dan Whiting, who's been with us for most of the last 3 days, from Phil Rowe was here on day 1. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Don't forget, every ball of every match live on BBC Online right the way through the season. We'll be with you next time for our respective counties. For now, from Wantage Road in Northampton, it's a very good evening.